Oh.
Are we live?
Are we live? Riley,
Yeah.
this is the second time this semester we're live.
Yeah.
And
It's been a rough one.
it's been a rough one. We're making it. We got funding finally.
Yeah, we got a new camera. Thank you, USG.
Yeah. We're mostly sticking to wide for Chalice as usual. But,
As is tradition.
yes.
Hello there, everybody. My name is Riley Justin Motherfucking Pataki Needham.
And I am Sloan Quick Draw Jessamine McCraw.
Welcome to the third. Sorry, I set you up for a thing that I fucked you up. Welcome
to
the
third
biannual
Streamathon.
Hey! Yeah. Now, when we're talking about biannual, biannual, is that a twice a year thing or a once every 2 years thing? Because it's both.
Well, yeah, it is always both. Like bi-weekly can be twice a week or once every 2 weeks.
Well, I like to personally configure that as fortnight weekly.
Fortnight weekly.
Yar.
Or night.
Fortnite Battle Pass. Oh, my mic is not tightened.
So we're here for Streamathon.
Oh, we're streaming and we're creaming, baby.
Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff planned for today. But first, as is tradition, we have
A beverage.
Chalice.
La Chalice.
We haven't done Chalice this semester. We kind of discontinued it, except for this.
Yeah.
So
maybe we'll get back to it next semester when I don't have a class directly after call.
Yeah.
All right.
But for now,
Shall we? Oh wait, don't forget it's a Jerva. You gotta-
Oh yeah. Is
Alright.
this doing it?
Yeah. Let's get that crack. Adam.
What?
Wait. Oh fuck my nail. Oh, there we go.
I've actually not had the Java monsters before.
They're pretty extant.
Extant?
You can drink them.
Okay.
This one's pretty bad.
Latte's not bad.
You want to try this one?
Yeah, Slopsky. I want my latte back.
Yeah. I mean, this one tastes like perfumey.
Yeah, it's really got
It's
like a palatable aroma to it.
It's too sweet to be Irish cream. You know.
Mmm.
Anyone wanna suck and fuck on this?
I'm scared of it.
Riley.
All right, no one loves me.
I don't drink energy.
You guys are weak.
I don't like it
We're here for 9 hours, really more like 12 in the long run.
Yep.
though. From what I'm gathering, drinking that thing would be like drinking the product at Bath and Body. So
The product. What is the product at Bath and Body, Adam?
literally any of the sprays.
The product.
Sprays,
Just
Bath and
period.
Body.
Yes.
The latte just tastes like latte.
Yeah, it just tastes like a very mid coffee.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not bad. It's not like great, but
It's like you mess up your coffee and you put a lot of creamer in it to make up for it.
yeah, for like a $2 little gas station drinky, it ain't bad.
Yeah, no.
There's something so peculiar about this.
Yeah. I'm sticking to my usual pink monster though. Not the grapefruit
Jesus.
one, but
41% of your daily recommended sugars.
oh, hi cat.
What's up?
Hey.
How's it going?
Audio is double on both platforms.
Audio is doubled.
Yeah, like spiked it twice. I don't know why.
Weird.
Check the ASIO maybe.
Are
This is
you
why we
sure
have
you're not?
channels.
Are you sure you're not just hearing it twice?
No, it's the guy found it.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll keep on cooking.
Yeah, check the inputs on OBS and see. Yeah, this is why we start with Chalice.
Yeah, it's the mess.
Yeah, we're not working with a very definite or streamlined system,
Yeah.
but we're working with the system that we get. Where do you get that thing?
Huh? What?
What?
My monster?
Oh, sorry, I thought I saw something else.
No.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's really early, so I might be a little loopy.
Yeah. Do you want me to hop in, Adam? Do you want me to take a look?
Yeah, I'll sit in your spot for a bit.
All right.
Yeah. Introducing the illustrious Adam Kiefer.
Oh, we're putting me on the stream so we can figure out what I did incorrectly. I'm an audio major.
Oh, you're so loud.
Oh, we might be... Check if the desktop audio is recording.
Yeah, it could be desktop audio piping for some reason, but
Yeah, because if it is, then the monitor will pipe back.
yeah. We're experts.
Well, we had ACO capture and mic capture.
Just want mic capture, I think.
We want
Or
SEO.
it is ASIO? No, it is ASIO. It's mic that's the issue.
Okay, then it should be fine.
I'm a god. All right.
It's because Riley's cuter than me. He's big thinking.
So we had an extra mic audio.
Yeah, YouTube's also fixed.
Perfect. Yeah, I figured.
I'm not awake enough for this, but we're cooking. It's that part of the day. No, I'm fine.
Ooh. You look over, it's like levitating to you. Got my mage hand on this thing.
It'd be crazy.
I should really pull up chat, you know? I'll probably spend...
Yeah, that's something. Yeah.
You want to...
I expected it to be worse, but it could be better. But I see the Irish cream in there. There's a lot more to it than that.
Oh, did you try it?
Yeah, it's
weird, isn't it?
it's real odd.
You want to try the latte? A little sip key?
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of each. I'm testing here.
Taste testing.
Yeah, that is significantly more palatable.
Mm-hmm.
That's so much easier.
It really just tastes like mid coffee with a lot of creamer.
Yeah.
We good over there?
I'm messing with the white balance.
We're playing with toys.
Yeah, as usual, you know.
Yeah, we got our cameras.
We
Again,
got cameras.
that's what the first segment's for, is for us to experiment until everything's right. So the rest of our shows look real cool.
Yeah.
Let's see what these two look like together.
Luna, do you know how to
Those look nice.
do you know how to pop in the SD card to that camera?
Here, hand it to me. I'll do it.
I was asking if you knew. If you didn't know, I was gonna do it.
Yeah, that's what we got this guy for.
Yeah, pardon my fat ass.
Also, you're welcome.
I'm
Other
not
side.
pardoning anything.
I pulled all the files off it already.
Yay.
We also don't need to format it, so
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just dummy card.
it's
So.
on the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, it's in the hole.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
nefarious.
My least favorite thing about the EOS RP is that you have to have it powered off to put an SD card in,
Mm-hmm.
because it is where the battery slot is. The Rebel has it on the side.
Great design.
Yeah. Technically better for memory storage,
Yeah,
but like,
it is, but it's still.
yeah, it's usually not like the worst thing in cameras to have access to both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But say, Livy. You can't talk to me in the chat. My Twitch isn't working right now. I tried. It will not load.
I
Hold on. Let me see if I can.
think the Rebel manual even
whip this
says to
out.
turn off the camera when you put in an SD card.
Yeah, I have nothing at all. I don't even have SOS. Oh, now I have SOS.
Wi-Fi not working?
Wi-Fi not. My Wi-Fi on my phone was turned off. I turned it off earlier because my signal from my phone carrier was better, but now I disagree.
Yippee!
No, Ben, I'm hiding.
Wow.
You see my face whenever I'm really into it today, and I'm not there yet.
Wow. It is actually great that we, like, essentially own these cameras. One of them is mine,
Yeah,
but, I mean, we have full access to them.
that is true.
Cult of Media already owns your soul, so.
Cult of Media does own my soul. I've already said when I graduate, I will be getting the Cult of Media logo tattoo.
Yeah. It's a rite of passage.
Yeah. I will be branded forever. I was going to also get the Alt News one and do it like Cult of Media on one ankle, Alt News on the other, but I left Alt News.
The angle and the angle and the devil.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a good bit.
I left Alt News, but I was a staff member.
Yeah.
I was a staff member for, it was a full year, because I joined my second semester of my freshman year, and then I stayed through my first semester of my sophomore year.
Yeah.
So it was a full 2 semesters.
That's still something.
Yeah, no, it was good, and
But then we claimed you.
I resigned. So,
This camera's saying fully changed battery.
Oh,
is it?
okay.
There's one charging right there. I thought that one charged earlier.
Please, I would like my Twitch to load because I want to send somebody the link to it.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. I was opening Cult of Media. 6 viewers. Hi, guys. I love you.
We all love you here. Hello.
Can you believe it? It's Streamathon once
It's Streamathon once again.
Was it David Lynch?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What was it, like 2 days ago? We were just like doing like a Lynch thing for like 5 minutes. In the Buffalo Wild Wings, the place to do it. There's no place more Lynchian than a Buffalo Wild Wings.
I would deign to disagree.
I'm here. I've got some delicious Buffalo Wild Wings.
I'm here with the BOGO Boneless.
God.
It's a great deal if you want to experience different flavors.
I like how the purple lights in here do highlight the little bit of pink left in my hair. Like
right
it
back out.
really just is showing.
Yeah. Good Lord, no signal for me today.
All right.
Keefers can't win.
As I get further through this, the more I taste how bad the coffee is.
it's all sitting in different spots.
Yeah. Like I get why they tell you to shake it because all the cream is obviously going to be on the top.
Yeah.
But
Only cream and bastards rise.
Would you like to see that?
No.
No.
Yeah, actually, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of my.
all right.
Kiefer.
Bye, Kiefer.
I don't think your other battery is charging. I think that's why.
Oh, that's the other charger. I want to hop up. I can fix it.
Okay. What do we got next? What's popping on this
Oh.
docket?
I guess I can go ahead and fill in everyone on what we got planned.
Let's talk about the ye olde sketchy.
All right. So coming up after this, we have a special cult following with Luna as our lead for the interview, and also Cat Holiday from Children of the Rat Temple. We've had Cat on before, but as always, we love Rat Temple. We love Cat. So we're happy to have them here. And then following that, Riley, if you'd like to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, for sure. We have something following that. It's a segment that I know.
It's your segment, Going Home History.
Oh, boy. It certainly is, and I've certainly planned and prepared. I'll need a whiteboard, and I'll be going crazy on something. I don't know yet.
Oh, fair enough.
I have some ideas percolating, but I guess we'll see what it comes to when we come to it.
Riley is an information expert when it comes to random things.
Sure.
Just talking about TF2 history.
That was kind of the plan, but I don't know how feasible that will be.
Let's
What are
talk
you
about
doing?
all of it.
Picture the schedule so I have it so when you get the whiteboard.
Oh, yeah.
And then following that is what, student showcase?
Something
Spotlight?
like that.
Spotlight.
Yeah, Adam, why don't you read us? Can you just grab the whiteboard?
Yeah, just turn it this way.
Yeah, so we may see.
Yeah, student spotlight coming in
Student
at 1:45. This will be one that features a professor and 3 students. We have got the audio professor, Tyler Horn, coming in remote to give us some info.
He's coming in robot style.
Yeah. The man got COVID this week, so sad he couldn't be here. But, stay safe out there.
Sus
And
Laboose.
we're going to zoom him in so he can still be a part of it.
Yeah, he'll be really, really high quality photo, just really tight,
Yeah.
zoomed.
Yeah. Really in your face.
I shouldn't have committed to that bit as hard as I did. That was stupid as fuck. Anyway.
And then from there, we also have another SIU student, Dustin Kinney, who is an SIU art student here, and someone that I know from around the scene here, as well as from some just local event stuff. Yeah, and has some good visual art stuff to share. And after that will be Maddie, our own Cult of Media's Maddie Hoke.
The secret fourth producer.
Yeah, for sure.
Secret sixth producer? I don't know. It's original secret fourth producer.
Yeah. But Maddie will be doing the floral arrangement presentation because they did a really cool class on floral arrangements.
Yeah.
Yay. It is some cool stuff. I looked at it earlier. So keep in mind. And then I'll be going and talking about something serious I made and something really stupid I made.
Let's go.
And that'll just be for a little short time. I only make short content, so
Got a ye olde YouTuber here. 2-minute videos.
for sure. Well, maximum 5.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't fit on classic YouTube.
Yeah.
And then after that, we have our own Dahlia Doll coming in to talk about Days of Our Lives for 2 hours and 15 minutes. This is essentially an episode of Unraveled. So prepare.
We're stealing the format.
Yeah, essentially. If you want to see someone unhinged talk about the longest running television series, or one of the longest running, feel free to pop in. I can only expect how intense it'll get.
Yeah. And then we have the wonderful returning segment, the biannual segment, Cults and Crafts, baby.
Yeah.
The show all about having fun and being very precise and clean
Yeah.
and really dialed in on making some high quality art pieces.
It is not at all a segment where I torture Rachel for about an hour because they cannot handle the messes that I am capable of.
Yes. That would be insane.
No, yeah, that'd be crazy. And then we got the very special Anthem Alter Hour.
Yeah. In which me and the lovely Adam Kiefer, the guy who was here, poke your head in the frame. Get in here. This guy. Are gonna be answering questions in a kind of truth or wing scenario with random roulette wings of varying spice levels that Sloan have selected for us. And we'll see if we die. I have a much higher spice tolerance than Adam, so this will be much more fun for me than it will for him.
Yeah.
But it'll still be funny.
Yeah. I selected a good range.
Mm-hmm. We got an air fryer.
Yeah.
Clearly, we own
And
an
there'll
air fryer.
be hot wings.
Yeah,
Also known as chicken nuggets covered in hot sauce.
wings.
Yeah, wings. Yeah.
Wing.
Wing.
In a roundabout way.
Wing.
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 There's some wing meat in there amongst the cartilage.
Surely.
Yeah.
Simply.
I think it's mostly breast meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And then I think that's the ball game.
Yeah, that is what we'll be doing for Streamathon. And then, of course, we'll wrap towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
But, yes.
Wonderful.
So,
Wonderful.
wunderbar.
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 Yeah.
But yeah, we're here. We're kicking. We've been all very busy this semester.
This semester's been nuts.
Yeah.
And a lot of creative turnover in the club.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
It's the third semester.
Yeah.
No. It's the fifth semester. Fuck.
Fifth semester of
I'm old.
God.
Third semester in which there is a streamathon involved.
Yes.
Yeah.
In theory, there is an episode out today, but hey, there you go.
Oh my god, it worked.
What was the episode?
It should be Tales of the Wasteland, I think.
Oh my gosh, yes. Go check out Tales of the Wasteland sometime. Not during Streamathon. Watch us. This is live. This is now. You can't miss the now.
This is Gaunced right here, right now.
Yeah. But Tales of the Wasteland is a
No.
project that DeAndre's been working on, so please go check it out
Yeah,
later.
it's very cool. It's very fun. I listened to it. I liked it.
Yeah, I still need to go in and listen to it. I haven't been a full part of the process, but DeAndre tells me a good bit about it when we're at work. So, yeah.
All right.
Should I finish mine?
I don't know if you want
I'll
to.
try.
We've got what, 5 minutes?
About, yeah.
Yeah.
5 more minutes.
5 more minutes.
500 seconds.
I don't think that math works.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It'd be like 300 seconds.
325 seconds. But yeah, it's Streamathon, baby. It's the thing that we do every semester because we love you and we mean it. And it's also the thing that we do every semester because it's fun and it's fun. and it's good on a job resume.
Yeah.
That's the word for it. That's the one I want. It's good on your eyeballs and your earballs.
Yeah.
Did that one feel good, DeAndre?
It felt amazing.
Did you get that right in your noggin?
Yeah.
All right, I'm very glad.
Because, of course, the idea is that if we can do this with little money, without being paid directly or anything,
No, we're not getting paid at all.
we definitely sink money into this more than we've ever gotten money because we get no money.
Yeah. It's a passion project. I'm very proud of where we're at as the person who was like, guys, we should do a club.
Yeah.
What if instead of being in a club, we do a club?
Yeah.
And then people were like, okay. And now we're here.
Look at us now.
And it was great. I mean, I joined my freshman year. Now I'm executive director of Cult of Media.
Yeah, and I'm not anymore. Thank fucking God.
Yeah. It's not easy.
No.
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 Welcome.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Part of the fun.
Yeah. Like they say, good on a resume, blah, blah, blah. I ran an organization for a year.
We. All the way home.
Yeah. Entirely, I do suggest anyone interested in becoming executive director to try it.
It's a great time.
Yeah.
It's a great time.
And
or
join
start
us.
your own club. Beat us. But don't, because we'll beat you.
Yeah.
I'm better than you.
I know how to fight.
I'm smarter.
That was a declaration, not a threat.
Mine was a threat.
There we go. The camera works.
500 death threats. All right, we should stop referencing a stupid fucking meme. Let's. No. Now it's funny because it's old. Okay, I think that's the ball game, right? Should we just give an extra minute or two to set up because it's the first round of setups?
Yeah, because we got some cleaning up to do still.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
All right.
Guys, welcome to Streamathon.
Stick around, baby. It's happening all day.
We love you.
We mean it.
See you soon.
Yeah.
Where's our...
Wow.
Morning, everyone. My name is Luna. Well, cult following where we interview local bands and various artists within like the Carbondale area, and we try and spotlight all of the cool work that they do. Previously, and that episode should be out soon, we had the band Woe Coyote, a folk punkish grass band. That episode should be coming out hopefully within the next week pretty soon, so please keep it tuned for that. But for today, we've got the wonderful Kat from Children of a Rat Temple with us today. They are amazing at what they do. I will say I'm a huge fan, and I can't wait to interview you.
Nice.
How you doing today?
I'm all right. How are you?
Doing good.
Nice.
Woke up. It was Streamathon day. Doing very good. All right, we're gonna start off simple here. How'd you get started in music? What got you playing?
I think I was born playing music. I actually started playing guitar when I was like 7.
It's a long time.
It is a long time. For reference, that was like almost 30 years ago, which doesn't feel right saying. I feel like I'm like 17, but maybe like mentally 14. But I think, I don't know, I just loved music like when I was born, honestly. I feel like my first memories kind of involve like listening to the radio in the van with my family. And yeah, and I think I probably just bothered my parents a lot when I was really young about like getting a guitar. I like probably from the time I was like 3 or 4, and I think they thought like, why would we give them a guitar? They're not gonna do anything with it.
The guitar is bigger than them.
Yeah. I think my sister was pretty instrumental in getting me a guitar actually, because she, I think, got tired of hearing me like talk about it and was like, please just get them a guitar and maybe they'll stop talking about it. And it worked, but then I just was playing guitar all the time, so maybe that was annoying for a while until I got decent at it. But that's how I started playing music. Took lessons from a 80s kind of like shredder hair metal guy, who was really awesome and really good with like a 7-year-old kid, surprisingly. And he tried to teach me like music theory, which I maybe learned a tiny bit of, and then was just like, I just want to play Iron Man.
Yeah,
or
music
whatever.
theory is scary.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no. And then I was like in school band, but I still, I think, just like faked being able to read music. Like, it was just like, yeah, I totally know what these notes mean, but I was just like following. Like, I played by ear really
Right.
well. Yeah, and then I started Rat Temple. Actually, Johnny and I started playing music in like junior high. We were maybe like 12, 13, 14. It started as we were initially called Rat House. So there is some continuity to this story, actually, and our band name.
It's now a temple, not a house.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we found our spiritual center, and it became a prayer chapel, and now it's a full-on temple. But yeah, we started, and it was Rat House, and it was just the two of us, and it was me on guitar and Johnny playing bass, and we just played a lot of like 70s punk covers, like Ramones, Sex Pistols, maybe some like Op Ivy in there or something. It was all like covers at first, and then we started writing our own stuff that was all kind of in that vein. Life happened. Johnny moved away, traveled around. I did other things musically. He did other things musically. And then when he moved back, kind of started playing some stuff. He had gotten into like electronic music somewhere in there. I'm honestly not sure how that happened. It was just like he came back and was like on his way to electronic wizardry. I don't really know the origin story.
It is wizardry. Whenever I watch Johnny perform, it is magic.
Honestly, same. Like, people are like, how does he do that? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I know there are other people that can do it, and they have that level of technical expertise, but I don't. So it's cool because it's, like, still magic to me, even whenever we're playing. So I don't know. But yeah, that's
so.
some
How
kind
long
of-
has like Rat Temple itself been around for?
Rat Temple in this iteration has been around since. I honestly can't remember if it was before, if we talked about it before the pandemic, or like it was because of the pandemic. But I know it was right around that time. It was
So
maybe.
it's still, been around a bit, but still fairly recent.
Yeah, for sure. But we had been playing music together off and on in between. But it was like sometime around the pandemic, it was like we made a concerted effort of like, let's make this a band, let's do it together, let's find a name and like make it an entity.
Do you remember like what your first show was? Do you have memories of that? As like Children of the Rat Temple?
We actually, yeah, we played Union Street Arts in Marion. They were doing live stream shows, and this was like the pandemic was still like raging full on. That's a fire hose reference for nerds out there. But it was still like, I mean, I feel like it was really like when things first started opening up again and they started doing like limited attendance live stream shows. And we were the first band to do that. I feel like in a weird way, we were the first like Carbondale, Southern Illinois area band to like do I feel like we were the first band to do a show when things started opening up. That could just be like ego. But I feel like that was it. That was when like shows started happening again.
That's really cool. When you guys write music, do you have any influences you draw off of, or like what's the creative process there as you are?
As for Rat Temple?
Yeah, Rat Temple anyway.
We both have like really different influences. Like we have a lot of shared influences, like punk rock, right? Like we started playing punk rock, like just like straight up garage punk. And so I feel like that's like somewhere in the attitude of what we do. But we've both accrued a lot of influences since then. It's like, I think we're both pretty musically restless. Like Johnny's can get really into like hyper focus on like Berlin techno. And I'll get into like, you know, I don't know, Native American music or like folk music or whatever. And I think we both bring those to the table. But to say like any specific things, I think we don't try to like limit it like that.
Right.
Like we don't think about it or like, oh, let's make a song that sounds like this genre or whatever. It's kind of just like whatever comes out naturally. But the influences are all over the place. Also, just like not even music, but I feel like we take a lot of influence from like film or books and things like that. Things we like, it's all filtering in somehow.
Right. So like, what is like a practice session for you guys like when you're trying to create music? Are you guys just like jamming and
Both.
both?
Yeah. A lot of times, like we've had a lot of songs that have come about from us just messing around. Like, especially early on, I think our practices were just us just like playing, and sometimes things would come out of that. As we've gone on, I think things have gotten a little more like focused. Like maybe I'll have an idea or a progression or lyrics or something that I try and fit, or like I'll bring like the skeleton of a song and be like, what can we do with this, right? And we'll try it out. And sometimes things work out really well that way, and sometimes we try them and it's like, okay, maybe that can just stay not a song, you know, like like maybe that just doesn't need to be a song. But a lot of it does just come from like improv and experimentation too. And even like when I do bring like a more structured thing, it a lot of times, actually, I mean, it always changes. Like I've listened to our record recently and I'm like, wow, we don't play any of these songs this way anymore. Like it's the same song, but I'm like, wow, that song's way faster now. Or like we don't even do that part anymore. Like it's always evolving.
Yeah, so like with doing music for so long, is there like some songs you just don't want to touch anymore that like
Yes.
that are condemned and
Condemned. I don't know. I try not to condemn too many things. I like to let things, like, it has its time and its place, and maybe, sometimes there are things we condemn, but it's usually just like, oh God, that song's terrible. Like, it's just cringe, and it's not like, what was I thinking as far as like what I'm saying, right? It's just like, oh, that's terrible. There definitely are songs that have like, just like, we don't play them anymore. I feel like there aren't many that we've been like, that song sucks. Like, there wasn't like a conscious decision to, I like the word condemn though. I do like that. Maybe I should start condemning songs. But there definitely are some, like, I was thinking about, we have this song I Promethean that's on our record.
amazing song.
Thank you. We don't play it as much as we did, not because we hate the song. It's just like we have newer things that we've started adding into the set. And sometimes I think like stylistically it doesn't fit as much with some of the newer things we're doing. So we maybe try and like gear it towards like whatever direction we're vaguely hearing. But generally we're not condemning. There are things we will condemn, but I probably shouldn't talk about.
So talk about the music you perform during shows. For as long as I've been seeing you guys for the last year, the intro is almost always about the same. Why
Word.
is that?
Why is the intro the same? Because I need time to light my ceremonial smudge accoutrement, and I need time to center myself before I get into the zone of actually playing music.
How long has that like been a ritual for you?
For me, honestly, it was like a kind of a personal ritual that I hadn't brought into like my musical. I didn't start doing it on stage until Rat Temple, but it was something I did, like in private, just for my own mental and physical and spiritual well-being. But at some point it felt like, this is a part of who I am, and I want to bring that out on stage, and why should I only do it in the confines of my own home? So it's pretty much been a part of Rat Temple the whole time. I didn't really do it before that. But it has evolved also, like the nature of that has evolved, and it kind of like, I feel like I'm always trying to figure out how to like streamline it to where it's easy to just set up. But also Johnny takes a long time to set up given the nature of what he does.
Got his whole wizard panel in front of him,
Yeah.
20 different soundboards. It's crazy.
Yeah. So I'm like, I need to just like fill time. So the nature of my altar and what I'm doing there kind of changes too, depending on the show and setting and all of that.
So we talk about your first show, but do you have any other like really fond memories performing? Like any just weird things that may have happened either on the road or just at a show?
We apparently during this tour we did a tour earlier this year. I think it was March or April with Pet Mosquito, and we were playing in Birmingham, Alabama, and when I was like lighting my smudge stick, and we were doing the whole ritual intro, all of that at the beginning, like fuse blew and like all of the power outside the venue went out, and I just want to take credit for that. It may have totally been coincidence, but I feel like I purged some kind of like the
power
ghosts
of the Rat Temple is too strong.
Yeah, I think maybe like the ghosts and the outdoor power there just did not. They weren't. I feel like either they weren't down with it, or it was like a sign of like respect. I don't know.
Yeah, you performed an exorcism.
Yeah, exactly. I like to think that
Those
place
electrical
was-
circuits never ran better again.
No. They did have a really good sound system there, though, too. That place was really dope. It was called the Nick. It's in Birmingham. And it's like an actual, like, you get a card. Like you have to be a card carrying member to get in the club, and you get a card when you play there. It felt really exclusive. But it's really just like kind of an awesome like rock and roll dive. Like a lot of bands I really dig have played there. It's been open since like the early 80s or something. Like there's all kinds of, it's like cool stickers of like 80s bands like REM, Nirvana, shit like that. It's like bands that made it, right? That made it. But like bands that you're like, oh shit, they played here. Okay, cool.
And I'm playing here now, so
Yeah,
obviously I
so-
must be on their
so
level
yes.
now.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Is this what making it feels like? Am I always this sleep deprived? Oh wait, I'm just always this sleep deprived in general. Yeah.
Sleep is always the real struggle of life.
It really is, though. As far as other memories, though, I feel like some of the best shows are ones you don't remember, because you're, for me anyway, just like you hit that zone and you're like not really like conscious anymore. That could be. I actually don't do drugs anymore, so it's only brain chemicals shared between
Just pure
individuals.
dopamine.
Yes, pure dopamine sends you into the ether and you forget the show. That's when it's the best. There is a band, actually, shameless plug, a band we're playing with next Sunday at the 24th at PK's called Sam Vega that legit like blew my mind the first time we saw them and played with them. They're from California. They're like very heavy psych, like they call it psych, which I feel like is a really catch-all term. But it's like really heavy, and it's like sometimes they sound like Pirates and other times they sound like a full-on like metal band. And I feel like they like open
It's a very
portals.
wide range there.
Yeah, they're really dope, and they don't have a bass player. It's all just like Moog, like sub bass. So it kind of like rumbles your guts a little bit the whole time, and they
Finding
for
the
sure.
resonant frequency of my small intestine.
Yeah. It's not quite brown note, but it's like it's bordering on brown. It's like it's like tan note. But they legit blew my mind. Like seeing them the first time was extremely memorable. Shameless plug though. Also,
It's go see them. This sounds amazing.
Yeah, no, they really are dope though.
So most of my memories of seeing you guys has always been from within the mosh pit. What is your reactions to like what some people do like in a mosh pit listening to your music? Do you focus on that at all, or?
Sometimes I focus on it. A lot of times, I mean, like it's always good. Like it's always a good feeling when people are that reactive to what we're doing. Sometimes it's legit distracting. So it's like sometimes I try not to focus on it.
Gotta put
A lot of
blinders
times it's
on and-
funny. Not because like, I don't know, it's just funny to me. Like, it's funny to me to see people like, because I feel like a lot of our stuff is dancey. So seeing people like mosh and then like dance, like, and then the weird transition from moshing to dancing is like a fun thing to see. And just like, how do you dance to this song? Are you going to mosh to this or are you going to dance to this? It's like, feel like
Freelancers, you two-step the entire time.
solid, yeah. I tend to just pogo a lot in pits. Also, just like, I don't know, I'm getting old and things hurt more. So it's like, maybe I'll just stand here and jump up and down. Like that'll work. I don't know. I love it when people are that reactive, though. I mean, that's the point, right? Like you want people. It's always disheartening to me when people like. I mean, it's cool because sometimes I feel like what we do is entrancing. So if someone's like really into it and they're not moshing, I'm not saying like you have to react to us in a certain way, right? Like it's not empirical like that. But it is weird sometimes when people get like entranced or they're just like standing there. I'm like, do you like this? Are you enjoying this? You're not leaving. So I think you're enjoying it, but I don't know. So it's always good to me when people actually react. And physical reaction is a really great, I mean, that's like.
There's always awkward moment at start of shows where no one's
Yeah.
sure if they should go in or not yet.
Right. Like, do I move to this? Is the whole thing just going to be them, like, setting things on fire? And, like, is this the show?
I feel like that's always a lot of fear of some people's, like, to be the only one in the middle doing something.
Yeah, the self-consciousness, yeah.
They're never sure if anyone else is going to join.
Right. Yeah, I feel like there is a lot of curiosity at first, especially for people who haven't seen us before. There's a lot of, like a little, like, Michael Myers, like, head turning.
You know,
Yeah.
what's this band?
Yeah.
It's 2 people? What
Yeah.
are they doing?
Like,
That's a lot of soundboards. What else?
Yeah.
They're burning shit. What's going on?
Yeah. Is this whole place going to catch on fire? We played this show in Madison, and I didn't realize that because it was pretty small venue, so I put the altar, like, behind us instead of in front of us, and I didn't realize that there was a flag, like, right behind the altar, and then I was lighting things. I wasn't really paying attention, but then I realized that, like, the sound person was just, like, looking really eagle-eyed, like, at me, and then I realized that it was like, this is really close to setting this flag on fire. So I think there's some of that sometimes too, because I'm just not, I don't know, I'm not always thinking about, like, OSHA safety regulations or whatever, like.
As long as the fire alarm doesn't go off, I
Yeah,
guess
we're
it's fine.
Yeah, it's good. And if they want me to stop, they'll tell me to stop, right? Like, better to ask forgiveness than permission.
So it reminds me of one of my first shows. We ended up burning a shirt in the middle of the pit.
Nice.
A guy was wearing a shirt that said, "I don't know how to make deviled eggs," something like that. No, poached eggs. It's poached eggs.
Word.
So then my friends and I taught him how to make poached eggs.
Nice.
And he looked at us, and he looked at his shirt and realized he couldn't wear it anymore. It was a lie, and he didn't want to be presenting a lie.
Nice.
So we ended up burning the shirt in the middle of the pit, and then
Solid.
started a bonfire with it.
Nice. I appreciate that. I don't. What am I trying to say? That. Man, I'm losing the word, but just the honesty and, like, I can't wear this shirt because it's literally a lie now. So but it's not just like, I'll take it off and leave it. I'll give it to somebody. It's like, we have to burn this. It was like, I feel like that's pretty ritualistic too. You know, burning your lie.
You're not the only one lighting fires in basement venues.
Good. I hope not.
As long as it's not the electrical equipment setting on fire, I think it's fine.
True. Yeah, as long as we don't set the building on fire or anyone or any individual that doesn't want to be set on fire. As long as we're not setting them on fire. Consensual immolation, I'm honestly okay with, though. Just
I mean, some people do get, like, brands on themselves, so I
right,
guess that's a form of it.
right.
All right, going through a change of topics real quick. You do a lot of solo stuff.
Yes.
Talk about that a little bit.
It's a lot more folky than Rat Temple. I feel like it comes from the same place. Like, I do some of the same songs, not a lot, but there's a couple songs that started as Rat Temple that I do with my solo thing. And I think if, like, you were to take, like, it may not seem like it, but I feel like Rat Temple actually could do an acoustic set. We've talked about it. We're just not sure how it would work, but the songs do, like, work in that setting. But it's a lot more folky, a lot less dancey, and I think generally more sad. It's like where I put all my sad songs, and my darker songs, I think, go into my solo thing. It's not just, like, you know, totally depressing, to me anyway. To me it feels good. I don't know, but I also really love sad folk music, so and just folk music in general. I think honestly Rat Temple is pretty much just like, we get asked like what is your sound or what is your genre or whatever, and you can say any number of things. I kind of think most music is folk music, especially when it's made by poor people. There's a whole, I don't know, I have a theory I'm not going to go into right now. But so yeah, my solo stuff though generally is just way more acoustic, darker, folkier. I don't know, a lot of it has to do, I think it's a little more like real world. It's a little more maybe implicitly topical, or like Rat Temple is definitely political, but I think it's a little more esoteric in its representation of it. And I think my solo stuff is a little more like,
It's more on the nose.
yeah, yes. Plain
So
spoken.
how long has that solo stuff been going on for? Has it always been folk, or was there like a transition point at some point?
It kind of, honestly, I started doing solo things around the same time we started doing Rat Temple. I had been in a couple other bands before that, there was one called Kelvin and then one called Bewitchin' Pool that both kind of fell apart, not out of any like, weird dramatic thing, just like people going their own way. And I think out of those, I kind of took some of the stuff that Bewitchin' Pool was doing, I then started doing with my solo project called The Trouble Is, which is what Rat Temple kind of like Johnny started playing with The Trouble Is. And then we were like, well, that was my solo thing and it's moving in its own direction. Let's make it a thing. And so then they kind of like split. So they have been going, but I also was in like a straight up folk bluegrass band at one point in like my early 20s, late teens. And so there's kind of, and I've grown up loving that. So there definitely is that aspect. I think that's like always been there. Now it's just more
Very cool. So
implicit.
do you only play guitar, or what other instruments do you play?
I played drums. Also, that was my second instrument, really. Another shameless plug, I was in a band called Fat Jackrabbit, and we just got back together. So I am playing drums again, so that's cool. I also
what kind of band is that?
Fat Jackrabbit is like melodic punk. I hesitate to call it hardcore, but it's pretty heavy. But it's like more melodic punk rock, I think. Kind of like Husker Du or Against Me or something like that, I would compare it to. Not that we sound like them. There's a reference anyway.
Right. I'm excited.
Word. Yeah. So I play drums. I also play a little bit of keyboards. I can I play a little bit of a lot of things. I can play keyboards, banjo, mandolin.
All the strings eventually blend together at some point a little bit.
Yeah. And if you open tune things to a chord, then you can play anything. Also, that empirical idea of like you're not good so you can't play this is just total bullshit to me. Like you can tune a guitar however you want. You can tune anything however you want. And music should be for everyone. There's my minor soapbox. So theoretically, I can play everything. But no, mostly stringed instruments. Yeah.
That's where I'm at a lot too. I started on playing stuff like violin and viola, the guitar and
what's up.
stuff, and all the strings just kind of blend together at some point.
Yeah,
you go,
totally.
these are the notes on the string, cool.
Yeah.
Now, does it sound amazing? Depends on your taste, I guess.
Word. Yeah, I did try to play violin, and I was awful at it. The bowing, I just never got past.
Bowing is hard.
Word.
It's a weird mix of trying to keep it all locked in, but you have to stay loose or else you can't play fast. And
Word.
It feels like you're going to be dropping your bow, but as long as you're playing it right, you can't drop it. So
That's what's up.
it's a very delicate instrument.
Yeah. I'm
compared
honestly,
to guitar, where I could just kind of strum it as hard as I want, and
Right.
it should sound about right.
Yeah, totally. And if it's an electric guitar and you run it through enough pedals, then it really doesn't matter at all. I'm actually genuinely impressed, though. I love like bowed stringed instruments. I'm low key always want a cello player with my solo. Honestly, if Rat Temple could have like a string section, we've talked about that. It's like kind of our dream to have like a like a 5-piece string section or something.
That sounds amazing. I would love to see that
Word.
happen.
Well, maybe we can someday.
Someday we'll get Children of the Rat Temple featuring a symphony.
Yeah, I hope so. Honestly, we've talked about it. But yeah, I legit always, and then like my solo stuff, I'm always kind of thinking about like, how would a cello sound in this? It's kind of my favorite sound.
I would say like violins and violas are all like kind of mostly like, especially in America, started as like folk instruments. A lot of people are playing them in a more folk style and stuff. So they fit a wide genre of music.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, if ska can bring in any instrument they want to, I
Right.
think any genre can.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I think there are a lot of just like people get these like boxes in their head of like, oh, this instrument is used for this, and it's weird for them to. Maybe it's not even like, oh, it shouldn't be used for that. It's just like they don't think about it. But I love doing that and putting instruments in like contexts that non-traditional context.
I mean, you were talking about like before with pedals. There's a huge thing right now where guitar is more of a controller of a pedal board,
Right.
rather
Right.
than the guitar itself being the main instrument.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it's a really cool concept that like I can be doing what I want with this, but I can adjust exactly how I want it to sound on stuff on the floor and sound good.
Yeah.
I've seen people scrape their strings across the ceiling, and it sounded great somehow.
Word. Yeah.
There's a strange power to designing your pedals to
Yeah.
making a specific sound that fits just right for you, and I think that's really cool.
Totally. I used to be way more in the like, I was almost anti-pedal at one point. It was very like,
I think a lot of people start there too. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's how I was too. And
Yeah.
then you get your first Boss DS1.
right? And you're like,
And your life starts to change, and so does your bank account.
word, true. And then the addiction sets in, but it's still better than other addictions I've had, so I'm honestly okay with my like pedal.
This addiction makes great sounding music.
Yeah,
it's great.
exactly.
It scratches a specific part of my brain.
Yeah.
Feels great.
Yeah, totally. Now I'm blanking. I totally had something else to add to that, but it's just like, it's gone.
It's still only noon. There's still a
I
lot of day
know.
left.
This room kind of feels like it's night, though. Like when I walked in, it kind of does feel like it's later than it is, or maybe there is no time in this room.
There is no time in this
Word.
room.
I like that.
People
actually.
here are going to be here for 8 more hours, so time is not real for them yet.
Cool, good. Time isn't real anyway, so.
This is
that's
true.
good.
I am a firm believer time isn't real.
Me too.
I take a
Cool.
nap and I wake up and it feels like a different day.
Yeah,
It was an hour
exactly.
long, but I
Right.
didn't go to class today. That was like yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great.
Yeah, time is a piece of wax.
I mold it to my will, or I could just melt it. There's so much you could do. And then you can melt it, then re-solidify it, and melt it again.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna incorporate that into my personal
Word.
belief system that time is wax.
No.
Huh?
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
What?
Yeah. Nice. No one.
Don't know who Beck is.
Oh.
I lived under a rock for most of my life. Leave me alone.
This is now a cult confessional.
Yeah, we tried to bury it. No. I wanted this to be my own interview show, and now it's Cult Confessionals. This is a bait and switch. Oh my.
Beautiful.
You were asking me earlier if I was going to swing any questions out of left field, but
I did. I was kind of hoping you were going to, and you just wouldn't tell me anyway. So.
I mean, I could. I could have some text in white font on my computer here. I'll just highlight at one point, swing at you, but
Nice.
maybe now. Maybe it'll be in like 2 days, a week,
Okay.
a month.
All right.
You'll never
Solid.
know when
I
the
know, 'cause
question will come.
If time is not real.
If time isn't real, it's happening right now.
Oh, that's true. It's always happening. Nice.
So, any other stuff you do solo? Like outside of music, what do you do?
I do a lot of collage. I'm an extra in the Stagehands Union, which is pretty dope, actually. I'm trying to get into that union, but it takes a while. Yeah, I do a lot of collage. I pet my dog and cats a lot.
It's a good use of time.
Yeah, I think so. I write a lot of songs. I'm kind of always writing. A lot of things do make it into shows. A lot of them don't also. Write poetry, watch a lot of movies, read a lot of books.
What's your favorite movie? Here's
Favorite
the question out of left
movie?
field. What's your favorite movie?
That's really hard. I don't know.
Top three. Top three. If someone asked you, put on any movie you wanted, what would be the first three movies you would think of?
When I was a kid, this might actually explain why I'm into sad folk music, but when I was a kid, my favorite movie was Old Yeller.
Sad movie?
Yeah, for sure. I loved Old Yeller. And then after that in high school, my favorite movie was like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And now, I don't know, that's a really difficult question. I don't know. I love horror comedies. It's like maybe my favorite like go-to if I don't know what I feel like. I'm like horror comedy is safe bet. Dead Alive is really good. Bad Taste is really good for that. I love Jodorowsky's Holy Mountain is another favorite. I don't know. It's all over the place.
Right.
It's hard to
I live
say.
with a couple of extreme cinephiles,
Word.
so there's always movies going on in my house. I'm always
Yeah.
curious now what other people like.
Yeah. I like a lot of different. I'm not really. It's like
You
whatever
also mentioned
is right.
books. What's that genre of book you like?
I love sci-fi and fantasy. I also like true crime.
Have you ever read Mistborn?
No.
I think you'd like it. It's a
Okay.
good mix of like sci-fi and fantasy.
Nice.
Some people get superpowers by stabbing iron spikes into their eyes.
Nice. I'm about that. I probably wouldn't go that far, but I do believe in the power of like transcendent pain.
I mean,
and
that's just
self-sacrifice.
piercings, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. They're what was it? Meta Barons? I think it's Meta Barons. Jodorowsky wrote graphic novels that Moebius, the French artist, illustrated, and I think it's in Meta Barons that one of them he castrates himself more. I feel like it's for kind of the same reason, right? It's like it adds to his power and it separates him from, the whole idea of like, being a eunuch or whatever, and it separates him from his sexual desire. Yeah. Where was I going with that? I don't know. The whole idea of transcendent pain
Right.
and superpowers from pain. Yeah. There was something else I was just thinking of too. Man, I don't know. Lost it again. Yeah, I love that idea. What's it called? Mistborn?
Mistborn.
Mistborn.
It's
okay.
why am I forgetting? It's yeah,
Okay. Awesome.
yeah. Brandon Sanderson, great guy. He also did what's one where it's like all the different eras.
Mm.
Well, Mistborn has two eras currently they're working on.
Right.
The Stormlight Archive.
No, it's the one that got a TV show. It's like World or so.
I was talking about Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time.
That's Jordan Sanderson finished it.
Right.
Nice.
Same author worked on both of them at one point.
Word.
Because at one point, I don't remember if it's for Wheel of Time or Mistborn, but the original author died and left all of his notes to his son and wife to finish out.
Yeah.
Wheel of Time.
Yeah, that's Wheel
Word.
of Time.
Nice.
Both very good book series. Wheel of Time will take you forever though.
Word.
It's
That's
like
okay.
20 to 30 books.
I'm all right. All right.
Nice.
I thought it was more.
Maybe like 10 or 11. But
That's
It feels like 20.
they're big. They're like 500 pages.
Oh, dig. All right.
I remember it
Dig.
took me like half a year to get through it.
That's what's up. All right. Yeah.
Books
That's
are
cool.
a huge passion of mine. That's
Word.
what I will be
Same.
very nerdy about.
That's what's up. I love that.
was in St. Louis at one time and was just wandering around and walked into a bookshop and someone was asking one of the workers there for like book suggestions and I just slowly crept in and then kind of took over the conversation a little because I know exactly the book you
Word.
you wanna
That's
you
what's
wanna
up.
buy.
That's what's up.
It's always great.
Yeah. So I love all of that. True crime. I'm reading a book right now about it's sort of about a murder, but it's a true story, and it happened during it's like the late 60s, early 70s in Northern Ireland. Just all the political upheaval, and so there's a lot of like debate about, was this is this a crime of passion? Is this a politically motivated killing? It's kind of like a murder mystery so far. I hope it's not a mystery the whole time.
Mystery books are always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite ones that was kind of bit of mystery and spy was I Must Betray You, which is based off a story, a true story of kids in Romania who the USSR was using them to try and get information off Americans living within the USSR. And it's a really interesting story of like they were putting pressure on them, being like, "Hey, we're gonna give your grandfather medicine that he needs, but if you stop doing this, we're gonna pull it from him, and he can't live without it."
Right.
But eventually, it turns into the kids become a double agent.
Dig.
They start now feeding false information to them that leads them down
Nice.
a path. And at some point, someone found an entire box of all of the documents from that case.
Word.
And then it ended up getting turned into a book. I thought it was a very interesting book to read.
That's cool. What's it called?
I Must Betray You.
Okay. Word. Nice. I didn't expect to be getting book recommendations today.
I will
so this is
always
good.
give book
That's
recommendations.
good to know.
If you like, it's kind of a post-apocalyptic book. It's called Hell Followed With Us.
Oh, I think I've heard of that.
It's by a guy named Joseph White.
Word.
Amazing author, and it follows like future America where like all of the resources have been ravaged. Global warming hit its peak, and eventually like this very radical evangelical group comes about
Word.
and gains a mass following and says, "Hey, we're gonna kill everyone who doesn't believe what we do. Come join us for salvation or you're gone." And eventually release a plague called the Flood. And it wipes through most of America.
Word. Are
And
you
it-
sure
and-
this is fantasy?
A little bit.
Is this fiction? Feels pretty real to me right now.
Yeah, and it follows the story of this trans guy trying to escape
Okay.
the cult.
Yeah.
But it's a very gore-filled book, which I kind of like. But it takes
yeah.
its time with it, because like the flood, which is what's referred to, like just contorts your entire body, your spine grows spikes out of your back, and your limbs start to twist around. And it's got really cool descriptions
Word.
of gore.
Nice.
But the thing with the main characters, they have a version of the flood that
Okay.
takes a long time to go through them.
Word.
Most people get the flood and they're dead by the end of the day.
Yeah.
So you get to see the very slow, like, their body falling apart. There's a part in the book where their cheek just falls off and
Word.
reveals, like, rows of fangs that are going back through their jaw now. And
Yeah.
their jaw is now, like, offset.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a really
Solid.
cool book, and I bring it up because it's getting a movie soon.
Word.
One of the
what's up.
Wachowski sisters, people who did The Matrix,
Yeah. Yeah.
is directing an animated
Yeah.
version of the book. So I'm
And-
very excited to see that gore
Yeah. Yeah.
depicted for real.
Whenever you were talking about it, it sounds like it reminds me of like, it was making me think of like 70s Italian horror films, and it was just like
But-
really gory horror movies.
Yeah,
so
to
I can see
tie that back into like music though.
Yeah.
A lot of my music I write myself. I base off books.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
a lot of stuff. So I've
Yeah.
written a lot of stuff like based off that book, and like how just having a body just kind of feels like gore in itself.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
And that's
Yeah. Bodies are weird.
they are weird.
Sometimes they're really cool. Sometimes they're really scary.
I can bump my elbow and be in pain for hours, but
Yeah.
get a needle stabbed through my face and it feels good.
Yeah, totally. Oddly, speaking about like books and music or influence from books and music, I maybe used to do it more, but I Promethean actually is totally, I wrote it after reading Mary Shelley's Frankenstein for the first time. And I was like, I always loved the movie, but I mean, I've seen that movie since I was a kid, like the Universal Boris Karloff Frankenstein.
Because there's been a lot of Frankenstein
Yeah,
movies.
right, true. But I always loved that and the classic horror movies, and then I finally read the book, and I was like really kind of surprised at how much I was relating to the creature. And so that's totally what I Promethean came from, and just kind of that idea of like body horror, really, and be it like trying to take just take like ownership of your own body, which I think also has to do with like, you know, transcendent pain and piercing and things like that. All kind of like, you know, upgrading your avatar, taking control of yourself.
I wish there was a character selection screen in real life. That'd be great.
I know, right?
You get born,
Yeah.
get a character creation screen.
Yeah.
You can even choose what age you want to come out at.
Yeah.
Really don't want to deal with middle school? pop right out at 15.
Yeah, Def. I would just void, honestly, maybe all of high school.
True.
Maybe all of high school. I would void. Well, it's like certain things though, because then I think about like, well, but that's like I was doing a lot of cool stuff.
I was gonna say, like, as much as I'd want to skip high school,
Yeah.
I feel like high school has made me a lot of who I am. I did a lot of cool
Right.
stuff in high school. Middle
Yeah.
school, I woke up, went to school, came home, and played Overwatch. It was a very, very sad existence for 2
Word.
years.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah,
Um.
I did similar things, but it was guitar and not video and not video games. Guitar and Legos. I was,
Legos,
like, really
man.
into Legos for a long time.
Why they
Like,
get so expensive?
I know.
I go to Walmart and I have to like take the widest turn I can around that Lego aisle. So I go by for like a couple summers ago. They had like the Lego Fender guitar.
Oh, word.
Sitting
Yeah.
on the shelf, and every day I looked at it and I said I could purchase this.
Right.
I could in reality purchase this, but I
Yeah.
shouldn't.
Right. Yeah.
And even now that I have more adult money now, it's still scary.
Yeah, it is.
I
It
could go
is.
by and I really could say I have a budget to afford this. Now, did I want to buy new guitar equipment first?
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But this is a Lego cat.
Right. I know.
A Lego tuxedo cat I could have sitting on my desk. I can't have a real cat because my roommate's allergic. So a Lego cat sounds like a good substitute.
I like the Lego flowers. Are actually really
I
pretty.
love the flowers. I
know.
got like the bonsai tree
Oh, nice. Yeah.
for my birthday a while back, and I
Yeah.
also got like the succulents.
Oh, yeah.
They've
That's
got like
cool.
2 different sets of succulents, and those are really cool because they're real small
Yeah.
little things.
Yeah.
And you could just put them everywhere in your room.
Word.
So you just turn around a corner, there's a succulent.
Yeah.
Turn around another corner, there's another succulent right there.
Yeah. And if you had the Lego cat, you don't have to worry about the Lego cat getting into your Lego plants. Like my real cats will get into my real plants and eat plants that I don't want them to eat, and then puke up the plants that I didn't want them to eat in the first place. But if you just have a Lego cat and Lego plants, you don't have to worry about any of
Yeah.
that.
It's great.
Yeah. It's a
It
win-win.
reminded me of an episode of Phineas and Ferb
Yeah.
where Dr. Doofenshmirtz is mad that he can't grow plants, but his neighbor is really good, so he tries to give himself green thumbs, dumps himself in paint,
Nice.
but only his thumbs didn't get painted.
But
But he's constantly trying to like kill this plant, and eventually neighbor's like, dude, it's plastic. And I feel that. I don't think I could take care of a plant.
Yeah, I'm not very good at it either.
I wake up and forget to eat. How am I supposed to make sure my plant remembers to eat?
Right. I did have a garden like early on during COVID, and I think it was just like it was really cool and it was really good for my mental headspace. But
Gardening's so much fun.
yes, it really is. I think now I'm just like bad. I had so much free time. So like I wasn't filling that free time with much else, so I could devote it all to that. My partner's really good with plants. I'm not. I don't know. I'm glad some people are.
The thing with like difference between plants and pets
Yeah.
is a cat will let you know that it's hungry and you're supposed to feed it, or I want water, or I want something. Same with a dog.
Right.
A plant will just sit there and do nothing. Like, please give me some sign.
Yeah.
Like some.
As if on cue. You said,
just
"Give me some sign."
Give me some
and-
sign. I was giving a sign. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. Just give me some sign that you want it. I know if I look at you, I could tell. Oh, you're kind of wilted. But like, you could not have told me that like yesterday.
Right,
Like,
right.
sent me a
Like-
text message saying that I think I'm gonna start wilting tomorrow. Can I get some extra food and fertilizer?
I'm feeling a little wilty. I think it might happen soon. You think you can?
Yeah, just hook me up. A little bit of H2O. Give me some H2O. I'll be feeling real good real quick.
Yeah.
You know, maybe some of that sunlight, those
Aw.
photons. they taste sweet. I want more photons.
You do know I'm a plant, right? You know that's what I need.
It's always taking care of things is hard,
It is. Yeah.
but that's
in
adulting,
general.
I guess, is taking care of yourself and other things.
Yeah.
That's scary. You gotta write whole songs about adulting.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of folk punk though is kind
Is
of like the struggles of just being an adult.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I think, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of folk punk, folk music in general, I think is just a lot about like,
I mean, folk
This is
mu-
hard.
As a folk music, a lot just
Yeah.
came out of like a struggle of some kind, and
yeah.
that's why it also tends to be acoustic a lot of the time. Is they were
Mhm.
already struggling. They didn't have
Right.
access to a lot of different instruments.
Right.
So I love like cigar box guitars.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're really cool.
Yeah.
But every time I go to like a music store and I see them like pre-manufactured, it makes me a little bit sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the point of this is maybe most people don't buy cigar boxes anymore, so that might be a
Right.
harder commodity to get a
Yeah.
hold of.
True.
Well, what would be a modern day equivalent to like a cigar box? You can make a good
I
guitar out of.
know there's a guy in Memphis. I can't remember his name, but he has a store, and I think it's just called like Xanadu, and it's like vintage books. It's like indie vintage books, and then he makes, God, it's John something, but he makes guitars, and it's like sometimes there'll be like maybe an old guitar body, but he'll use like the neck will be a broom handle, or like two broom handles lashed together, and it's maybe got two strings or something like that.
That's
or
really
like,
cool.
yeah. I
Let's
can't
say
remember his name.
One of my favorite YouTubers, Rob Scallon, has a shovel.
Oh
that
yeah,
he played
yeah.
with a whole bunch.
Mm.
That was a cool thing to come out of a while. Where he had a hockey stick with a single string attached to it and a pickup,
Yeah.
referred to as the gent stick.
Nice. Yeah. I love that. I love I had this guitar that I got from a yard sale for like $5, and it was an old Harmony. Had been like a nylon string, but it legit, there was just like a huge chunk out of the front of it, and it was all cracked. And I was like,
Duct tape.
yeah, duct taped it together. I had a pickup from an old like Ibanez Electric and dropped that in the sound hole, and just ran an input jack out the back of it, and nailed it. It worked great. I took off one of the tuning, because like one of the sides of the tuning pegs was 3 on a side and it was all broken, so I took that off, so it was just like 3 strings. I put bass strings on it, glued and nailed a bunch of weird rusted found metal things to it.
Do you still have that guitar,
I
or what happened
don't.
to it?
I sold
Aw.
it. I did eventually sell it because I wasn't playing it. I would like to do more of that, though. I love that, just like making instruments out of whatever you
I
can
say that sounds like a
find.
fun trip. Go to like Goodwill or something, find
Yeah.
a whole bunch of like stuff there, and try and make a instrument out of it.
Yeah.
Would be kind of cool.
Yeah, totally. No, I love
I
that.
feel like drum kits you can make out of almost anything.
Yes, you can play drums on anything. There's just like great videos of people playing drums on anything, or like you see the people like busking and they're just playing on like a plastic bucket or something.
Yeah,
it's like
it's crazy.
Beautiful.
There's YouTube videos of a guy in a horse hat playing a single 12-gallon bucket in a
Yes.
bathroom.
Yes.
And it sounds amazing.
Yeah, totally.
Crazy.
Yeah, I love it. It's just anything. You can make music out of anything.
If
Literally.
you get one lesson from the show, you can make music out of anything.
Solid. Yeah, I approve that.
The more you know.
Message.
That's the moral of this entire show.
It
Make
is.
music. It's really cool.
True. I agree with that.
We're not making a cult of music.
No.
We're not a cult, we swear. But you should make
Not
more
at all.
music. It'd be really, really cool.
Yeah.
All right, so with our remaining time here, what do you got upcoming? Got any new music releases? Got any shows coming up? What do we got to be excited for?
I've 2 shows today.
Oh, wow.
There's a street fest going on. It's Save the Center for Empowerment and Justice. They're doing kind of I think it's like a monthly thing right now because they're a nonprofit.
Right.
They're mostly about reentry from people coming back from being incarcerated and just mutual aid in general. So there's a street fest going on. Rat Temple is playing that. It starts at 1 today. There's a bunch of bands: Hans Predator, The Enchanters, Yowler, Haze, Us. There's a more traditional Mexican band playing. It's probably stuff I'm forgetting too. They're also doing, I think they're live recording stuff from all the sets, so there might be like a benefit compilation at some point. So that's really dope. I'm playing that. Rat Temple plays at like 4 or 5, somewhere in there. I'm playing at Mike's Music tonight, doing a solo set with Bite Risk and So Samaritan. That's at 7 to 9. Let's see. Rat Temple is playing Friday the 22nd at CBGB in St. Louis. I'm playing the next night in Cape Girardeau at Spectrum Record Lounge. It's a solo set with my friend Melanie Davis, who's from Kentucky. And then Rat Temple is playing at PK's on the 24th. And that's with Sam
busy
Vega.
lineup, yeah.
Yeah. We try and stay busy. I think that's our last show this year. So Carbondale folks or not Carbondale folks who want to see us before 2025 descends upon us all, that might be your last chance, is the PK show on the 24th. And after that, I am working on a new solo record. Rat Temple just put out a record not too long ago. It's called Spirit World. It's on all of your streaming platforms. Shameless plug. I also put out a solo record called
This entire
Desire
show is a
Path.
shameless plug.
Yes, as it should be. Shameless self-promotion. No shame here. We're all prostitutes. No shame in that game.
That's a good description of the media industry.
Yeah. I think so.
I mean, you're doing a Hot Ones segment earlier. That's basically just selling your body.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Rat Temple has a bunch of new songs that are not recorded, so I'm sure we'll put out another thing at some point.
Hopefully in the future we could get you guys on, do a
That
set
would
over
be
here.
dope. We would love that.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That's another part of the show. Today's live, so it's a little bit weird, but we have bands come and perform. So, that Wo Coyote episode coming up pretty soon. Be both an
Yes.
interview segment and a live set of them playing 5 different songs. It's really cool. You should go check it out.
Yes.
Hopefully in the future we'll
Yeah.
get you guys on.
That would be dope.
That'd be great. We can
Yeah.
do a live set there. We got a lot of other bands coming up for the show eventually. It'd be really cool. What segment do we got coming up next?
We got Going Whole History with
Go-
Ryan Needham.
Going Whole History with Riley's coming up pretty soon. Check it out. There's a lot more going on in Streamathon today. Please come in, check in. We'll be here till like 8 o'clock-ish today.
That's a long time.
So it's a long time. Shorter than it used to be, but it's really cool. Thank you for coming on the show,
For
Kat.
sure.
You
Thank
were
for
amazing.
having me. Likewise.
Y'all have a great day. See ya.
Bye.
Can you hear it on your end on stream? You're up, Shane.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do I sound good?
You sound great.
Well, wonderful. Hi there, everybody. My name is Riley Justin motherfucking Bertaki Needham. Today, I'm here to talk to you about some shit. Some stupid shit. Some exceedingly dumb shit that has been rattling around my brain since I was 12. So let's kick it off, shall we? Today we're talking about the wonderful game that is Team Fortress 2. I'm assuming I'm in this cam?
Yeah.
All right, wonderful. So Team Fortress 2 is a first-person shooter from 17 years ago. It's a stupid game about 9 big guys who all like to do murder, and that's the whole plot. Well, there's also plot, but we'll get there later. Talking very low and slow. So, yeah, as you can see on my illustrious whiteboard, we have 4 big talking points to talk about today. The first one is a game changer. Not like the Dropout show, but like the real thing. The second is the economy. Because, haha, funny, we'll get to it. The third, I can't read my own handwriting. Memes. There we go. Yeah. And the fourth, why? That one's a real easy answer. But we'll get into it later. So, to begin, I'm going to keep staring into this camera. Am I good here? Do I need to stand like this?
You are perfectly impressed.
Wonderful. All right. Well, let's begin, shall we? So let's begin at the beginning. Game changer. So, question for you that no one is going to answer because I can't see chat. How long has it been since you've played a first-person shooter? And if you have, how many of them have loot boxes? How many of them have a paid system? How many of them can you give your money to get something? How many can you push a cart to move a bomb? How many can you do any number of things like rocket jumping or any kind of fun movement mechanics? These are all things that started with Team Fortress 2 or its derivatives or its progenitors, I suppose is a better word for it. So first of all, we'll start off with source engine jank. A hallmark of all Valve games, or at least semi-modern Valve games, is a thing called source spaghetti that allows games to be very stupid and very bad, but also very fun because of that. It's how we get glitches like rocket jumping and sticky jumping and all those fun things that games have now incorporated as features because they started as bugs in Team Fortress 2 because they're just fun to do, right? There's also something to be said about system knowledge and understanding that the better you get at a game, that is only helped by understanding how the system moves and behaves even more. That was not exclusively a TF2 thing, but I believe it was perfected almost 20 years ago in Team Fortress 2 because the more you know about how the game functions, the better you can play it. The reason a lot of people don't think TF2 is very balanced anymore is because Valve didn't plan for people to be playing this game for almost 20 years. They planned maybe like 5. But the servers are still up and they're still making money. So here we are. Yeah, so game changer. There's a lot of things that TF2 did first. And because of them, you could be like, oh, a predatory game, bad, not good. But they also kind of started a lot of things in modern gaming that are good and bad things. For example, the loot boxes. TF2 was the first game to offer loot boxes where you could pay money, real boy money for virtual items. We'll get into more of that later. TF2 also added like seasonal updates as a thing where every 3 to 6 months, like a season in Fortnite or Sea of Thieves, you would get an update with new cosmetics, new mechanics, new weapons, new everything, right? It would be a game changer every 3 to 6 months. This has stopped in recent years and has kind of started back up again, but this is a thing started by TF2, this kind of infrastructure of every 3 to 6 month updates, and big game-changing updates, right? Also, game modes, right? Capture the flag was always a game mode. Capture the flag is in the original Halo. That's not a TF2 thing. But stuff like payload, where you are pushing a cart, was entirely TF2 because people didn't want to. That was an innovation based on not wanting to have a player stuck as an escort role, because that sucks. There were, I think, originally going to be 10 classes in the game. One was specifically for payload, where one person on the team would be the payload cart, essentially. So, TF2 has a lot of interesting mechanics that they innovated and began that made it a very interesting game, right? Am I missing anything, Adam? What else did TF2 invent?
It is like the first like real big fun class-based shooter.
That's true. It invented fucking class-based shooters as a category of game.
At minimum in TF1.
Right, and in TF1, maybe. But TF2 is really the kind of hallmark cornerstone of that existence. And, like, class-based shooters, right? So, Valorant, Overwatch. We'll get into Overwatch later. But Overwatch, anything that when you boot it up, you have a roster of characters to select from, that's TF2, baby. That's like 1-to-1 TF2, except TF2 never added more guys. It shipped with 9, and there's still 9 almost 20 years later. It's because they're perfect for sure, I promise. So yeah, I promised we'd get a little bit more into the unboxing, more of the loot boxes. So let's hop into that. What am I at time-wise?
You are at a solid 6 minutes, almost 7.
Perfect. Okay, so TF2 economy. Now this, I'm gonna take a little seat for. Let's cozy up right here. Am I on the right camera?
Yep.
Hello. Wondrous. There's a reason that TF2 was memed as the hat-themed, combat-themed hat simulator.
Yeah.
I believe is the trade, and that is because after I believe the second year of the game existing, Team Fortress 2 added something called hats, and these hats changed the internet forever. In a very weird roundabout way. I think TF2 kind of made NFTs before NFTs were a thing. But let's not get into that. But yeah, hats are a thing in TF2. You can equip them on your character. This is also another thing, actually, skipping back a little bit, that TF2 innovated, is having character customization in first-person shooters, where you can see other players playing a specific class, and that specific class can be customized with hats and cosmetics now. The game started with 1 cosmetic slot and has kind of ended up at 3, and then an auxiliary slot for other stuff, like there's a tankard for a specific game mode. There's spell books for Halloween where you can cast stupid spells and stuff, like Preludio is one of the spells, I think. But yeah, TF2 added hats in one of the earlier updates, and I think it was just 9 hats. It was a fedora for Spy. There was a fro for the Demo Man. There was what was it? Football helmet for Heavy, baseball helmet for Scout, bunch of stuff like that, where it's very like on theme stuff. And these hats introduced loot boxes where you could get like an unlockable weapon, which there weren't many of back then, or a hat. And a little bit later, they added these things called unusuals. Now, you may ask, what makes these hats so peculiar? And it's the fact that they're purple. Specifically that the text on their in-game item is purple. Unusual effects in Team Fortress 2 are a glowy particle effect that like kind of floats around your head. Some examples are they make your head look like it's on fire all the time. Now there's so many unusual effects where it's, just particles and craziness. So, like there's one that's a storm cloud. There's one that's dawn breaking. There's one that's like a little Halloween moon that laughs at you. It's pretty ridiculous, the amount of stuff. But this really hit its stride around 2010, 2011. Where unusual hats were very rare because it's, I think, a less than 1% chance of unboxing them. But they weren't so rare that they didn't exist, right? And this created the economics 101 ass thing of, hey, there's not a lot of these. and Steam has trading. What if we could trade for these big hats? And it created a literal economy almost overnight. It was like over the span of 6 months, I think, where people realized, like, hey, we can take these hats and make them worth in-game money, because the keys that you need to open chests, right, the loot boxes, are $2.50. They're $2.50. And so certain hats suddenly became worth real monetary value. There's also a system to craft metal in the game, where if you have this was placed later, I think, after the whole keys thing. If you have specific duplicates of items, you can craft those together and then refine them into refined metal. And this is also another form of currency in the game. So there's keys, metal, and then other items, right? So if you have a valuable unusual and you want someone else's valuable unusual, you can go like, hey, I've got this hat, but your hat is fancier. What if I give you my unusual and 3 extra keys for it? So like an extra $7 or an extra 20 keys, an extra, $50, something like that. And so there was this rabid economy of people unboxing, getting through streaks of 100 crates, not getting anything, getting through streaks of 500 crates, not getting anything. And this was only helped along by the fact that these unusuals varied in quality, right? Not in actual game terms, but in terms of visuals. The lowest tier still game, where it's masked flies, which makes it look like your character's just real stinky. And he's got flies flying around his head. And then there is nuts and bolts, which is exactly what it sounds like. You just have an orbiting plane of nuts and bolts going around your head. And they're not great, right? Like, if you unbox an unusual, you're like, holy shit, let's go. And then you look at it, it's, masked flies, and you're like, oh, great. I can't wait to look like I'm very gross in the game. Especially after you spend like $400 to unbox a bunch of crates to get this hat. And so there were also effects added in those first updates where it's your head is on fire, like I mentioned before, or there's your head is on fire, but it's green, and so those are much more desirable effects. That's how we get stuff like, even if you're not a Team Fortress 2 player, you might have heard the term Burning Flames Team Captain, right? That is a hat that looks like a military hat, and it's on fire. There's like lore videos about these fucking hats. Thank you. I think there's like a solid history of these hats that I think, God, who made it? Shork maybe made a video on it, where it is like there are 5 of these Burning Flames Team Captains, and the last one that sold was $6,000. Right, and so there was an economy created around this game that made it so weirdly pervasive in internet circles, because it was already a very popular game, right? It's at its core a very fun. It was the first class-based shooter, right? Class-based shooters are very fun. You can choose a class, you can relate to them, you can love them, you can learn how to be them, and you can like go through trying your fucking ass off as like a noob to being a god in the span of a couple hundred hours, right? Of really focused work. And so the game is already rewarding in and of itself. So it had a huge, massive player base. And then you add people that are like, I can make real world money from this fuck ass game. Are you kidding me right now? And suddenly everyone's unboxing. Suddenly everyone is into economy. There are servers called trade servers in the game that are were like really started around the 2010 era. And it is like this huge thing of just going on trade servers, and there are types of TF2 players that don't play the game. They're just in it for the clout. That's all they do in the game is trade. They go into these trade servers and they're like, hey guys, I got this hat. Anyone want it? I'm not going to scam you, I promise. Right, like it is wild to, it boggles the mind how a game about a drunk Scottish man, a big Russian literature major, this game that is meant to be like haha funny, Norman Rockwell art style first-person shooter generated such a devout market around it. There are full websites that you can go and buy and sell and trade items still that are very active, that people make their living on these things, right? Of my hat's unusual, and it counts kills, so it's more valuable. And there are people that still do crazy unboxing sprees. It's usually only relegated to like, oh, I'm a big YouTuber and I'm gonna make $5,000 from this video, so spending $500 on keys ain't bad. I love gambling, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, it is a consistent. It's part of what honestly I think makes Valve not shut the game off, because they know that every update they push that adds in some new hats, they're gonna make like a cool $2 million. And also support the community that created those hats, because TF2 hasn't gotten an actual Valve-made content update in 7 years now, which is a whole nother thing. But like, yeah, it is a wild concept that this game still exists, because it pays for itself. It paid for itself in its first like 3 years of release, right? That's why they could make it free. Now it just is like Valve adds 20 new hats and suddenly they make $2 million because people are buying keys and crates and playing the game. And so part of the subsistence of TF2 is the fact that there is a dedicated market of people very invested, literally financially, into this game and making sure that it still runs and that they can still make money from it. And then Valve is also like, I could push out dog shit updates for 6 years straight and make a bunch of money. I'm Valve. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. So, yeah, that's the economy, baby, at a very base level, right? That is the underlying sentiment of the Team Fortress 2 economy. So let's hop onto this third point, memes. Part of what makes TF2 such a sticking power game is the fact that it has influenced pop culture so deeply. Either through stuff like Gmod animations or just in general having... What's up?
We zoomed in on you and then you stood back up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you know. Do you want me to sit back down? Okay. I'm spitting. Okay. Good. Golly, Miss Molly. All right. So, the memes. Team Fortress 2 is a pervasive cultural phenomenon for some reason. I think it has a lot to do with early Gmod animations. Stuff like Team Fabulous 2 or whatever the fuck that movie was. Yeah. Thank you, Adam. Adam, my fellow loser in still playing this dead game. Which is very not dead, has more active concurrent player base than most FPSs 2 years after their launch. But yeah, I mean, there isn't a corner. I think also, to be fair, to backtrack a little bit, Valve loves these, right? They took that as free advertising. All of their content is very funny about the TF2 mercs. It has some humor to it. It has some staying power, right? All the Meet the Team videos are kind of the first spawn of like, oh, there's this character and he's cocky, and each video comes with an update, and it's crazy, and it's a TF2 community thing where millions of people watch these videos and they go, oh shit, we're getting a new update today. Ooh, buddy. So like the memes, TF2 is pervasive. Even if you don't know that you've seen it, you have. And I can guarantee this because it seems like every modern video editor is a TF2 fan. You can't throw a stone on YouTube where every third video there isn't some kind of TF2 reference, even accidentally, because the music is so pervasive as like a free use meme thing, right? The Medics music, is very pervasive in like, oh, I'm a video content creator and I'm making a serious point, but it's a little silly. there are, you can see the critical hit marker, which is, I guess, a Counter-Strike thing also, but on a lot of stuff. You can see, you can hear voice clips of the Heavy or the Spy in a lot of video content just because of like cutaway gags that were established 15 years ago. TF2 has a cultural pervasivity that is almost unconditionally weird, and like you can't toss a stone on the internet and not hit a TF2 meme of some variety or something that is derived from TF2. It is so, it's been around so long that it has so much time to have content made about it and to be memed about, because Valve created a funny game, and all the people that are, now grown up and doing work played it in their childhood. So that's the humor that they grew up on, right? All the people that are in their 20s played TF2 when they were 10, 12, 13 at its heyday, and they know they spent their life watching all the videos. The what the hell is it called? It's like Tom's the Tank Engine, and it's the Scout and the Heavy in like a car, and they're doing like the hamster dance thing. The little We Like to Party. Yeah, Google We Like to Party, and it is a video I guarantee you've probably seen before if you spent more than 20 minutes on the internet. And that's derived in TF2, right? That's the Heavy and the Scout. I think a lot of this has to do with the also icon status of the game, right? Where we can get a little more into this. So I'm gonna join you in the more intimate setting down here. Hello, it's me again. I'm in this camera now. Oh, I'm gonna drink a little water. I'm gonna have me a little sipski. I haven't sipped water in like 20 minutes. TF2, at its base, is a fantastic game, right? It wouldn't have any of the level of prestige or the level of pervasivity, the level of wonderful things, and an incredible community surrounding it if it wasn't at base good, right? Because there are plenty of games that have come out that have been really funny, really memed on, and then they're gone in 3 months because memes die. That's the nature of them, right? If we look into the original definition of memetics, it's a virology term. Isn't that fun? And so having a game that is still kicking and is still influencing pop culture as much as it is today is a testament to how incredibly designed this game is. The fact that it has lasted 17 years and has a higher player count, concurrent player count, than most FPSs that are more than 3 years old is insane. The fact that you can boot up a match in 2024 and it's better than when it released, ostensibly, right? There's a lot of people who would disagree with me on that. But I played this game when it was getting frequent updates. Most of them, guess what, were bad. Or at least bad on launch. But TF2 at its core is a silly game about mercenaries in a Norman Rockwell style murdering each other in hilarious ways, right? And that's a good sell, right? That is on its own a very fun concept of just like, look at all these guys doing zany stuff, and you can have some strategy while you're pushing the cart. But TF2's gameplay is also something that I believe is wholly unparalleled in a modern game sense. Because games like Call of Duty were still coming out around TF2. TF2 was originally supposed to be a class-based military shooter. It was supposed to be realistic. It was supposed to be gritty. And they pivoted off of that art style because it wouldn't have staying power. No one would care about these characters in 3 years. Just like how, sure, people care about Call of Duty characters, but they care about the ones from the games that they grew up on. There are people who are 5 who know who Heavy TF2 is because they've seen him in a Skivvy toilet video, or I don't know if they know who he is, but they've seen him. And so, like, having this art style and the gameplay of the reason TF2 is a class-based shooter is because it needs to be. It is balanced around the fact that every class has 2 counters and 1 hard counter. It's balanced around the fact that every class has a role and a function. Now, if we're being honest, 17 years in, those roles and functions have changed a lot because people, again, have gotten so much game knowledge and so much time in this game that the limits of TF2 have kind of been broken a little bit. But, yeah, it is an insane thing to see. It's even more insane by the fact that it's the game killer. Right? I wrote on here, the game that won't die, because it won't. I genuinely believe until Valve stops making a couple million a year from it, they're not going to shut it down, because also they would lose a lot of good faith. But if we look at things like Overwatch, which was literally quite literally 1-to-1 on launch, TF2 with a couple extra characters, and like where am I? I'm here. Okay. It quite literally TF2's archetypes broken up into a couple extra characters. But it's with hot chicks and a new engine, right? That was the whole thing of Overwatch. Was what if we made TF2, but we marketed it to online degenerates, right? Or, people that maybe didn't get on the TF2 train when it was happening, but are into anime or whatever. And this is direct parallels, right? This is stuff that you can play Team Fortress 2 in Overwatch essentially by picking specific heroes. Junkrat is the demo man, like 1-to-1 almost, and still is, I think, even post Overwatch 2, which, oh boy. Who is it? Symmetra? She can do the turrets, or she did the turrets and the teleporters. Yeah, Symmetra and Torbjorn are both the engineer, right? They're broken up versions of the engineer. Tracer is the scout. That's why there was like so much content of those two fighting each other back when Overwatch came out, is because they were almost the exact same character stereotype, except TF2 actually leaned into the stereotype and made it funny. Okay. So like there is this direct comparison between these two, and that's not even naming a few, right? Like Roadhog is the heavy, Zarya is also the heavy. And something I find interesting is that TF2 has now killed Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 so bad that they had to bring back Overwatch 1. That's bonkers. They outlasted 2 game cycles so hard that they had to bring back the first one that they killed, because that's the one that made them more money, because they copied TF2 so hard. And the craziest part about all this is they did Overwatch 2 because they were just going to rip off TF2 again. The whole onus of Overwatch 2 was taking the man versus machine game mode from Team Fortress 2 and putting it in Overwatch. You know those upgrade menus where you could change your character over a campaign of games where you fight player versus environment and you win and you get money, and every round you get a little more tanky and you can do a little more damage? That's directly ripped from Team Fortress 2 once again, and they beefed it. The formula was done. It was already in practice. They could have literally just been like, what if we just didn't do it better? What if we did it the same? And it would have made them millions. But once again, TF2 persists. It's wild to me to think about how much this game has done. And it's the thing of, I've talked about all this shit, right? It's still also a game. It's still also a really good fucking game. Like, this is not This 30 minutes of stuff that I've just been rattling off is just the tertiary stuff. This is all extra. TF2 at its core is an incredible game. I've mentioned it a little bit, but like the way that the game is designed, the way the interactions are meant to be, the current set of update cycles, the way that we're actually getting new items and balance updates. Oh, very scary. It's a great time to get into TF2. If you liked Overwatch and you're very disappointed in it, download TF2. It's free, baby. Yeah, why do you think they made Overwatch free, man? It's because that's what TF2 did 10 years ago, and it worked for them. Like, I don't know how to say it other than download TF2 and play it. You'll have fun, I promise. Like, if you enjoy, even if you don't enjoy first-person shooters, if you enjoy wacky shit, if you enjoy being entertained, download TF2. I have never seen someone who does not like first-person shooters pick up a game with TF2 and not enjoy themselves, right? And that's someone who doesn't like first-person shooters, because it's just that funny. It's just that fun. It's just that intuitive to run around and die and respawn and have more fun doing that than being good at a game. Right, that at its core is what TF2 excels at, is letting you have fun at every skill level. Right, I think Lazy Purple says it in his Scout video, where he's like, there's not a class in the game I've enjoyed more than dicking around in pubs to trying my heart out and competitive than Scout, and like. That is said about every class from every different person. TF2 at its core design is also, because of the previously mentioned source spaghetti, also a very low skill floor game with an infinite skill ceiling. I mentioned earlier about game knowledge being very important in Team Fortress 2. That is a very true thing still. Of the more you know about the game, the better you are. And that's something you can't ever lose, right? So every match you play, you do get better at the game. Every match you play, you have fun because it's a stupid game that's funny. Every match you play isn't fucking ripping your hair out because, oh, my Zen didn't push the cart well enough. Oh, my Symmetra got nerfed, so now she can't do turrets good. TF2 is, to a lot of people, an old friend. It's a box of cereal that you ate when you were a kid, and maybe every once in a while you pick it up at the store when you're feeling nostalgic and you take a bite and it tastes the exact same, maybe a little different because you're a different person, but it's just so delicious. It's so easy to eat, and they're never like, guys, guess what? This time we're doing cereal too, and it's dog shit because we tried to rip off another game, but we failed. TF2 is just TF2, man. And I appreciate it being unabashedly itself, right? A thing that, like, a lot of people might complain about nowadays if a game released is the fact that TF2 leans into its characters. It leans into the fact that everyone is from a different place in the world. It leans into the fact that everyone is fucked up. It leans into the fact that everyone is funny. Oh, pardon me, the water. It leans into the fact that it is a silly game that is very good. And it doesn't try to be anything that it's not. It doesn't try to be the most high-intensity PUBG competitive-ass shooter. It doesn't try to be stupid goof bullshit game. It hits this perfect balance of being incredibly stupid and incredibly fun and incredibly skilled. And what do I at on time? Woof. Okay. I got 20 minutes left. Yeah. So I'll talk for a little longer. Let's hop over here, actually. Hello, it's me again. Download TF2. I promise you'll have fun. I promise it'll be good. It's free. It's free. It's widowy free. You'd be stupid not to download it and give it a play, especially if you have friends that play it. I'd also recommend you check out any videos on TF2 because there's still a thriving YouTube community around it, and it's very fun. Yeah. And let's talk some real shit. I've spent so much money on this fucking game. I've spent so much fucking money on this game. I don't know how to. There is no way I can justify it, other than it's an investment. Right. I have so many fucking virtual pixels. Well, that was probably a big plosive. Yeah. I have so many goddamn virtual pixels of hats that look funny and guns that do nothing other than count a kill, which I could just do with a notebook. That would be insane behavior, though. That would be really funny. But so much money in this fucking game. Download it and join me in my problem. In the immortal words of Unky Dan, download TF2 for free. But it's anything but cheap. I promise you'll have fun. My name. Is that the focus ring?
Something like that. I can't even tell. Yeah.
Yes. Am I in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No longer in focus. It's just your nose.
All right. Is that good?
Yeah. Out of focus.
Tell me when.
Closer. Keep going. Close. Keep going.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Keep going.
Yeah.
You might be too close for focus frame. Yeah. You might just have to blur it.
So, where am I at?
You're perfect.
All right, I am perfect. You're right, Sloan. Thank you. My name is Riley Justin motherfucking Bertaki Needham. And remember, sentries get kills, dispensers save lives, and teleporters win games. I love you, baby.
Turn it up, Sammy boy. This is your last chance, baby.
Without his dad is the best plumber in the world, all right? Still can't fix this guy.
drip from the top, don't slip. Drip, drip from the top, don't slip.
Thank you so much. See you later. Sweet dreams. See you next time,
We did
Chicago.
it.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. What a fucking sick 3 days. Thanks for coming to anything and everything.
Thanks for toughing it out in the rain.
Everyone go home and have a hot shower.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Sounds kinky.
Hello. Welcome to the Cult of Media Spotlight Hour. I am Sloan Quickdraw McCraw, and I am presenting our presenters for today. And starting off, we have the wonderful Professor Tyler Horn.
Hello, hello. Thank you all for having me. Really appreciate it. Yeah, like Sloan just said, my name is Tyler Horn. I am a assistant professor of practice at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, teaching audio arts courses primarily. Taught a couple introduction courses, but also sound design for film and television, audio engineering, and right now we're kind of wrapping up a radio and podcast production course. My background is actually in cinema production and audio engineering. I've worked as a news photographer and editor, and I've kind of been a lifelong musician, writer, producer of creative things. And so today, when I was asked what I would be presenting for the Cult of Media Streamathon, I had a couple different ideas, and then life made it so that I needed to phone in and go remote. And so what I sent along to the team was a series of works that I completed about 7 years ago. But what I'm hoping to do today is kind of present how this work spoke to work that was then completed about 5 years later, and how that's actually talking to the work that I'm doing right now. So what we're about to watch is a series of short videos that were all made utilizing images that I'd captured on my smartphone. And at that point, I'd been doing a lot of paper collaging, like taking old magazines and biology textbooks and cutting them up and creating these kind of surreal landscapes and just kind of following intuition with that. And I forget where the spark came from, but I had the idea to transfer that into moving image and utilizing video and using keying effects to kind of create depth and create these kind of surreal experiences in a video editing capacity. And just kind of along the way, I realized that I had voice memos on my phone consisting of recordings I'd been making in my bedroom with looped music. So what you're hearing along with the videos that you're about to see is music that was recorded in one take live, sometimes being mostly improvised in my bedroom. And it wasn't until after these projects were completed that I realized that it became about the phone. It became about utilizing the tool that was available to me. But maybe we talk a little bit more about that after we watch. So I'll hand it over to the team's hands to get that up and running. All right. So, yeah, that was a series of 3 videos utilizing video captured on the phone, collaged together using various editing techniques, and using music to kind of guide that edit. You know, I think my background as a musician, you can't really help but find some kind of rhythm in any medium that I'm working in, be it sculpture or podcasting or video. Um, and so, kind of to talk about how those were formed technically, um, limiting myself to the videos that I'd taken on my phone, um, just kind of collecting a sample, you know, either interesting textures or kind of funny or unexpected characters. Um, you know, at that point, I just kind of gotten into the habit of following my eye. And so ending up in a pet store with a giant fish tank, I thought, well, let's shoot this in slow motion and kind of get as much of this texture as possible, and not really knowing what to do with it. And leaning on the techniques that I kind of picked up in paper collage, I utilized a keying effect. So finding a patch of the video consisting of one consistent color, grabbing that, and basically what I would do in the analog world with scissors and paper, I could do digitally by grabbing and removing an entire slate of a moving image, and then scaling that in dimension. And I think, you know, technically it's kind of one way to talk about it, but I think the effect, the kind of relationship that I have with the work, stepping away from the crafting of it, there's a kind of humorous or surreal, immersive experience that happens, and it's only watching it afterwards, and especially all these years later, that I can maybe come up with some kind of rationale for what the work means. But it's really the process of the making that was most enjoyable, and sharing and kind of seeing how other people experience it. So, you know, that was one mode of working, and kind of chewing on that for some time. I got really kind of caught up in this idea of like collage, or what does it mean to collage, you know? So this idea that blending different elements or unexpected items could be considered a kind of collage. So the kind of the furniture that you collect, or the items of clothing that you decide to put together on your body, it's a kind of makeup. And what that into was a kind of awareness of environment, an awareness of objects, of sounds, of textures, of color, of smells, and leaning into this idea that I wanted to create a kind of physical collage, which turned into these kind of constructs or sculptures utilizing found materials. And so I'm going to share my screen to go over a series of work that kind of resulted some years later, but continuing to investigate this harmony, or just this relationship that can come from just combining separate elements. So can you all see that? Is that shared? Oh, no, here we go. Okay, is that shared now? All right. So yeah, this is the synopsis for some work that came, yeah, just about 5 years after those videos. It was a series of work that I titled Arcana. And, you know, Arcana is a word that was popularized, or is popularized, in the realm of tarot, as far as like the major or minor arcanas of those suits of different kinds of cards and card play. But the word has an older root, which simply means that which is hidden. And so I began to investigate the objects and the culture around me. And being from Southern Illinois, I started observing the kind of culture around me, and I started looking at the stories that were told in this place at the bottom of this state, between the Mississippi and the Ohio River, looking at local lore and history, from the early 20th century all the way back to indigenous peoples and the stories that they would tell. And what I landed on was this phenomena of a really rich, vibrant rural sports culture, and this performing arts and music culture. And here in Southern Illinois, especially in Carbondale, I think that both of those worlds are very rich. So combining elements of different families of symbolism, which is how things relate or how they're projected out into the world, I came up with a series of interactive sound sculptures, which required a person to establish a kind of relationship with an object. And by interacting with it, you actually evoke some kind of sound. And so as I scroll down here, you'll see the first of these sculptures titled Huddle Drum. And so I tried to be structurally succinct. I wanted it to be beautiful and for it to make some kind of sense inside of the symbolic languages that I'd been exploring. And I wanted to kind of combine this idea of athleticism and musicianship. And so taking objects that are kind of culturally associated with one form of performance and blending them. And again, in the way that I constructed those videos, this was a very fluid kind of instinctual process. I had a certain kind of idea of what kind of object or what kind of form or what kind of color these things would take. But I think I was actually in Rural King looking for birdseed. And when I saw these gold chains, I was like, oh, that's the thing that I didn't know I needed. And so I grabbed those chains and brought them into the sculpture, and it actually created this totally different feeling. And it was grounded and yeah, and also I think this one in particular is kind of humorous. I don't know, I'll leave that up to the audience. So I'll scroll through the next sport. Let's zoom out a little. This basketball tower with the symbol, symbols and bells and metal are kind of associated with water and winter and the color white. And I was just kind of exploring all of this language and all of these symbols and trying to bring them together into a particular structure. And this is the second of that series. And moving along, a little more crude, but I think no less very fun to kind of meet and interact with is this deconstructed upright piano that I found in a back alley, just kind of navigating my hometown and thinking about that harp and the strings of a tennis racket. And so again, these different relationships, much like those videos, kind of coming together and forming in a very unique kind of relationship that is a ton of fun to interact with. And then lastly, in this series, we have this swing dance, which is a 12-foot long branch that I found on a hike with 150 drumsticks and a Louisville slugger, all tied to this structure, and investigating this idea of material and lumber and how it can be put together and take different forms and be brought back together and establish new relationships. And so, yeah, that idea of collage and the bringing of things together, and again, following instinct and looking at object and form and sight and sound kind of coming together for a singular experience. So I'll stop the share there.
Yeah, that sounds great, Tyler. You've shared a lot of great things, and I hope that people can go out there, make some cool sounds, make some cool visuals. Yeah, and we are about out of time. Zoom will kick us from the session. So I'm going to go ahead and toss to Dustin. But thank you so much, Tyler, for still joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It was a lot of fun. Take care.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Take care. And Dustin, you're good.
All right. Can you hear me? Am I coming through? Yep. And we'll turn the monitor and everything.
Cool. Yeah.
All right.
You're good there, and you can go ahead and introduce yourself and everything. I'll get this set up.
All right, cool. Well, hello. My name is Dustin Kinney, and I am a student at SIU. My major is general studio arts, so I paint and I draw a lot. So it's kind of what I'm here to show you, some of the work that I've done for the past couple years, and I'll just walk you through and kind of explain some of them. But yeah, I hope everyone is having a good night. I know that Cult of Media is definitely has a long night ahead of them, but I'm sure you guys will be there with them along for the ride. And yeah, just let's get going, I guess. As soon as we have it all figured out here. Okay, so yeah, this piece, this is kind of like an introduction as to like what I have grown up, you know, falling in love with in terms of like why I got into art was a lot of comic book art. You know, especially, you know, Marvel, DC, those bigger companies, that I was really inspired by a lot of those artists, especially from the 90s. You know, you get guys like that started Image Comics, like Jim Lee and, you know, Todd McFarlane, Rob Liefeld, all those guys. And that was sort of the kind of motivating factor for me, was like, man, if these guys can do it, then like I could totally do it. And so, and I'd been drawing for years, since I was a kid, but it only got serious once I started to get into my like teenage years. Working with my older brother, we would, you know, sit and come up with stories, and it kind of evolved from there. And so, yeah, I always go back to my love of comics. So any other medium that I do, I'm always calling back to that. So, you know, dark black outlines, and just super powered figures. We can go to the next one. And this was a commission. It is my version of a piece that had already existed. It's sort of like my play on it. And if you want to show the next one after that, the next one will be like the original version.
Oh yeah. Give me 1 second on that one.
Yeah, you're all good. Yeah, this was a commission. It was it's Hank Lactus and Bobby Silver. That's just what I named them. I have no, like, this image is just online. I don't know who made it. I know that it's in reference to a Jack Kirby image. Jack Kirby is the king of comics, by the way. And I was just getting, you know, had my go at it, trying to replicate it. But yeah, so this one was really fun to do. Kind of interesting to see, like, you know, to depict, you know, something from King of the Hill, like in my style. So I think it was quite fun to do that. And I think you'll notice as we go on that some of these get a little more absurd. That is the beauty of being able to draw, is that sometimes you can, you know, just like let your mind run free and depict the things that, you know, people, you know, if you don't have the ability to, it's kind of hard to illustrate. Yeah, we can go into the next one. And this is like a character design. So I have a few different projects. I always have projects going on, you know, personal projects, creative process, working through that. And this is just an example of how I would illustrate a character, you know, that is in a story. Obviously, like, I haven't done a turnaround for this, but just kind of getting the idea out. And so this character specifically is a god of death. And if you don't recognize the skull, it's actually a hippo skull. They're just freaky as fuck. So that is why I use that. But yeah, this one's fun. This kind of gives you an idea of some of the, you know, the variety of things that I like to do. I like to draw other people's characters. I like to draw other people's characters in a different way in my own style, or I like to come up with my own characters. So we can go to the next one. And here's another example of character design, but also vehicle design. I don't know how the fuck this thing works. This is just for fun. In fact, it's inspired by a Mobius, and Mobius is a fantastic artist, but he has a lot of weird kind of, you know, surrealist, you know, shapes and stuff, but it's all pen and ink. And he's done comic work, but a lot of it is just beautiful illustration work. And it varies, but that was sort of the inspiration for at least the vehicle design. But this particular character stems from a story that my brother came up with, and we worked together a lot to kind of come up with ideas, and, you know, it's sort of a good collaboration. And I hope he continues to work on this and expand the idea, but if not, I really love this illustration just to have it. I think it's one of my favorites in terms of character design and vehicle design. I think it's fun. We can go on to the next one. Now this is my Saluki. This is, I am, a Saluki. I pride myself on that, and that's what this is. This is my, this is, see, you can't really say much about this because it just is, and I just hope that, you guys love this, and, everyone needs to draw a Saluki every once in a while. You can go on to the next one. And this is Garfield. You can go on to the next one.
Certainly. Yeah,
Or you can let it sit. You can let it sit for a second if you want. We can just keep it on that for just a second. You can really feel it. All right, next one. Let's get going. This is, yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear. I don't know if I have to actually like verbally explain what that means, but because art is complex. It's it can mean a lot of different things. So yeah, I just hope you guys take something from that. Be that what it will. But yeah, we can go on to the next one. This is Gun Rats. Gun Rats. Yeah. I hope you love that. All right, we can go on to the next one. This is a little guy. See, this is something that you would get in my sketchbook. I like to draw in a sketchbook. I think it's really important. I think it's really valuable in terms of like building an artistic vision and style. You can work things out. You can just create more art this way without the pressure of it being up in a museum or like worrying about anything like that or being critiqued. I think working in a sketchbook is really valuable, and sometimes and I've gone through this more recently where I make things in my sketchbook, but I end up liking them as final pieces in my sketchbook, and they would never ever become anything else but existing in the sketchbook, and I think that's valuable if you can find that sort of comfort to be able to make things in that without the pressure of it being this grand important thing that has to be finished, that it has to be perfect and polished. Try to be as free as possible, and I think that's a hard thing to do, but a sketchbook will get you there, I think. We can go to the next one. And this is another example of a sketchbook page, just kind of like free form, drawing, random creatures. I love creatures. I think that's one of my favorite things to draw is just little guys that don't make any sense, at all. There's no rhyme or reason to them. It's just kind of like, expanding on ideas that are just floating around in my head. But yeah, that one in particular was just a fun little practice, just draw a weird fish and just keep drawing him over and over again. But yeah. And here's another sketchbook drawing. I think it's just Crayola markers and Sharpies and pencil, nothing crazy. But yeah, and stuff like this is just, just for fun, just practicing shapes, not really trying to worry about it being a final thing. Yeah. We can go on to the next one. See, now this is stuff that I would be doing, that I'm doing in my classes currently at SIU. I'm taking a mixed media painting class, and this is one of the pieces that I did literally just a couple weeks ago, and I was really happy with it. I think the hardest thing about abstract art is you don't know when to start and you don't know when to stop. If I was drawing, let's say, a person, or a cube or a box or anything else, you would basically have an idea. I would stop drawing the person when it started to look like the person, and so that is where abstract art kind of breaks that, where you don't really have any idea of where to start, what you're doing. The medium can be anything, and you don't know when to stop, and you have to call the shots. It's very, when you do it right, it's very powerful. When you do it wrong, it is aggravating as hell. So, but it's definitely something I want to continue exploring in my work. But yeah, we can go to the next one. And this is my most recent piece, my most recent abstract piece. And this one was a fun experiment in terms of how I feel about art. I've been thinking a lot about AI art and how that's kind of coming into the fold in terms of, gallery shows and online art consumption. And it's just, I don't quite have a solid opinion on it yet. I think there are ways in which, AI art is fascinating, extremely fascinating, but there's also, there's a guttural sort of, uncanniness to it that I think I'm trying to grapple with still. And I feel like I call back to, like, maybe like when painters first were introduced to a camera, how terrifying that must have been. And maybe it's a similar thing. It is slightly different, but I think maybe I can relate to a lot of those feelings they might have had. And so this one's kind of talking about the process of making art. There's a sort of pain to it. It feels like you're punching nothing sometimes, and the yellow represents the creation, and then you have these sperm-like things that come out of it, and then you have the green of life, and then you have the decay and the grayness at the top there, and then all the way in the back is a fly, which would be the rebirth. And so that's sort of what this one means. It's just a life journey, but an art journey as well. And this is an example of an oil painting that I've done at SIU, just showing a variety of different styles and a variety of different techniques. But also, I think it's important to know that just because you're using a different style doesn't necessarily mean you're disregarding the things that you've learned. All the things that I've done in this painting, I've utilized them in my abstract work. It just shows up differently in a different orientation. Yeah, we can go into the next one. And this is Santa Claus and a little shit elf. And he loves his little shit elf. And I hope you love shit elves as well. In fact, this shit elf in particular is named Sarah. This is where we get into King Arthur and the hunt for the shit elves. So if we want to switch over, or I guess we can work it like this, right? Here I have a scroll. It's an artifact, a magical item. What are we working with? Are we going with this camera? All right. Hear ye, hear ye. Welcome, King Arthur and the hunt for the shit elves. The shit elves are gentle in nature, but their feces, when collected in great volume, becomes unruly and at worst, deadly. The legendary monarch, King Arthur, would find his greatest foe in these fecal fairies, but with the help of Merlin, he would devise a plan. Amidst the battle, positioned atop Cadbury Castle, King Arthur and Merlin would cast an ancient spell thought to be lost to time. Summoning the protective powers of the great winged guardians, Reginald and Jacob, all of the shit elves would be driven underground for centuries to come. After this triumphant victory, Merlin would send King Arthur out into the cosmos to study under the wing of the ancient imperator, Neil Brenus. And that is King Arthur and the hunt for the shit elves. Woo! Yes, 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 yes.
Dustin and I will be thinking about this for a very long time.
Okay.
I had to witness all this from the producer desk. It's incredible. Thank you so much.
Oh no, thank you. And you guys, I'm union, so I gotta leave like, I have to leave like right now.
Oh.
According, it's in my contract.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
I can't be here for more than
Oh, yeah,
the
we-
allotted time. So I will catch you guys later, I guess. All right. Good luck with this. I'll gather my things.
For something to think about while we transition to Maddie's segment upcoming. Dude, that's so good. Hi, Andrew.
I'm good. You should have been just the right time.
Okay. Which one are we having this segment entirely? 45.
Everything showed up good, but it wasn't too bright or nothing. Okay.
Okay, cool.
The mics are still technically on.
Good. I dumped them.
They're still gonna be. You can't.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Hello.
We would just had to kill ASO.
Me when the cloud is lifter. Let's get Maddie up here though.
That stuff, but my big tie back into agriculture with how I like to tie it into art is, yes?
You were muted. Can you start over?
How far? Oh my god.
That's my bad. I did not turn the audio back on after we switched.
Oh my god. Okay, just to do this again. My name is Maddie Hogue. I'm a senior here at SIU studying agriculture communications with minors in horticulture and ag business. So again, why am I here? Because I'm an ag major, so why would I be in comms? I find it very important to help bridge that gap of communication and understanding the agriculture industry. So then that kind of ties me back into my passion for art and creation and just innovation and great ideas. So growing up, I always did a lot of sketch art myself. So I was making giant pieces when I was involved in 4-H and throughout grade school and high school. But when I was in high school and I was involved in the FFA, I actually, my senior year, started doing floral production. So I was then taking my florals, whether it was live long stem or succulents, and making arrangements out of them. So I was selling those on the side as part of my FFA project to move higher in the organization, get my American degree. And yeah, so let's just jump right into it. Sloan, just throw something up there. Doesn't matter what, I can talk about it. But just to give a little background right now, I'm also taking a floral arrangement class here at SIU, which if you haven't taken it, you definitely should, whether you're art or any other major. It's so much fun. But yes, this first piece, these are 3 different succulent arrangements I did back in high school. So again, I started my little floral business out just by doing these succulent Christmas centerpieces. So it would be like these round, nice moss balls I would take. This was before I had any training in floral arrangements at all, so I was using moss balls and cheap tins from Dollar Tree, gluing them together and buying in succulent cuttings to then I would pin them in with little tiny metal pins and yeah, just keep them there, hope they would look good, and hopefully with the moss balls then they would root. And what makes them better than regular long stem cut flower arrangements is that since succulents can root, they will last longer and serve longer, whether on your centerpiece on your table for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. They just had longer shelf life essentially. So Sloan, do you have the tree to go next? The succulent Christmas tree. Yeah, because those go together. So my big thing with this project was doing these succulent Christmas trees. I had seen them all over Pinterest and I thought they were awesome. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. So I would do different ones based on what I was commissioned to do. So a lot of them had either colorful succulents, some would be more focused on greenery. I don't have many pictures of them, but this is the best picture I have of one of them I did where I would do patterns in them. I would put ornaments in them to make them really festive. So that was fun. But yeah, I did that back in high school, kind of took a break from doing florals until this year, my senior year of college, where I'm actually taking a floral arrangement class, which anyone at SIU, whether you're an art major or just want a fun artistic class to take floral arranging with Amy Bourne in the fall. It's the best class I've ever taken here, genuinely, because it's so much fun. Like, I get to go through my passion of agriculture and also get to be creative and put my own ideas into making these arrangements and figuring out like, okay, how can I make this myself, but also something that could fit a client's needs. Like, this has also been a good prepared skill to help prepare me where, like, if I don't necessarily find a job right away in ag communications, I could go work as a florist and do all sorts of fun stuff. So Sloan, if you want to start rolling pictures of stuff I'm doing in my florals class right now, that'd be great. It is fine. But yeah, this is what we did for our first week. So I've actually been documenting this on my Snapchat, their private story, for anyone who wants to join it. But yeah, we did a few just flowers in a vase. So simple, learning the different methods of how to tier, using a little sprigs of greenery to just figure out, okay, how can I make this more attractive, figuring out line work of, so you see like each zinnia and the comb flower, they are stacked in a certain way and it creates a line for how you want to follow. So if we just want to slowly keep going through different ones, I can talk about it. This one's pretty self-explanatory. Do a little stair stack and then it's there. And honestly, one of the big shocking parts about this class is it's more than just sticking flowers in foam in a vase. You're learning how to wrap wire, make ribbons and bows, like, and even the big things for funeral casket arrangements. A lot of mortuary science majors take this class because it's just a great way for them to also then incorporate another practice into what they want to do with their career, whether they want to be an in-house florist for their funeral home. So a lot of mortuary science majors do that. So we do arrangements from anywhere of symmetrical, asymmetrical, like this. This was our funeral arrangement we did last week. So this was a group project. Some people in the class were doing casket sprays. We decided to do an easel spray So the girls actually I was working with came up with this design, and I helped implement it and make it come to life through the nitty-gritty hard work of sticking everything in the floral foam while everything's dripping onto that paper towel. But yeah, just making sure you have your line work of, okay, is it having soft angles? Is it flowing the right way? Is it catching someone's attention? But also, like, the big thing with funeral arrangements is ensuring that there's unity and balance, which in arrangements, that's a big part of the science behind it, is what kind of image or idea are you wanting to give through florals? Because like normal artwork, you are looking for kind of meaning and hidden thoughts in it, because like I've even made arrangements before where it's like, okay, can I just make this very clear and simple of what it is, or do I want someone to think about this when I look at it? So if we want to move on to another one, this is my favorite design I've made, are asymmetrical designs. So figuring out nice straight lines and angles, but also that smoothness of following. So you have those sweet iris that give that soft texture to flow down and along with it. But the spider mum there, the disc bud, the yellow mum, catches your attention of, okay, this is a centerpiece of where I start. Now whether I'm going to choose to go up or to go down with the eucalyptus is another choice of yours. Or are you going to stair stack up with the white roses? It really depends on just where your eye catches and how it's going to go up, which is a big thing we learn in these classes, is just how do I create this sort of thing to give this impression. Which, going on, we do a lot of other fun things too. Like I've made triangular arrangements that are supposed to be our symmetrical ones, evenly spaced throughout, and reflective, very fun, and all sorts of different stuff. And this is a skill I honestly am very glad I can take with myself, because I can arrange my own flowers. I do it for fun. I've even done stuff for people's birthdays, like great friend Rachel Burke, who you'll see on here later for Cults and Crafts. I made her a lovely arrangement for her birthday, and I think, Sloan, you do have the picture of that one. It's in the really big blue vase. It's kind of like bluish green speckled. If you don't have it, that's fine.
This one? Hold on. I think I got it.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue to it. Yeah, but essentially with this arrangement, I did this myself, wasn't even guided through my class, but I took skills I had learned in the previous weeks. I used floral foam, the greatness that is Oasis, for live flowers. So essentially I went to Schnucks one day after class, got all the fresh cut flowers I needed, and I did this myself as a gift to Rachel for her birthday, but I worked with Riley to get ideas of, okay, color scheme, what would Rachel like? And it then led me through my thought process of, okay, I'm going to the store, this is what colors I'm looking for, what helps complement or contrast against these colors to make things pop, and what overall shape am I going to go for? I already had the vase, so it's like, okay, the best shape I could go for is doubling in size of the vase and making a nice round or kind of diamond shape to help get that wow factor, that thing that catches your eye and draws you in looking at different details. But overall, the goal I was going for was a lot of blue in this arrangement, which is why then you have the speckles of yellow, because it helps make it pop more, and just different shades of purple to help blend it and add deeper tones and shadowing. And if we want to move on to another one, I can talk about different elements in that too. Yeah, so these were our nice little round, I call them button arrangements, just a nice little round globe shape. A lot of daisies, carnations, liatis, and the lovely ferns. Probably my least favorite thing in floral arranging, even though they're used everywhere. I'm not a big fan of ferns, but we work with what we got in florals class because we ball on a budget. Overall, I went into this class thinking, okay, I have no formal training. I'm probably not going to do great, but apparently I'm doing a lot better than I thought I would because I just have that creative eye. And yeah, so if we want to move on to another one. Oh, we did that one. Yep. Whoops. Yeah, this is the triangular arrangements we did. I already see things wrong with how I did this one. Like, it was too rounded in the front, so it wasn't very cut edge shape, but I think the overall color scheme that I was able to work with did well. But these sort of arrangements, you want it very obvious, clearly, what your shape is on the side, sharp edges, and then again, following like those roses up in tiering. Again, just making sure the big thing with flow arrangements, and I'm probably going to repeat myself multiple times about this, is that factor of making sure you have your lines distinct for your eyes to follow, because that's the wow factor of florals, is you're always going to be drawn to either that one big flower or the clearly defined line that's coming down. So next one, please. Yeah, these were a lot of fun. So we did natural arrangements, and yes, my Snapchat is correct. It was less chaotic looking in person, but essentially the goal of this project was for us to actually go out, forage for our own supplies. So during class, we were out there in the ag lawn taking cuttings of trees, bushes, and all sorts of things. So I was using sprigs of pine. I was using dead twigs. I kind of made sure this image was, my idea was to do a landscape design. It was either you could do a landscape or a natural setting. So natural setting, like some people make sure it actually looked like how it would grow in the wild, versus me, I kind of put more design into it. So my goal is for it to look like a forest trail, like a park setting, which is why I had a few like little artificial things like benches and tumbled rock in there. But the things like moss, we all collected fresh. Excuse me. I grabbed dead sticks to mimic dead trees in a woodland environment. Then I found like even the tiniest little purple flowers to throw in there for splashes of color and to make it a little more vibrant and lifelike, because I didn't want it to look dead like fall. So yeah, this one was probably the most fun because you go in with a plan, but it changes over time with what supplies you can find. Because like I went in thinking I was gonna need all these pine cones, all these big rocks. It's like, okay, my bowl is actually a lot smaller than I thought. So here's what I'm working with. Here's what I have right in front of me to actually adjust and go through the creative process of, okay, here's what I need to do to, one, get a good grade, and two, just overall make it look good. Because if you are in that customer setting, you're commissioned to do a certain thing. Use your skills and abilities to have that creative eye to make the overall end product. So not just you like it, but to make sure your customer obviously likes it. Yes, these were probably the biggest pain in the ass to make. So we did corsages and boutonnieres. Fun fact, Maddie hates making bows. It's just, I'm very bad at it, never been good at it, will never be good at it. But overall, I thought this turned out very well with the color scheme, just the dash of purple, a few different leaves. Every flower in this arrangement is wired and wrapped in floral tape. And when I tell you, your fingers will hurt a lot after you do floral tape, it hurts. But overall, it's a great and very simple thing to do, very quick to make. It's just the longest thing, that process is taking that wire, making sure you're using the correct method depending on the size of the calyx of the flower, and making sure everything's sturdy. I mean, there's great pros to wiring your flowers because they are more sturdy, more reliable. You can bend them in any which way and it's not going to hurt them. But it overall sucks. It hurts to wrap wire around stems for hours on end. Yes, this was, again, one of my favorites. I'm not personally a big fan of baby's breath, the white flowers there, but this was our 12 flowers in a vase. So traditionally it's 12 roses to a vase, but again, balling on a budget, we use nice big full carnations. I thought this was going to be one of the arrangements I would do the worst in, because the great thing about floral foam is you can kind of just stick things wherever and you can get the height you need, versus 12 stems in a vase. They're all loosely in there, so you're fighting the floral tape that's across the top of your vase when you do your checkerboard pattern. And The hardest thing is then making sure you're getting the correct height if you're wanting a one-side view or if you're wanting a whole 360 view of this vase. And it just really can be difficult because, again, you don't have the floral foam to add that support. So you could have this nice flower you have sticking up high in the back if you're doing one-sided view, but then as soon as you stick in your leather leaf or certain baby's breath, it's going to fall down. So it's overall very tricky, but it turned out a lot better than I thought it would. And I really like the color scheme with the pink carnations and then the baby's breath. The leather leaf is just there. Again, I'm not a fan of leather leaf, but it's what I work with. Yes, these were very fun and creative to make. So we did this a few weeks ago. These are handheld bouquets. So you can't see it, but behind the arrangement is actually a handheld piece of plastic that has floral foam built into it. So you can stick in your flowers and it'll last longer because it's holding in water. So you can refrigerate these to make them last. But essentially everything in this arrangement, it was anywhere from leather leaf, wax flower, white mums, and the feedback I got from my classmates was that they really liked that it kind of gave a little Target look, because from the uneven amounts of white mums that I used, the wax flower filled in to give kind of this illusion that it looked like a Target. But overall, it was a good color and splash for the overall idea of giving for not a bridal bouquet, but similar, good enough for prom or homecoming. But it's always made me want to try and do one of those really long cascading bouquets. And so that's my next challenge of I want to try and do one of those. So what do you got next for me, Sloan?
Mostly got this one.
Yep, so that's back in the day, making my succulent arrangements. And Sloan, if you can next, you should have the pumpkin one still, but yeah, this was my whole process. My mom would take pictures of me while I was doing this to document for my FFA projects. But yeah, I had this big metal stick because I didn't know what greatness floral foam was at the time. And I would just be sitting there. These would take me like 6 hours to do. And I would be stabbing the smallest ball to put holes in for my succulents, and with what little stem they had, and then pinning them in with little metal pieces and doing my best and damnness to make sure they weren't visible. But yeah, so if you can bring up the pumpkin one, that's probably the last one. And it's honestly my favorite. Awesome. Yes. So I had to do this arrangement along with another one in the same day, but those aren't ready to go yet. We did succulent gardens also that day. But this is our pumpkin arrangements, pumpkins donated from the University Farm. Shout out to Dr. Walters, great man, doing his pumpkin research. But yeah, we went for fall themes, so I have that nice, really big maroon daisy mum in there, which really draws your eyes because it's the nice big centerpiece. There's only one in there, and it kind of helps then give that start of, okay, I'm gonna follow the pumpkin up the arrangement and kind of see where it's going. So you'll see little bits of wax flower, a little bit of, there's a tail of celosia in there so it falls over, especially the hypericum berries. They add kind of a little waterfall effect and give a little space and gap to show there's depth in there. And the sunflowers and the really pretty colored mums in there kind of help add that nice splash of yellow and give fall tones, along with the leather leaf. And just, I mean, you throw in some leaves, just regular fall foliage, and instantly fall theme. It's great. But yeah, really love floral arranging. It's one of my big things of bridging art and agriculture. And the most rewarding thing, I think, is when you grow your own flowers and cut them, because like I've made arrangements myself for my mom, and that's what I do. It's more rewarding, I feel like, when you can go out in your own field in the morning, pick your flowers, and then come arrange them the rest of the day. It's so fun. Don't have any social media to plug for this, but if you ever need me for floral arranging, just hit me up. I'm good.
Awesome. Yeah, we can swap out.
Cool.
interface on OBS shouldn't be also controlled by the preview. I get why it is for a weird reason, but it's not great the way it is. Because if you're working in the same scene, it should be able to update automatically instead of cutting through. Or at least there should be an option to. That'd be great. But hi, what time is it now? 56. Okay. Well, we're about closer on schedule now. Hi, my name is Sloan Quickdraw Jessamine McCraw. Sorry for the technical difficulties. This is my third year at SIU. I am the current executive director of Cult of Media. And I've been doing Cult of Media since my freshman year, the first year that it was like an RSO. And I pride myself on the stuff I do with Cult of Media. A lot of my work lately has just been directed at it, so I haven't made much solo works. But I have 2 pieces today to share that are entirely my own solo work. And yeah, these 2 pieces are based on my own personal interests. The first one that I have is in an analog stylized format. And I can explain a bit more how I edit it after. But also it is representation of a pretty rough time I was going through about a year ago. And it was just a focusing of the energy at the time into a project. And I turned it in for a class, but I'm still very proud of it. And it was something that I put a lot of effort into. And something that I did solo. I just went out and shot some things, but you'll see. So I have that piece, which is a bit more serious. And then I also have my favorite shitpost I've ever made, which is called Eagle. It is a shitpost using footage from the short film, best movie of all time, Eagles Are Turning People into Horses, the movie. And yeah, you need to go watch Eagles Are Turning People into Horses, the movie, by Britannic. It's 15 minutes. It's on YouTube. Go look it up. It's free. But since we're here, you can watch Eagle first. There's a little spoiler, but it's a short film. So, and Eagles Are Turning People into Horses holds the test of time. It's been out for 12 years, and I consistently watch it at least like once every 2 weeks because it's easy to watch. So I think we can go ahead and transition into my first piece. This is one that I made a year ago. It's the analog style format. And I ended up titling it Things Are Going Fine. You have to unmark the group, I believe. Want me to take a spin at it? Okay, I think it's going. I'll check it later. Also, if you want to turn off studio mode for this, it's kind of annoying. I'm a student right now, working. I found this camera in an old box my mom left me, and it's not great, but take what I can get. I think things have been going pretty fine lately. I have a job I like. I have a really nice partner, so that's great. That's great. I have a bed to sleep on. Yeah, fine. Things are going fine. I'm gonna go for a walk. Things are going fine. Cue me up. Hello. My mic on? Yeah. Okay. Hello. So, yeah, that was my piece called Things Are Going Fine. It is analog styled, but my favorite thing to talk about it is that I actually just shot it in 1080p on my DSLR. So I didn't use any VHS formatting or anything. It was all done in post. I think I still have the 1080p file somewhere. But yeah, it was just interesting to be able to edit an effect like that. So now I can generally paste that effect wherever I want because it's saved to my Premiere. And it's an effect that I encourage people to go out to do. I think it's just good for doing stylized analog stuff without having to like spend so much money on buying the format pieces because they are not reusable entirely. Because you will deal with degradation, and then also there's a learning curve to learning how to use film and tape and everything. And further from that, you have some more range in what you can do with effects. But also there is a merit to shooting on analog on its own. So if you're running for an effect that is preferable for analog, or you should want to be really true to the nature of it and have that experience, then that is entirely fair. From my experience, I really like effects editing, and that was the heart of why I styled it that way. I'm also a big analog horror fan, and I wanted to draw on some like isolated elements from analog horror that I really enjoy, and it was a very just reflection of my headspace at the time, because I was just not doing that well, and that's always the idea of, if someone asks you like, "Hey, how are you?" in passing, you're not gonna say you're doing like shit. You're gonna say, "I'm fine," you know. But to not to get too deep, because the next thing I'm showing is really stupid. But yeah, just as the last thing to say about things are going fine, that video just has a lot of my heart in it, and a lot of the elements were really just pushed together to give an uneasy effect, as well as this deeper, like, heartache effect. Further from that, though, my next piece is titled Eagle. It is far stupider, and it's a project that I want to revisit. And like I said, it's based off of the movie, using all of its footage from Eagles Turning People into Horses, the movie. Go watch that as well. But here is Eagle.
You're so funny, Lyle.
Thank you.
I'm so glad we're moving in together.
I am also glad. What? Oh. Just.
My God! They found me!
Lyle, what's happening?
They found me!
You're so funny, Lyle.
My name isn't Lyle. It's Rutger Haversham. Lieutenant Rutger Haversham. I work for the COA.
The CIA.
Fuck off! Lieutenant Rutger Haversham.
Yes,
If only there were enough time. Because I just explained all of that.
What are you wearing?
It's a horse. How we doing, Frank? The signal's all over the place. Lieutenant, we need more time. We don't have time. They're coming out of the woodwork.
Lyle, what is this? Some kind of joke?
Oh, it's a joke, all right, but I'm afraid it isn't ha-ha funny.
What's going on?
They found me. All right. I suppose I owe you an explanation. This was my horse. There's a terrible reason you haven't met them yet.
Behold!
Is that?
Yes. Wow. Beautiful in appearance, yes. But immediately I sensed its grotesque nature and what was to follow. My mother, my younger mother. Now they're Mustangs, Shetland Mustangs, and I know who's responsible.
Who is responsible?
Eagles. Eagles eat Mustang. Horses eat eagles. Horses eat horses. Eagles.
That's not true.
Oh, really? Then explain this.
What are you saying?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Hannah?
Yeah, so Eagle is a piece, and I don't have much time to talk, but I am incredibly proud of just the way Eagle is, and it's so stupid, and it's just what the world needs at all times. And yeah, it's based off of Eagles Are Turning People into Horses, the movie, based off of it's using entirely clips from it, from like the first 5 minutes or so of the film. And yeah, it's just memes. It's just memes entirely through, like interspliced with different clips of the film. My favorite little tidbit section of it is the part where, what's the guy's name? Frank? Yeah, the guy in the closet. Yeah, Frank. Where Frank, he's just saying, "God damn it," and I data mosh the hell out of him. And he's just like, it's all sliding off, and the audio is repeating. I think it's one of my best data moshes I've done. Because that scene is so vibrant. You get all these colors, and they all just mash downward. Data moshing is not really a science. It is a thing that happens when you convert a video file through different formats until the frame, like different formats, then you repeat the frames of a specific type, and then as you repeat them, those frames slide. And this is my rudimentary understanding of it. I don't know the full details of it, but yeah, data moshing is super fun. There are tutorials everywhere. Go do it. A big trend for a while were these videos where like someone would like reach their hand out and touch something, and then as they touched it, like their arm would move and it would be into a different area. That's data moshing in a different format. I like to go in and repeat the audio after as well because it gives that weird glitch effect. Yeah, and there's 2 FNAF memes in there. I like FNAF, so I just had to put it in. And a lot of the work I do in editing is masking. So the closet door, and you see Fredbear in there, and he's just doing his little jig. That's just entirely masked out. So the door will open and he'll be there, and it'll close back, and it'll go back to Frank. Yeah, so generally these are my 2 pieces. The first one was Things Are Going Fine, and the second one was Eagle. Things Are Going Fine is the very serious, more analog one, and Eagle is the stupid shitpost that I made. Both of these, shameless plug, are found on my YouTube. That's Sloan Not Sloan. Sloan like my name, S-L-O-A-N-E, and then not, and then Sloan like the adjective, S-L-O-W-N. Yeah, feel free to peep it out. And my name is Sloan Quickdraw Jessamy McCraw, Executive Director of Cult of Media. And stick around for the next segment where Dolly will be going over Days of Our Lives. See ya.
Get this young man over here. He's going to say a few words. What's up, Doc? Say your name. Seb. Seb. Give it up for Seb. Seb the ledge. All right, what are you going to say? Nuclear Nice one, G. Oh, it's a wet mic now. Sweet baby Zeb.
You're up. Right, hold on, wait. Let me double check audio's in. Audio's in, you're good.
Fantastic. Greetings to all who wish to be greeted. I am Dahlia Dahl, and like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. Those words were originally spoken by Socrates, but they didn't really mean anything until November 8th, 1965, when MacDonald Carey spoke them for the soap opera Days of Our Lives. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. See, I'm going to spend 2 hours and 15 minutes talking about the soap opera Days of Our Lives, but I can't do that without giving a little bit of context, because what if you, the viewer, doesn't know what Days of Our Lives is? This also helps me pad out a little, so let's get right into it. Days of Our Lives is a soap opera, and if you've heard that term but have always been curious about what it is, I'm about to tell you. During the days of radio, this is before television, before World War II even, people who listened to the radio during the workday were housewives, typically. So radio companies devised a way in order to optimize storytelling for advertising. And what are you going to advertise to a housewife other than soap? So they created these incredibly melodramatic pieces that keep you guessing and twisting and turning until the next commercial break. And you've got to sit through the commercial break if you want to know what happens next. And hey, now that you're sitting through the commercial break, why don't you buy the product? That's where that comes from. That's why they're called soap operas. They were melodramatic like opera, and they sold you soap. Days of Our Lives is no different. The modern soap opera is really no different from this. It's still incredibly over-the-top and dramatic, keeping you guessing until the end of the episode, and then even then, they'll still leave you on a cliffhanger. This is why I don't like Friday episodes of Days of Our Lives, because they're always a big cliffhanger, and I have to wait 2 whole days before I get that paid off on Monday. You might also be wondering, what does that mean? Because most television shows air once a week, but not Days of Our Lives. Days of Our Lives airs 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, every workday since 1965. That is insane. I once wanted to figure out how much production or pre-production has to go into that in order to fulfill that quota, and it's insane. The episodes are written 8 months in advance, and they're shot 6 months in advance, and apparently they shoot 8 episodes a day. If you need a metric for how insane that is, when California wasn't letting anyone make movies or TV shows during the height of the pandemic in 2020, Days of Our Lives still had new episodes coming out, and they never ran out of them by the time California had lifted the restrictions. That was months. They had months. It's crazy to me. But I love Days of Our Lives so much. I got into it, actually, around 2020. See, my mom had been watching it for quite a long time because her folks watched it, and so she started watching it. It's actually one reason why, as a child, she didn't want to go to the hospital, because people die there, because that's what happened on Days of Our Lives back then in the early to late 70s. I just realized that's the entire 70s, but, you know, during the 70s. And so she watched for a while. She went to college in the 80s, and her friends still tried to watch it. She watched into the 90s, but then they kind of jumped the shark when the devil possessed someone, but we'll get into that later. So she stopped watching for a while, and around the 2010s, she got back into Days of Our Lives. Now that she doesn't have a whole lot to do with taking care of babies, she's now finally able to, you know, get back in and tune in for 5 days a week. And I have this really great story. See, Days of Our Lives, you know, they're not like woke propaganda, but they're a fairly progressive show. For the longest time, there were no queer characters, but in the 2000s, they introduced the gay couple Will and Sonny. Will Horton and Sonny Kyriakis. And I love these two characters so much. They're great. They have such a great relationship with each other. It's fun. They're a great couple. They're not currently on the show as of when this stream is happening. But they come in from time to time, and when they come in, it's great. Love Will and Sunny. Anyway, so in 2013, I want to say, my dad walks in when my mom is watching the show, and she sees Will and Sunny kiss. And at this time, this is not something that my dad would be used to seeing on TV. So he goes, "Whoa, what are you watching?" And my mom says, "Days of Our Lives." And he says, "Huh, more like Gays of Our Lives." I made and I forgot about that story for a while, and so as a bit, every time the show came on, and every time they would do the intro saying, like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives, I would say, more like Gays of Our Lives. And I just completely forgot that my dad had said that so long earlier. But it's great. And don't worry, there are more Gays of Our Lives, but we'll get into them later. So, Days of Our Lives, great, absolutely great soap opera. So much happens on that show. The typical format of an episode is they'll have 4 or 5 storylines going on at once that don't necessarily connect to each other, at least not directly. They're just kind of all happening. So we'll spend a minute on one, then we'll cut to the next, and the next, and the next, and the next, and then commercial break time. And it's so weird. See, I watched a deleted scene, something that they decided not to include in an episode, and without the music, it is incredibly awkward to watch because characters will talk to each other, they'll have a conversation, you'll get that classic shot reverse shot, but when you have that part of the scene going into the commercial, they just stop talking for like 15 seconds. That's how long they shoot it for, and then they edit that. And so it's just like, well, what do you mean? Where could he be? And we cut to the next person, and they're just like, right? That was awkward. Don't adjust your computer screens. That's just how Days of Our Lives is without music. It was so bizarre, and it was the first time that I really thought about how acting on a soap opera like Days of Our Lives must be, because look, I love acting. I love Days of Our Lives. I don't know that I could do that. I don't know that shooting 8 episodes a day, I could just stand there and act like I'm about to say something so many times in a day. I mean, and they do that for every scene because when they're shooting, they don't know where that story's going to go in the edit. And it's so fascinating because a lot of the time the storylines, they don't intermingle with each other. But there's this really notable time that happened, I want to say a couple months ago. So Sarah Horton and Xander Cook got married. And it was great, they've done that before. They've had a bunch of weddings before, but then Xander always does a crime, and Sarah's like, "I can't love you," and it's this whole thing. But it's great. I love them both. Xander's really reformed himself, and they were going to go on their honeymoon. However, they weren't sure where exactly to go, but because Sarah Horton is a Horton, she asked, she was offered by her own mother, "Hey, why don't you go to our little cabin that we have just out of town?" I was like, "Oh, that's great, yeah." But see, her mother couldn't find the key. And that was because of a completely different storyline, entirely unrelated, that wound up with the key being stolen in order for a copy to be made. But that's not even what I'm talking about. See, also in this episode are Brady Black and Fiona Cook, who is Xander's mother. And at this point, he doesn't know that they're hanging out together. Both of them are recovering alcoholics, and Brady has unfortunately slipped because of things going on in his life. And they were both drinking at the small bar. That's the name, not me describing the size of the bar. They were both drinking at small bar, and Brady was just absolutely sloshed, completely blacked out. Brady blacked out, if you will. And she decided that, being far less drunk than him, oh, well, I'll just drive him home. Not a great idea. Sarah, meanwhile, is texting with her mother, being like, hey, did you find the key? And she says no. And she says, okay, well, I'm going to go back to the house and help her find the key so that we can get on the ferry to go to this cabin. And she steps out of set and then gets struck by Fiona driving Brady's car. And this is one of not many times that stories actually coincide with each other within an episode, but it's so fascinating to me as a means of storytelling to have these stories that aren't totally connected, but they are connected because everything is happening within this town. Everyone knows each other. All secrets come out eventually. It's fascinating. I find it fascinating. It's one of the reasons why I'm still hooked on Days of Our Lives. It's really great because if you're not liking one storyline, you don't have to spend a lot of time with it. Although sometimes they do have a pretty boring storyline in an episode. Like if there are 5 storylines and 4 of them are really interesting, one of them is going to be like marital troubles or something like that. Something that just, it's not really grabbing your attention. You're like, I just wish we could get to these people who are trapped in this room. But it's the kind of thing that it keeps you wanting more. And I think that that's a good thing. I think it's great that these stories are being written and that you get invested in the characters and that you want more. You want to see these characters succeed. You want to see the bad guys fail. It's great. I love Days of Our Lives so much. I should probably mention we aren't sponsored by Peacock or by Days of Our Lives. We aren't sponsored. I'm just hyper fixated on Days of Our Lives. Excuse me. I've just hyper fixated on Days of Our Lives. So I know so much. Like I've said, I've been watching it for the past few years, since about the pandemic. And it's a very interesting show. I love it so much. And there are so many things that happen with it. But it's such a slow show. Okay, remember how I said a few months ago that Fiona hit Sarah with Brady's car? Well, Fiona has only recently been found out as the culprit. For a while, nobody knew who it was. Not even Brady knew, because he was passed out in the car. But then, additionally, Fiona, realizing that she had just struck her daughter-in-law, was like, oh, shoot. And she got out and she tried, seeing if she was okay, but then she heard her son coming around the corner, and so she pulled away. She left, so it was a hit and run. And when she parked Brady's car, she put him in the driver's seat, leading him to believe that he had driven home that night. And not only that, but she directly lied to him too, saying, hey, I tried telling you, but you wouldn't listen. I got a cab. I went home. You insisted you were fine, so... And she deceived everyone, including Brady, for months. For months! Brady thought that he was the one who had ran over Sarah and that he had left. And he and Sarah are quite close. They're quite close. They're good friends. So it really hurt their relationship, especially because following this crash, Sarah was paralyzed from the waist down. She was in a wheelchair. Now, it's important to note, at least to me, that the actress Lindsay Godfrey, who plays Sarah, is not actually paralyzed. This isn't something that they had to write in or something. And that's probably for the best, because they're also writing a storyline in which a mad scientist created a thing that's going to cure her, but the person who owns the rights to that is being really greedy and a terrible person. But, we'll get into that later. You could do a drinking game with this. Take a drink every time I mention something crazy and then say we'll get into that later. Don't do that if you're not drinking age. Anyway, so for the longest time, Fiona just wasn't caught. She wasn't paying for her actions. It was terrible. Brady felt terrible. He tried turning himself in, but there wasn't enough evidence to support his confession, especially because his own sister, Kristen DeMera, had she stole his car. She stole his car and she had it crushed into a little cube. That's right. She destroyed evidence. Sorry, not his sister. His ex. His ex. Now you might be wondering, why did she do that? Well, because they are the parents to a little girl, and I love her, and I think she's great, and so does Kristen. And Kristen is kind of obsessed with Brady. She's kind of always trying to get back with him and holding out hope that she will get back with him and they'll all be a family together. Brady is not very interested in that, but she still didn't want her little girl to see her father go away for 10 years. And even though she fully believed that Brady had done it, she was still like, no, this shouldn't happen. So she destroyed the evidence. So all of this stuff had happened, but there was security footage that placed it as Brady's car, and eventually he was able to be arrested because he was presumed by everyone, including himself. But then Sarah finally remembered who it was that night who got her, and it was Fiona. And that's why she could never remember that it was Brady, because it wasn't Brady. He may have been in the car, but he wasn't in the driver's seat. So her memory was blocked from that night, and she couldn't remember that it was Brady. And the only reason that she said it was Brady, and that was what got him arrested. She said it was Brady. And she said it was him, that she had remembered that it was him, because her husband, Xander, was going to kill Brady. And she didn't want that to happen. But she couldn't say, my husband is going to go kill this guy, because then her husband would get arrested, and she didn't want that. So she felt that the best way to keep everyone safe, and because everyone believed that it was Brady, she felt that the best way to rectify all that was to just say, oh, I remember that it's Brady. But it was a lie. Fiona even overheard her tell Xander that it was a lie. So Fiona knew, okay, well, and obviously she knew that Sarah couldn't have remembered Brady in the driver's seat because she was in the driver's seat. But finally, Sarah does remember. And Sarah remembers that Fiona was driving that car because one of her friends, Eric Brady, who... Some of the names in this show feel like they get reused. Brady Black, Eric Brady. There's a whole family of Bradys in Days of Our Lives for whom Brady Black is named after. That's why their names are like that. But it's a little confusing when you're talking about it to a live stream of a bunch of people. Anyway, so Eric Brady, he thinks something fishy's going on. He doesn't think that Sarah actually suddenly remembered. And he also doesn't fully think that Brady did it. And this is kind of brought on by their father, John Black, or by Brady's father, John Black, who himself is kind of an investigator. His actor, Drake Hodgson, I believe that's how it's pronounced. His actor, Drake Hodgson, unfortunately passed away, and it was from cancer. And apparently, that must have gone pretty quickly, because when he had passed away, it was announced that he had already shot his final scene. And it wasn't anything really special. It wasn't like they had planned for it. So he must have progressed pretty quickly. But the writers had already written things for his character to do, so they passed it on to Eric, who would also have a stake in seeing Brady brought to justice. And that's what they did. Rest in peace, Drake Hodgson. He's not the only actor to pass away while on Days of Our Lives, but we'll get into that later. So Eric Brady is investigating this entire thing. He's thinking something's not right. He talks to one of the workers at Small Bar, And he says, hey, did you see this man with this woman on, the night of the crash? He said, yes. And he said that they were both drinking. And it was this whole thing. And Brady figures out, okay, they left together, which means it's very possible that Fiona was driving the car. And he tells this to Brady, and Brady remembers. He finally remembers, oh yeah, Fiona was driving. He had this flash of memory. He finally remembers. And at the same time, Eric has gone to see Sarah, and he's talking to her about it. He says, did you cover for your mother-in-law? And she says, no. But Eric knows that, well, yeah, she didn't cover for her mother-in-law. She is covering for someone, because they all know that Xander was found standing over Brady's bed about to kill him. He had this whole elaborate plan. So he knew that Sarah was not covering for Fiona, but perhaps for Xander. So that wouldn't have happened. He figured that out. And he put the idea in Sarah's head, hey, maybe Brady wasn't the driver. And eventually, she puts together, oh, right, it was Fiona. She got this flash of memory. And Fiona comes in. And Sarah confronts Fiona about it. She says, no, it was you, and you've lied all this time. How could you? How could you do this to me? This feeling of betrayal and tension is rising. It's building up and building up. And Fiona, after trying to gaslight Sarah into thinking, oh, Eric's just trying to get Brady off the hook. Oh, there's nothing that you can... this isn't real. This isn't happening. I didn't do it. She tries and she fails, and she says, well, I can't lose my son. If he knows that I did this, then it's going to be over. I'm going to lose him again. And Fiona is a character who hadn't been on ever, as far as I know. And she had only recently come back after being estranged from her son, Xander, for decades. So there was a lot riding on her being there, being with Xander. There's so much riding on it. And so she was highly motivated to make sure that the truth didn't get out. And the way that she was going to do it was by pushing Sarah down the stairs. She was going to kill Sarah, which is so insane and completely irredeemable, especially at this point. You could maybe give her a Steven Universe redemption for the hit and run. But after all the lying and trying to kill her, and the only thing that stops her is Xander. Xander stops her from pouring this woman out of her wheelchair down the stairs. It's insane. So she gets arrested, and she's with Brady at the police station, and the DA, E.J. DiMera, just an asshole of a man. He sucks. I don't like him. I've never liked him. He's done maybe one or two nice things for someone that he, didn't have to, or wouldn't have had any emotional obligation to do that for in the years that I've been watching this show. I hate him so much. I am not a stan of E.J. DiMera. And unfortunately, he's the district attorney in the town now. And he really shouldn't be, because the only cases that he gets, at least that are in the show, are with people that he doesn't like and has some sort of agenda against. And Brady Black is one of them. So he's like, I'm going to make sure that Brady Black is behind bars forever. And it's not great. It's not great, chat. It's not a great time. Because he says, well, I can actually hold both Fiona and Brady. And I don't know why he really wanted to do that. You see, he was going off of Sarah's original statement of having remembered that she saw Brady. But then she also remembered that she saw Fiona, and he was like, well, I'm not sure which version of the truth to believe. He's also British, by the way, which adds to his pompousness. He does speak with that rich British accent. And also, by the way, he is rich. He is absolutely rich. There are so many rich characters in this show. It's horrible. But he is rich, and he is a pompous asshole about it. And I don't think anybody in the show actually likes him. I think his son likes him. And yeah, that's it. Just his son. And that's fair. That's cool, I guess. Good for him. But like, you have one person in your entire life who likes you, and it's just your kid. Like, come on. Get real. What's up? What's up with that, EJ? Get your shit together. But anyway, EJ eventually realizes, okay, well, I can't hold both of them. I'm just going to let Brady go because Fiona's clearly the real culprit. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of strong evidence against Fiona either, and so she gets released, and she's also very snobby about it. And I don't like it. I don't like that happened. I feel like they could have just, tied that with a bow and, locked her up and thrown away the key, and that would have been it. That would have been great. I would have loved that. But Days of Our Lives sometimes doesn't do things that I love. And I really wish that they did. I really wish that they would have. But whatever, okay? It's all water under the bridge. Right? There are other storylines that I can talk about, okay? Other very interesting things, because there are so many things that happen in Days of Our Lives. There's so many other much more dramatic, much higher stakes things that happen in this show. It's one reason that I love it so much, watching all of these characters go through their trials and tribulations. So many things that happen. So many people fighting for each other just because they love each other. It's great. So many characters have done that. So many people. It's great. The aforementioned John Black, played by the late Drake Hoggeston, he was great at this. His character was great at this. And he, as a character, was so filled with love. When his character's wife, Dr. Marlena Evans, she had been on the show for so long, played by Deidre Hall. She'd been on the show for so long. She had done 5,000 episodes. And this was coming up. I saw it on the Days of Our Lives Instagram. They were celebrating. A lot of people were congratulating Deidre Hall on her 5,000th episode. It was great. And throughout this entire episode, her husband is talking to her about how many patients she's treated. And since the 70s, he did some math, and the writers found some BS for it to be 5,000. And if you were practicing since the 70s, you would probably have a little more than 5,000 clients, but no, exactly 5,000. And he's talking this entire time, and her character, Dr. Marlena Evans, just Marlena, she's like, there's no way that it's been 5,000. It doesn't even matter. And they're talking about it, and then, it's this whole thing. And eventually, at the end of the episode, him trying to celebrate it eventually wears her down, and she's like, okay. Yes, it's my 5,000th patient. Great job, John. And it's great. And they have this great little thing. And then at the very end of the episode, there was text at the bottom of the screen that said, congratulations to Deidre Hall on her 5,000th episode. And it was great. Days of Our Lives loves doing things like that. They like doing things for their anniversary, too. One year, there was a birthday cake, and, nobody knew whose it was. And then at the end of the episode, they revealed what it said, and it was, happy 50-something anniversary of Days of Our Lives. That was cute. There was one time in which they were actually recounting the first episode of Days of Our Lives, which, as far as I know, I haven't been able to find it, but I guess NBC has something in their archives, because they flashed back to the first episode. And what happened in this first episode, the first thing that we ever see, Julie Williams, this 16-year-old girl, tried shoplifting a dress from, I want to say, Saxton's is the name of the department store. She tried shoplifting something, and she had them call her parents, but it was actually her grandparents, Tom and Alice Horton, who are, to this day, very well respected, even after they've both passed away. They're both very well respected by everyone in the town. Even the town square was named after and dedicated to them. It's called the Horton Town Square for a reason. And Tom and Alice were such great characters. I, unfortunately, have not been watching early enough in order to really understand and appreciate all of the references to them. But it's still great. And Julie has them call her parents because they're so well respected. And her husband, Doug, right, that's his name. I wanted to make sure I was getting the character's name and not the the actor's name, because I know both. Her husband, Doug, is talking about, and they're, you know, reminiscing on the lives of the Horton family, and he gets her a cake to celebrate something. It's an anniversary. Well, what anniversary of what? Your life of crime. And I know that that's, I realize that they did that because that's important to fans who've been watching the show since 1965. But I just can't imagine that, because Doug wasn't even on the show at that point. So he's just being a cheeky little guy. Doug Williams, played by Bill Hayes. They were both married in real life too. They both got together. They got married in real life. And I love that. I love love so much. And I love that, to my knowledge, they're the only actually married couple that was on Days of Our Lives. And Julie's been on since the beginning. Susan Hayes. She has been playing Julie since the beginning. I think there were a couple times where she got swapped out. But other than that, she has been the same person for so many years. For so long. And it's really great to see all the things that she does. I love Julie as a character. I love Doug. I love their relationship. They had a great time. And I'm sorry to say, but Bill Hayes did unfortunately pass away a while ago. Like I said, he wasn't the only one. Like I said, Drake Hoggeston wasn't the only cast member to pass away while on Days of Our Lives, but it was a little different for Mr. Hayes. See, sometimes when someone dies, it's not expected, but for him, it kind of was. See, Bill Hayes already wasn't getting a lot of work on Days of Our Lives. He had kind of been coming to the end of his rope, as it were. He's a little older than his wife, so he wasn't really speaking much, and he wasn't standing much. And eventually it got to a point that he was like, hey, I think it's time for me to retire. So they did do a final episode for him, and it was this beautiful moment where he and his wife of so long, they've been married since, I want to say, 1976. He and his wife of decades are together, and they're talking to each other, and they're loving each other. It's a beautiful moment, and I think it was a great final episode for the character. And it really broke my heart when I had read that he had passed away. He had passed away before his episode aired, and it was really heartbreaking to see someone who had been there for so long pass away like that and not be on. But I am glad that they did plan something for him. But there's also kind of this awkward period of time, because when an actor on Days of Our Lives dies, their character is still there for a while, but they themselves aren't playing that character. In fact, that character isn't even on screen, because how could they be? The actor passed away. So there's this weird sort of ghostliness about them. They don't have them be, dead, not yet, but they're always off screen doing something. Perhaps they're on the other end of a telephone call, but you don't hear that other end. Perhaps they're just, up and away. Oh, Doug's taking a nap. Oh, Doug's with Thomas and Charlotte. He's reading them a bedtime story. Doug's doing something else, but he's not here. He's not in the scene, but he's doing something else. And it feels so bizarre to know why they're doing that. And Doug is certainly not the first person that they've done that with. In fact, I would say that a more notable example would be with the character Victor Kiriakis, who also recently passed away just this year. His actor, John Aniston, the father of Jennifer Aniston of Friends fame, he had been on the show for so long. He was on for a little bit as a doctor in the mid-'70s, but he really came into his own in the '80s when he became Victor Kiriakis, one of the most powerful men in all of Salem. That's where the show takes place, by the way, Salem, Illinois. Not the real Salem, Illinois. That's in the South. This Salem, Illinois is like, I don't know, a suburb of Chicago, apparently. A lot of tall buildings whenever they try to show establishing shots, which I'll get into those later because I got a few words to say about those because those are recent. But anyway, one of the most powerful men, all of Salem, Victor Kiriakis, one of the most feared men, a crime boss, right? He knows his stuff. He is someone that you don't want to mess with, someone whose bad side you don't want to get on. And he even haunts the narrative, or he did. Well, no, he still haunts the narrative. There's still some stuff going on even after his death. But they weren't planning for him to be off. But you could kind of see, and it was the same signs with Doug. Victor wasn't standing. I think in the years that I've watched Days of Our Lives, I've seen him in like present day scenes standing maybe 3 times. I've been watching the show for years, and I've seen him stand maybe 3 times. In fact, I wasn't sure that he even was able to stand. Most of the time when he was shown sitting. And if he was going to leave, he would leave in between cuts. He wouldn't ever leave on screen, I imagine because he needed so much help getting up and out of his chair. But he was still talking a lot. He was still able to do that. But he wasn't ever standing. I still remember the first time I saw him actually stand. He was talking about having to go take care of something throughout the episode. And meanwhile, there's this court case going on, the custody case for Rachel, Brady and Kristen's child. Remember her from earlier? I forgot her name then, but I remember it now. There are so many names in the show. There was a custody battle for Rachel. Should Brady have full custody? Should Kristen have full custody? Should they have shared custody? This whole thing going on. And Kristen brings in a witness for herself to show that she would be a good parent, a good person to have full custody. And she brings in Victor, who no one would expect would have anything good to say about Kristen DiMera, but he's there, and he's a surprise witness. And when the camera pans over to him, he's standing. And I freaked out, not because of the twist that he was there, but because he was standing. And he was leaning on this little part of the set, and in the immediate next shot, he was sitting. But I love so much that they put in this huge shock of him standing. It was incredible. But they did have a plan for him when he passed away. It's sort of a similar thing happened with John, happened with Victor. He had plenty of scenes, plenty of storylines that were clearly written before he passed away. And his final episode definitely wasn't planned. It was a Christmas episode where he was kind of being annoyed by another character, Leo Stark. And we'll get into him later, but he's just kind of a silly little guy. And he was being annoyed, and it was this Christmas episode, and like that was it. Not a great send-off for the character, but they did get something much, much better. But in the meantime, before they set up this episode, they had these other storylines to take care of. So either someone was on the phone talking to Victor and saying, oh, well, Victor's doing this thing, or they had his on-screen wife, Maggie, Sarah's mother, take care of it. She handled a lot of the things for the company that Victor was the owner of, Titan. It's his family legacy as a Kyriakis. There are a couple big companies in Days of Our Lives for some reason, and Titan is one of them. And they're a company that does something, I imagine. They have a big corporate office, and that's it. I don't know. I think they own a fashion brand. They owned a magazine at one point, but that didn't do very well, so they canned it. Okay. But they're this big international company, this massive corporation. Victor founded it, built it from the ground up. He was a great man, controlled so much, was so powerful, so feared. And when he died, it was a shock. So they had his on-screen wife handle some of the things that he otherwise would have with regards to the company. And eventually, they did a plot with his character's death. Something grand, something that is fitting of a character like Victor Kyriakis, who's been on for so long, everyone who watched Days knew who he was. And they have him in a plane fall out of the sky, over water, over the Mediterranean Sea. He's going to Greece. Nobody knows why. It's this big mystery. But his character had unfortunately passed away from that. And it was sad. People cried. Some actors who hadn't been on Days of Our Lives for a long time came back for the funeral. They brought back a character because her actress said, hey, I want to be back for Victor's funeral when you do that in the show. And it was really touching. But the plot that they did with it was itself grand and insane. See, his plane flying over the Mediterranean Sea and then crashing, that doesn't just happen. That wasn't just an accident. That was planned. That plane was sabotaged. And so a couple characters, Alex Kyriakis, Teresa, and Brady Black. And Teresa and Brady are also exes with each other, and they also have a kid together. I don't know what Brady's deal is, but he gets around. Anyway, Alex, Brady, and Teresa, they all go to Greece, and they figure out, what are we going to do? What happened with Victor's death? Why was he going to Greece? Why? Because he didn't tell anyone that he was doing that. Why was he coming here? Why did he do that? And they meet a man named Constantine Melionis, who knew Victor, and knew him for a very long time. He was this restaurant owner, and he said that he was great friends with Victor, and that Victor helped finance his restaurant. It was this great big thing. And Constantine is somewhat of an important character for that bit of the storyline. But then he's not really mentioned after a while. And Teresa, she's hanging out in the hotel room while Brady and Alex are doing this. And eventually her father, who works for the ISA, which is this investigative kind of company. They're kind of like the FBI. I don't know if the ISA is actually real. I don't think it is. But her father works for the ISA. And they had investigated this plane crash. And they found something. They recovered something. A briefcase. Victor's briefcase. They recovered it from the wreckage. And Teresa's like, oh, okay. Well, I'll give this to Alex and Brady, who were both related to Victor. I'll give this to them when they come back. But someone kind of bursts into the room. And he says, where is it? Where's the briefcase? Where is his will? And it's Constantine. What's this? What's he doing here? And Constantine sees the briefcase and he opens it. He looks through the will and he realizes that he's not in it. Apparently, he had called Victor over and convinced him to write a new will and to include Constantine in it. And Victor did write a temporary will for, I guess, the plane ride home, and that went into effect then. But I guess he was waiting until he got home to write the actual will. But obviously, he never made it home. How could he? John Aniston isn't on the show anymore. And Constantine was furious. But there was one part of it, one part of the will that Victor had written that they decided they could work with, that Constantine decided he could work with, and that Teresa decided she could work with. See, Victor had a son that he had not previously let it be known that this person was his son. And this son's name was Alexander. Now, if you've been listening to me this whole time, you might remember that there are two characters that could be, Alex and Xander. You know, the opposite ends of the shortening of the name Alexander. And so this son, this unnamed son in the will, who is supposed to receive 50% of all of what Victor owned, his wife, Maggie, receiving the other 50%. Victor, you know, who is this? Who is this? Well, the name is in a letter that is with this will. And the letter mentioned a son, Alexander. And apparently, Teresa and Constantine are pretty good at forgery. So they change who wrote the letter from Xander's mother, Fiona Cook, to Alex's mother. That's right. Xander Cook was supposed to get 50% of Victor's entire inheritance. He was supposed to inherit 50% of everything that Victor owned. But Teresa doesn't really like him, and Constantine, who's also quite greedy and really didn't actually like Victor that much. Apparently, he and Victor had a big falling out decades back. They decided, hey, we're just gonna, give it to someone else. Because Teresa had been romancing Alex. She had already wanted to do that. But she thought, hey, I can get control of this. I can get a good amount of this if I marry Alex. And Constantine thought the same. And he said, okay, well, we're going to work together and you're going to give me, half of what you get. And that was the initial plan. But then Constantine comes to America. And this is after everyone has already figured out, oh, wow, Victor had another son? Oh, and it's Alex? They already figured that out. They all already knew that. And Constantine comes to America. And he starts getting sweet on Maggie, the person who has received the other half of Victor's inheritance. You're seeing where this is going, right? So he and Teresa, they're both doing their individual schemes, but Constantine is so greedy and he wants it so quickly. He's trying to get everything so quickly that he's willing to do a lot just to get on Maggie's good side, to be trusted by the entire family. He staged a kidnapping of Sarah and Xander's daughter, their newborn baby daughter, stages a kidnapping. That's insane. That's an insane thing to do. Why would anyone do that? For money. For trust and for money. But Constantine, in his never-ending quest for trust and and his greed to satisfy it, he gets found out. He gets found out by a couple characters who already weren't very trusting of him. But he gets found out. And eventually, his entire scheme is blown up. And he tries to take Teresa down with him. But it doesn't work. He starts threatening her life, taking her hostage. And it doesn't work out. He ends up getting killed in the defense of someone else. And it was Xander who I guess, has an insatiable bloodlust when it comes to people who hurt the people that he loves. You should probably go to therapy for that, buddy. But Constantine is now dead. He could not reveal that Teresa was going after Alex's money as well. And Teresa and Alex, they tried to have a wedding, but through circumstances, they ended up having a double wedding with Xander and Sarah. And there's this whole plot line of Sarah trying to get Xander to reconnect with his estranged mother. Now, you already know how that ends. I've already said that. But this is how it starts. The whole reason that Xander's estranged mother, Fiona, was even in Salem to begin with is because Sarah wanted her there. She wanted Xander to reconnect with his mother, and she wanted his mother to be at the wedding because he didn't really have anyone on his side of the family. Sure, there was Maggie, but Maggie is Sarah's mother. That's, of course she was going to be there. She'd be on the Horton side. So many people on the Horton side, not many people on the Cook side or the Kyriakis side. Sarah wanted someone for her husband to have. Someone who loves him or that he loves. And so many things happen at this wedding. Weddings never go over well in Salem. If you're ever going to get married, don't do it in Salem, Illinois. It's a bad idea. Don't do it because something will happen. And a double wedding is double the trouble. So Fiona comes in after Alex and Teresa were going to say their I do's. She comes in. She says, "Sorry I'm late, everyone." And she's kind of filled in during the wedding ceremony, which is really weird. But she comes in, despite Teresa's best efforts to throw her invitation away and to get her invitation not even sent out, because Teresa knows what'll happen if Fiona hears about Victor's son, Alexander. Teresa knows which Alexander that letter was referring to, because Fiona wrote that letter. Fiona wrote it, and when she's told about this whole thing, she says, "Well, no, that's my son, because I wrote that letter." And it's all found out. And Teresa's house of cards comes crashing down. And she leaves Salem. She escapes. And it sucks for her. It sucks for Alex. He lost so much. He lost someone that he believed he loved. He lost someone that he loved. He lost someone that he trusted. And he also lost all of the money and the CEO position at Titan. And it's this big stink. It's this big thing that happens. It's unfortunate for him. But it's really quite good for Xander. But he's conflicted. See, Xander was never treated well by Victor. He was related to the Kyriakises, but he was never treated well. Victor didn't really like Fiona. He really didn't. There was this whole thing, and he didn't like the entire situation. When he had an affair with Fiona, they had to keep quiet for so many years, for the entire time. Titus, who everyone thought was Xander's father, including himself, he was lied to. So many people were lied to in all the years that Xander had been alive. And it was only actually revealed after Victor's death in his will, of all places. It was insane. It's an insane thing. That's probably the best word for Days of Our Lives, is insane. So many insane things happen. It's crazy. But, Xander finally gets what's his. But he's conflicted about it. He didn't really want all the money. Maggie, who tried her best to distribute parts of what she inherited to other members of the family that she felt should have gotten it, she tried giving money to Xander, and he wasn't accepting it. He's like, "I can't take your money. If Victor wanted me to have that money, he would have put me in his will." But Victor did want him to have that money, and now he's conflicted. This person who was treated as a stable boy and as terribly for years, for decades, by Victor Kiriakis. He treated him so terribly. He had him do so many terrible things. Remember, Victor's a crime boss. Xander's hands aren't clean. Neither are Victor's. He had him do so many terrible things just for a shred of approval. And now, finally, after he's dead, he's getting something. He's getting some sort of acknowledgement. Xander didn't know how to feel. He ultimately accepted it, though. He was ultimately fine with it. And it was fine for a while. Obviously, drama comes to everyone in Days of Our Lives. But it was fine. Things were going well for a while for Xander. Obviously, you know what he's been up to recently, what with his own mother running over his wife and paralyzing her from the waist down. But things, ultimately, they were going well for Xander. They were ultimately going fine. There is one thing that isn't going well for Xander, and that is helping his wife. See, there's one character who's pretty well known on Days of Our Lives, Dr. Wilhelm Rolf. And he is a mad scientist. And I don't mean that in the way that, some people talk about. I mean, he's literally a mad scientist who does crazy shit. And he came up with a serum to heal people. Yeah, he got it from this fictional flower that only exists in Days of Our Lives. And he figured out how to make a serum out of that will heal people. And he works for Demera. He works for the entire Demera family. They're another rich and powerful family in Salem. He was loyal to the head of that family for a long time, Stefano Demera, who is one of, if not the most iconic characters on Days of Our Lives. His actor also unfortunately passed away in 2016. And they did a couple things. They did give his character a proper death. We'll get into that later because that also involves Dr. Rolf. But Dr. Rolf, he comes to Kristen Demera, who at this point in the show is currently the CEO of Demera Enterprises, which is also a company that does things. And Kristen, as the CEO of the company, the first woman CEO of the company, all the Demera boys had been CEO and passing it back and forth with all the drama. Kristen's finally CEO. She's trying to show the board what for. She's like, this is what I can do. And she says, hey, we've got this drug. And she thinks about this drug. And this is going to make her a lot of money with Demera. This is going to make Demera a lot of money, and she needs that in order to be seen as a competent CEO. And she's like, well, that's great. But she thinks about something. See, this is before Brady was exonerated. And she thinks, hey, could this thing cure paralysis? Dr. Rolf thinks about it for a minute, and he says, well, I mean, it's not designed for that, but sure, yeah, it could cure paralysis. So why do you ask? And Kristen gets an idea. She's going to save Brady, the father of her daughter, by having Sarah say definitively that she's not going to drop charges. And she does that. She goes to Xander and she says, hey, I can cure your wife's paralysis with this serum, but you got to help out Brady. Xander doesn't want to. And he ultimately thinks, yeah, you know what? He talks to Sarah about it. And she's like, okay, let's do it. Let's do that. And they try. They really do. They try to get Brady released, and through no fault of their own, they can't do it. Again, DA, EJ, he doesn't like Brady, and so he's not going to, let them, he's not going to let them just say, hey, let him go. He wasn't going to let that happen. So Xander tried. He was like, hey, we tried, and EJ wouldn't let it happen. And Kristen was like, okay, yeah, but he's still in jail, so no, you're not getting the serum, because she's a jerk, and I hate her. But she she's like, okay, well, get him out of jail, and I'll give you the serum. And eventually, Brady does get out of jail. We know this. We talked about this. However, Kristen isn't satisfied. Why isn't she satisfied? She got what she wanted. Because she doesn't think that... One second. Excuse me. Gotta get some water. She isn't satisfied because she doesn't think that Xander and Sarah actually got Brady out. She credits Brady's release from jail to Eric Brady because he did the investigation. He got the police to arrest Fiona Cook, essentially. That's what happened. So Kristen says, you didn't really do anything there, so you're not getting the serum. And Xander says, oh, come on, what do you want from me? How can you hold this over me? She says, well, okay, well, I guess you could give me something else. You could give me your company. Your entire company. Give me Titan. And I'll give you the serum. And Xander says, excuse me? You want... And Demera and Titan are direct competitors with each other. And the Demeras and the Kyriakises, they have this whole thing. They both hate each other. Stefano and Victor were always at each other's throats. And, it would be terrible. It'd be a horrible dishonor to Victor's memory to just give the company away. Now, I'm sure that Victor would understand the bind that Xander is in. And Xander does ultimately decide, okay, yeah, let's do it. Much to Sarah's protest, she says, no, don't do that. That's fine. Many people live in wheelchairs. I can live with that. Yeah, it sucks, but, don't give away your father's legacy. And Xander says, no, it's that important to me. You need to be able to keep up with our daughter. He sees the struggle that she's in. She had this really heart-wrenching moment in which their child, Victoria, named after Victor, she had this really heart-wrenching moment in which Victoria had thrown a toy out of her crib and Sarah couldn't bend down far enough to pick it up and give it back to her. It was this terrible moment, and it was that moment that made Xander realize, hey, this serum is important. If I can cure my wife's paralysis, it's worth anything. It's worth Titan. And he decides, and he's not happy about it, but he decides, all right, Kristen, let's do this. So he gets Kristen over, gets her to sign some papers. He's going to sign them over. And everyone is furious. Everyone, all the Kyriakises, they're like, what are you doing, Xander? The company lawyer, Justin Kyriakis, also related, he says, what are you doing? How could you do that? And Xander says, you don't understand, Justin. She's holding this over my head. I really don't have a choice. Justin says, okay, I get that. I'm not happy with it, but I get that. I can't stop you. And it's true. Xander cannot be stopped by Justin. But he can be stopped by Philip. That's right. There's another character we're introducing. Philip Kyriakis, Xander's half-brother. Yeah, Victor got around too. Xander's half-brother, Philip Kyriakis, who they've always been at each other's throats. They have always hated each other. I have seen Philip for so long. He was on the show when I originally started watching all those years ago. He had a different actor back then. Sometimes cast members get swapped out. I'll talk about that in a bit. But Victor apparently wrote a letter to Philip saying, hey, I actually want you to have control of Titan. Or, I want you to have this thing in my will. He apparently wrote a letter to him. I don't think he did that, because the episode where they introduced that, they also introduced someone who is apparently in cahoots with Philip, who is really good at forgery. Like, she said that. She's like, oh, forgery's always been a talent of mine. I don't know why I gave her a British accent. She doesn't have that. But she says that she's like, "Oh, forgery's always been a great talent of mine," and she just, I don't know, she's just in cahoots with Philip for some reason. I don't know. Story hasn't progressed that far yet, to my knowledge, but she, Philip comes in and he has this letter and he says, "Hey, you can't do that because I still have the right. I have the right to stop you, and I'm gonna sue you." And Xander is just having a really bad time. He still doesn't have the serum to cure his wife's paralysis, by the way. And it's not going great. It's not going great for her. And Philip is just such an asshole about it. And it's whatever. Despite his pleas, he can't get it done. I think it's ultimately for the best, especially because Sarah herself was like, "Hey, don't give away your father's legacy, your birthright. Don't do that, Xander. Why would you do that?" And it's, so I think it's ultimately for the best. Although I am glad to see Xander and Philip at each other's throats again, because the last time they really were, especially over Titan, was when Victor made them co-CEOs. That went not great. They were both at each other's throats, and I think one of them tried to frame the other for murder. That was a long time ago. Crazy stuff happens on Days of Our Lives. Philip was an entirely different person back then because he was played by a different actor. So let's talk about actors on Days of Our Lives. Actors and actresses and their comings and goings. What causes an actor to change on Days of Our Lives? I've already talked about a couple characters who have had different actors in the past. There's Philip. Kristen as well. She had an actor for many years, even since the 90s, but then recently with the past couple of years, she stopped doing it, but the writers kept wanting to do stuff with Kristen as a character, so they changed her actor. Something that's really interesting is when they keep an actor on the show, but their character leaves. Remember Teresa from earlier? She had an actress, and she had been on for a while, and she left, but she came back for Victor's funeral, and she noticed that she was being put into a storyline that she really didn't sign up for, but she was still on the show, and eventually she left because another character, Gwen Rizchek, played by Emily O'Brien, was also leaving. And she left. Her storyline had concluded, but then she started playing Teresa, and nobody acknowledged it, which was just really funny. They did it really funnily in an episode too. Emily O'Brien as Gwen walks off screen. She walks through a door in this airport, and she's like, "Oh, maybe I'll be back one day. Salem hasn't seen the last of me," and she leaves. And then immediately walks back in a different outfit and a wig with Brady as Teresa. And it's hilarious. That episode, unfortunately, probably isn't on Peacock anymore because they only keep up to the last 2 years, I want to say. It probably is there, but if it is, it's way back there. And so I love, but what causes an actor to change? So obviously that actor left. Sometimes they'll switch out an actor if someone is just sick, but they're not like leaving. They're just gone for a couple episodes. And for those instances, they've put text at the bottom when that person comes on screen saying the role of this person will be played by this actor, and that's fine. That works. I think that's good. And the actors, the substitute actors do a good job. And the show must go on. So I get it, and I'm glad that they do that. But what does it mean to fully change an actor on Days of Our Lives? What does that mean? What has to happen for that? Well, it's not very common. It usually doesn't happen if an actor passes away. Victor was not ever recast. They did one thing where they had a flashback to the meeting with Constantine, where they had this guy doing an impression of John Aniston, and they only shot him from behind. Oh yeah, guys. Can't tell what you're doing there. Excuse me. But they do this so they don't recast characters, particularly iconic characters, when they pass away, or when their actor passes away. Usually, when I've seen a character be recast, it's if they've been around for a year, maybe, then they might get recast. And sometimes they do something different with the character. Sometimes they just don't want to bring the actor back, but they want to keep the character. And so to change the actors, it sometimes happens, but usually they only change once, and then they just stick with the new person. And sometimes they bring the old actor back. That happened with Philip, actually. He was played by one person, and then by the time I started watching, that person had left, and he was played by another guy. And that guy, I don't think he was a really great actor. He could make 2 facial expressions, and that was it. And I noticed it so much that I made fun of it. My mom thought it was funny, too. This other guy, insanely expressive, so I'm actually really glad that they brought him back. He was brought back for Victor's funeral. It was really touching, and now he's back to fight for Titan. Good for him. Good for OG Philip. But they usually only change an actor, if it's absolutely necessary. They try not to. They do it if it's absolutely necessary. They're really looking to go for a different direction with the character. One example that I think is good is Stefan Demera. Not Stefano, Stefan. Stefano's son. Stefan O. Demera. His middle name is O something. And it's, he's a fairly young guy. And when he first came on Days of Our Lives, he wasn't played by the actor who has been playing him, Brandon Barish. Brandon Barish played him for a long time, and he played him, and he had this whole thing with Gabby Hernandez. I love them as a couple. They got together and they got married, and they were the loves of each other's lives, and it was great. It was this whole thing. It was incredible. We love Gabby and Stefan. They are a great couple. And then Stefan got shot, and he died. And it was horrible, but there was one thing that could help him, and that was Dr. Rolf, who routinely brings people back to life on Days of Our Lives, but he said he couldn't do it, and everyone believed him, because if Dr. Rolf says he can't bring someone back to life, he can't bring someone back to life. That's what happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens. And so Dr. Rolf, he couldn't bring him back to life, but he was able to salvage his heart, and that was good because Julie needed a new heart. And so, hey, they're compatible. We can donate that, right? Gabby didn't want that to happen, though. Not for nothing. See, she was in prison at this time, and so she used the heart of her dead husband leverage to get out of prison. And it worked. It worked. It so worked. And so Gabby and Julie don't really like each other anymore. But, whatever, right? So Stefan is gone. He's gone for like a year, right? He'd been on the show for a few years, but he's gone for like a year. Eventually, this other character, Ben Weston, he's looking for a job. And he had previously been employed by Stefan Demera. But, he was looking for a new job. So he goes to this car garage, this mechanic shop. And he goes to the mechanic. He's looking for a job. And this guy comes out from under a car, and it's Brandon Barish. Who's this guy? Is Stefan back to life? What's up with this guy? And so this guy from Philly, he's this car mechanic, this blue collar guy. He's just like, hey, yeah, you're here about the job? Oh, what's wrong, guy? You look like you've seen a ghost. Ben has. He's like, wow, you look a lot like my old boss, Stefan Demera. Like, you look exactly like him. And this guy, his name is Jake Lambert. He says, well, I don't know who that is. He was coming to Salem for a whole host of reasons. He had a whole arc going on that was involved crime in Philadelphia. And Jake, but that's not really important. Jake is on, still played by Brandon Barsh, Jake Lambert. He has no idea who any of the DiMeras are. He's just there. He's there, and because Salem is an incredibly small town, him opening this mechanics shop, this garage, him opening that, just means that eventually he's going to run into Gabby. And he does. He runs into Gabby, and Gabby's like, "Oh my gosh, Stefan, you're alive!" And he says, "Why does everyone keep saying I'm Stefan? I'm not Stefan. I'm Jake. I don't know who that is." And she won't accept that this is Jake. She's like, "This has to be Stefan." She goes to Dr. Rolf, who at this point is in prison, and she says, "Hey, did you bring Stefan back to life? You said you couldn't." And Dr. Rolf is like, "I mean, I don't know who this guy you're talking about is, but he's not Stefan. I know that." And he's like, "I know that this guy isn't Stefan. I know that he's not Stefan. So, but, he's someone. He could be, but I didn't bring Stefan back. So if it is Stefan, it's not my work." So Gabby has a DNA test done, which in Days of Our Lives isn't the most reliable thing you can do, but it's what she does. She has a DNA test done, and Jake's like, "Yeah, okay, if it'll get you off my back, I'm not Stefan. If it'll get you off my back, I'll do it." And he's a 100% DNA match. Poor Jake. Eventually, it is revealed that Jake is not Stefan. Stefan is dead. But Jake is the long-lost identical twin brother of Stefan. That's a real thing. They actually did that. Now, Stefan's mother, Vivian Alamain, she's on Days of Our Lives. She's a character. And even she was surprised. How? You might be wondering. How could someone not know that they birthed two people? How could someone not? I can see the crew in the background being floored by this. How could someone not know that they birthed two people? Well, Vivian's right hand, he basically hid Jake. See, but he hid Stefan too. Stefan was also a long-lost son of Stefano DiMera. So, they were both, under wraps. They just went to different places. Just like Luke and Leia in Star Wars. That's what happens. That's right. Days of Our Lives and Star Wars are exactly the same. I'm kidding. But that's what happened. That's what they do to justify it. At this point, I'm like, okay, Days. Y'all are starting to... You haven't jumped the shark yet. But you're readying yourselves to do that. That's what I feel like you're doing. The shark is in the water. That's what I feel like they're doing. But it's whatever. It's fine. That's fine. We're fine with it, okay? Vivian just had identical twins, and they weren't on the show at the same time because one of them was dead. But, they're on the show, and Jake's on for a while. He eventually, comes into his own as a DiMera, and he's a really great character. I really liked Jake. I liked all the stuff that he was doing, that he was into. I really liked him as a person. I think Brandon Barsh is great as a performer. And it was great. We love Jake. And then he got shot. And so now he's dead too. And that sucks. And he was also with someone, and he and Gabby tried getting together, but they ultimately, didn't really work as a couple. They said it was because Gabby just wanted Stefan back. I don't believe that. That's what they say. I think that's what the writers want me to believe, but I don't, because I saw the relationship. I know how it was. You cannot fool me, writers of Days of Our Lives. I know the show better than you do. Everything's okay. Jake is dead. Now, Rolf has been let out of prison at this point. He is doing his own thing. And he's brought in, and so Jake's body is brought into this lab. And they're like, hey, we gotta save Jake. And Kristen is actually the one trying to do it, because she has her own vendetta going on. And Dr. Rolf is like, I'm sorry, he's brain dead. I cannot help him. But his heart is really strong. I guess the heart of the Demera twins was just a great thing. And it's like, okay, sure. You know, he's got a great heart. But what does that mean, Dr. Rolf? Well, you know, what could you do? How important could it possibly be that Jake Demera's heart is beating strong if his brain is dead? And Dr. Rolf pulls back a curtain in his lab and reveals Stefan Demera being kept alive by an Iron Man heart. I am not kidding. That's what happens in the show. They put the cover over Jake's body and they reveal a curtain with Stefan behind it. So for 4 years, Stefan Demera has just been chilling, unconscious, with an Iron Man heart in Dr. Rolf's lab. For 4 years. Just been chilling. Just been living his life. Well, no, not really. He's been in a coma. I thought you couldn't revive him, Dr. Rolf. You're thinking right now, everyone. I thought you said you could do that. That's why Brandon Barnes came back as Jake and not Stefan, right? No, apparently he figured it out. He just figured it out. Okay, sure, cool, right? There's other weirder things that have happened on Days of Our Lives. So they do heart surgery. They do a transplant. They put Jake's heart into Stefan's body. And it works. And Stefan comes back. And he's immediately wanting to go to Gabby. Unfortunately, that doesn't work with Kristen's plan. So they stop him. They get him back. And they brainwash him into being in love with someone else. And that goes on for a while. And then they brainwash him again. Because Gabby figured out that he was brainwashed. So now she wants him to be brainwashed again so that he can love her. Because that's the way he's supposed to be. Which, like, I get that. You know, we want to give this man his bodily autonomy back. But it doesn't work at first. And so now he's in love with both Gabby and this other character, Chloe Lane, and the two of them don't like each other. And I thought, oh, how about a polyamory arc? And the Days of Our Lives writers said, no, we're only doing monogamy here. And I guess it makes sense because Gabby and Chloe don't really like each other, so they wouldn't want to be in a kind of a love legs relationship, polycule, whatever. They don't want to do that. But you know, Stefan's still living his life the way that he is, but then they eventually brainwash him again. And he's just always okay with it in the end, which he definitely shouldn't be. I wouldn't be okay with it. I'd be like, hey, I feel like I've undergone severe brain trauma from all of you meddling in my life. But then he's just okay with it. He's just okay with it at the end. Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Okay? And it's fine. You know, and Gabby and Stefan are back together, you know, couple of the century, right? Well, then Gabby's framed for a murder, and she goes to prison. She's framed for the murder of Li Shin. And she goes to prison. She's in prison for a while. And then they change her actor, because I guess her actor at this time had stuff to do. So she's off the show for months. Only being referenced off screen in this prison. And they bring her back. And a bunch of stuff went down. They bring her back. And finally, she's gone. She's let out of prison because it turned out she was framed. They figured out who framed her. It was great, right? Everything's good. Well, Stefan cheated on her. It was one drunken night of sex with someone that he doesn't even like, but they were trauma bonding because they were both being forced to do a bunch of crime. Otherwise, Gabby and this other person's son were going to be killed. You know, days of our lives. That's how it be. And they really, Stefan and this other character, Ava, they didn't really like each other. But they were, then they had this drunken night of passion. And they're like, oh, well, we can never let this get out. And then it got out. And so then Gabby was mad at Stefan, not only for doing, not only for having an affair, but for lying about it for so long. And, so they were both going at each other's throats for a while. And they were getting divorced. And Stefan even had divorce papers drawn up. They were ultimately like, hey, I don't think we can move past this. And honestly, it was kind of fine once they both cooled down after a while. But they were like, I don't think we can move past this. But eventually he thinks, oh, wait, actually we can move past this. I want to fight for her. And Gabby also thinks the same thing. They're like, they both are like, I want to do that. And then Vivian Alamain shows up, knocks out Stefan, forges his signature on the divorce papers, has them sent in with his wedding ring over to Gabby, and they kidnap Stefan and they put him in a car, her and her right hand, and they put him in a car and they drive away. Brandon Barish was in the middle of his contract when they did this, and they said, yeah, we're not having you on the show anymore. For some reason. I don't know why. It's not like they're cutting costs. Apparently, one of the showrunners didn't want to do it. Someone called in Brandon Barish into a meeting and said, hey, I don't like this. I don't want it done. I think you're a great performer, but, you're being kicked off the show in the middle of your contract. And this is the second time this has happened to Brandon Barish. Oh, and in case you're wondering, Jake is actually dead. And I know this because there was an arc with 3 other characters who were kidnapped and their souls were in heaven. And it was being decided if they should go into heaven or hell. They were trying to be taken by the devil. And Jake showed up and he was like, hey, Nick, you're working for the devil and that's bad. You can't do that. You can't take their souls. They're not dead yet. Oh, did you not think that was a normal thing for me to say? I'm sorry. So let me explain a little something. So 3 characters, Marlena, Kayla, and Kate, all 3 of them, they were kidnapped. And they were being used for an experiment or something. It doesn't matter. Anyway, they all had like near-death experiences, but they were kind of in comas with not a lot of activity going on. And their souls were in the afterlife. And this other character named Nick, who is dead also, he was working for the devil. And the devil has this weird thing with Marlena, where he wants to... Oh, by the way, the devil is on Days of Our Lives, and he shows up sometimes. I guess I should explain that, right? We're almost through the 2 hours. We should do that. So, almost 30 years ago, in Halloween in 1996, Halloween 1996, the devil possesses Marlena Evans. He possesses her and does a bunch of crazy shit. And this is when my mom stopped watching. So I actually don't know a lot of stuff about this because my mom stopped watching and I wasn't watching on account of I haven't been born yet. So, the devil does stuff. But then, the devil is banished and the devil's gone. 25 years later, devil comes back. Devil possesses a whole host of people. Doug at first, and then Marlena, and then kind of goes through and like fucks up a bunch of other people's lives. He possesses Johnny and gets him to divorce his wife. And then he possesses Johnny's twin sister, Allie, who his wife has actually been dating at this point. And then he makes Allie break up with her again. So Chanel, that's her name, not having a great time with this. And the devil was doing all these things. And the devil sucks. Hey, you heard it here first. Devil, not a good guy. So anyway, the devil wanted Marlena's soul in addition to Kayla and Kate's. And so the devil tricked Nick into, he didn't trick Nick. He got Nick to trick them into signing contracts that would sign their souls over to him. But there was this kind of litigating that was going on. It was like, that shouldn't work. That shouldn't be the way that it is. That shouldn't happen. And they were right. It shouldn't have happened. And so Jake came in and he was like, hey, Nick, you can't do that. And he eventually got them to, let them go. And so they went back. And so they went back from, being dead to being alive, but still kidnapped. And the weirdest thing to come out of that story arc isn't the devil. It isn't, Jake being alive and just in heaven. It's the fact that I don't even know. So the whole way that anyone even found out that these women were kidnapped is because one of them talked to someone through an urn. Her ashes weren't in this urn. It was the ashes of a goat. But she talked to someone through an urn, like from heaven, through an urn. And nobody just acknowledges that that happened. Nobody is like, oh, yeah, that's so weird that that happened. Nobody acknowledges it. When Kate came back, and none of them have any memory of being in the afterlife, but Paulina knows, she talked to someone through an urn. Death is rather impermanent on Days of Our Lives unless an actor dies. So we all thought that Marlena, Kate, and Kayla were all dead, but, it's Days of Our Lives, so of course they were alive. Even people who do actually die in real life sometimes are still alive in Days of Our Lives. Remember Stefano DiMera? Big guy, haunts the narrative. One of the most iconic characters in Days of Our Lives. Dr. Rolf found a way to put his consciousness onto a computer chip. And then he put that into a guy's brain. And it worked. Steve Johnson, what great character. He's been on Days of Our Lives ever since 1985, I want to say. He's probably most well known for being the guy with an eye patch, because that's his thing. He wears an eye patch. Apparently, his actor, Stephen Nichols, wore the eye patch for so long that he was starting to lose vision in that eye. So there were times where his character, Steve Johnson, wasn't wearing the eye patch. And this was one of them. They put a bionic eye in there. And so he had both of his eyes. And he truly believed, and he didn't even believe that he was Stefano DiMera with this computer chip in his brain. They said it was in the frontal lobe. And I'll get back to that in a minute, because this is the one thing that's bothered me. This is the storyline that I came in on, by the way. I was watching Days of Our Lives. This is the first thing that I saw. This is my introduction to Days of Our Lives, okay? So, Steveno, as they called him, portmanteau of Steve and Stefano, Steveno has, he's doing stuff as Stefano DiMera would. And he's been going at this for a while. But eventually, life catches up with him. And it's like, hey, you can't take over a guy's brain. You can't do that. That's not right. So his wife, Kayla, who is a doctor and a surgeon, she gets him after he's been attacked by someone else. Someone put a high heel into his face, but don't worry, it was just the bionic eye. Steve Johnson is cursed in that eye, someone shouted out. And while they were, helping fix that, they said, hey, we're going to take this computer chip out of you. And it was kind of a somber moment for Stefano. This is his actual death. So his 3 children, Chad, Kristen, and Tony, who isn't really important to Days of Our Lives, at least that I've been watching, so I haven't mentioned him at all. They all are brought to the hospital room, and he says, hey, can I say goodbye to my kids since I'm going to die? And Kayla says, yeah, sure, I'll do that. And then I'm getting my husband back. So he does it, and he says goodbye to his children, and it's kind of sweet. It's kind of somber. I didn't fully comprehend it at that time because I had just started watching the show, but it was a moment for sure. So then surgery is done, and they have Steve lying on his side, and the surgery is happening in the back of his head. And obviously they can't cut a man's skull open on television. You just can't do that. Days didn't have the budget for that. So they had like a curtain above him, but you could still see the doctors. And they were looking at the back of his head, but Kayla says, "Oh, it's in his frontal lobe." What do you mean it's in his frontal lobe? You can't see the frontal lobe. You're in the back of his head. What do you mean by that? That's always bothered me. For years, I have carried this. They take it out, and Steve's doing fine. And, you know, he's awake, but he doesn't have any memories. He has complete amnesia. And this is obviously tragic for his wife, Kayla. And she is so heartbroken. But she's determined to help him. And he doesn't even recognize her, but she starts saying her marriage vows. And they cut back to this archival footage from their first wedding in the mid 80s. And it's beautiful, and they're cutting back and forth between the present day footage and the past footage, and they're reciting their wedding vows, and Steve gets his memory back, and it's this great moment. And now that storyline is finished. But there were a couple other storylines, and I thought I was just going to watch to the end of this one, but then I got hooked, and now I've been watching Days of Our Lives for like 3 or 4 years. It's insane how this show sinks its hooks into you. I think everyone should watch it. But there are a couple things regarding the production of Days of Our Lives that I do want to talk about before we end. We're not close to the ending, by the way, but we've got 30 minutes left. So, there are a couple things that I do want to mention because I think they're very important, right? So, for starters, where does Days of Our Lives air? The two probably big soap operas right now are General Hospital and Days of Our Lives, which have both shared actors through their decades-long run. General Hospital actually first premiered on April 1st, 1963, but it's no joke. They've shared actors, including Stephen Nichols, although he hasn't been on the show since the 90s, I think. He hasn't been on General Hospital for a while, but he's been on Days for quite a long time. And he's ultimately decided to, so General Hospital was ABC's soap opera, and Days of Our Lives is NBC's soap opera. So it was on NBC for quite a long time. Unfortunately, airing at 1 p.m. Central Time, during the work week, means that sometimes the president has something to say, and you just have to deal with that because it's a news channel first and foremost. So they would preempt Days with the president, or breaking news was happening, and that was always really frustrating. So we would eventually find the episodes, and especially with Peacock, NBC's own streaming service, they had the episodes on the next day. So, we missed it this day, we can watch it the next. And Days of Our Lives is actually doing fairly well on Peacock. In fact, Days of Our Lives was doing so well at this time that they got not just one season renewed, but 2. Usually it's only 1 at a time, 1 per year. But they got 2 renewed at once. It was great. It was great for us Days fans. And, being on Peacock, they were like, hey, what if we did a couple spin-offs? So they did one. They did a Christmas special that was kind of non-canonical. Will and Sonny, 2 of the gays of our lives. Will is a screenwriter, so he was writing a movie, and so he wrote a Christmas movie that used and remixed elements of Days of Our Lives. So they had all the actors playing characters who, they were different from their real life counterparts. And it was great. Days of Our Lives on Peacock was always uniquely queer. Like there are plenty of queer characters on Days of Our Lives proper, but they really dialed up the queerness on Peacock because this movie ends with a big drag performance, and there were a couple short little mini kind of, not one-offs, but like 5-offs. It was called Days of Our Lives Beyond Salem. And this got 2 seasons, 5 episodes each, and they aired alongside Days of Our Lives episodes, and they were meant to be watched in conjunction with each other. But they were, all these things were behind the paywall, and my folks and I, we weren't really looking to pay for Peacock at that time, so whoops, didn't watch it. But we eventually did watch it, and it was really good. We really liked it. Days of Our Lives Beyond Salem was always, it was a little raunchier, and it was a lot gayer. The first episode of season 2 opens with a pride party. John's son, Paul, is gay, and they just had a big old party in his apartment. That's fun. Love that. And in the first season of Days of Our Lives Beyond Salem, they had to get a thing for... they had to get a thing. They were collecting a bunch of pieces of like an artifact that had been stolen in the 90s, and they got it. They won it in a drag show competition. They won it in a drag competition. I don't know. Days of Our Lives Beyond Salem was a fun time, and so they had these little experiments on Peacock. But I wouldn't say that they were necessary, but they did eventually reference things that happened in Beyond Salem in the full show, and that was cool. And it was great. It was great to see that for a while. But eventually, NBC was like, okay, we're going to make the full switch to make Days of Our Lives a Peacock exclusive in the United States. I think it's still on network television in Canada. Excuse me. But in the United States, if you want to watch Days of Our Lives legally, you got to do it on Peacock. And there's so much Days of Our Lives that when they made the switch to Peacock exclusively, all of those episodes that were on Peacock, they're no longer there. Because remember, 5 days a week, 35 minutes, 35 to 45 minutes each. Like that's a lot. That's a lot on the servers. You're not gonna keep all of that on your servers for your streaming service. You're not gonna do that. No one's gonna do that. No one's expecting anyone to do that, right? So Days of Our Lives is on Peacock. They have the last 2 years worth or so, and it's good. It means you can never really miss an episode. And they did a couple fun things with it. For example, first off, they keep the commercial breaks in there, which I think is great because it means if you've been watching Days of Our Lives for long enough, then, you remember it with the commercial breaks. And also, Peacock does have ads if you don't pay for the premium Peacock, which I don't. I'm fine with the ads. And it kind of makes a little bit more sense. But there's a lot fewer ads on Peacock than there were on NBC, so I'm actually kind of happy about that. Additionally, the episodes on Peacock, now that they're fully just there on Peacock, they kind of vary in length, more so than they did on television. But it means that they're not going to cut like a story thing that happened. So that's cool. That's good. I really like that. We were also a little worried that Days of Our Lives would be a lot raunchier when it made the switch to Peacock, but they didn't really do that. I guess, they tried it for Beyond Salem and thought, we don't need to do that. And they don't. And it's a fun time. It's a fun time watching all this stuff unfold, and getting to see it on Peacock. You don't have to deal with DVRs or whatever, right? So it's fine. It's great. I think it's worth it. And we're able to get our fix. And, it's great. It's great that it does that. But Days of Our Lives still has the same type of production schedule. Despite being on a streaming service now instead of network television, they're still doing the same stuff. Writing episodes 8 months in advance, shooting them 6 months in advance, and having them edited and fully there, right? And I've watched Days of Our Lives for so long that And I've seen all these things. And in fact, the only major change was when they added establishing shots, which they did, and some of them didn't look great, and some of them still don't look great. The Salem Police Building is a building that has police in big bold letters on it. The University Hospital, the hospital, it looked like CGI. And, you know, it's fine if you're using, like, stock CGI or even stock footage of a hospital. But, like, you know, it didn't say University Hospital on it. So I don't think they created this CGI for this. And it didn't even look good. I didn't like it. And then the rest of the establishing shots are stock footage. Because Days of Our Lives is shot on a soundstage in Burbank. They're not shot, you know, on location anywhere. They're shot on a soundstage. So all of the establishing shots are stock footage. And some of it didn't look great. It's not in the same resolution that Days of Our Lives is shot in. I know that. And it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It angers me. I went on to the Days of Our Lives subreddit and I asked them how they felt about it. And a lot of them were like, I think it's cool. Most people were like, yeah, I don't like that. I think they're annoying. I don't think they need them. Whatever, I guess. I mean, we're fine. I don't like them, but, you know, they don't ruin the experience for me. But that's the only major change that they've had. And they didn't even, you know, they only started doing that this year. So. But Days of Our Lives did have one major change this year, other than the establishing shots. And that was when the writer's strike happened. See, the joint writers and actors strikes happened very recently. It was no, it wasn't this year. It was last year. They happened in 2023. They happened at the same time, so nobody can do anything, right? Days of Our Lives is still doing stuff. And this isn't even a pandemic situation where they just have episodes built up. I mean, they do. But the thing is that the writer's strike and actor strike, they weren't striking against companies. They were striking against contracts. And the contract that is used for actors for soap operas was not being struck against. The contract that's used for writers was. So, you can probably see where I'm going with this. Days of Our Lives is being written by scabs. This is a quote from a picket sign made by one of the writers during one of the writer strikes in the 80s. I saw this photo and it stuck with me for a while. And it's stuck in the back of my head and it's still with me. But I thought about it when I noticed something. I noticed, my mom noticed it too. A lot of episodes lately have been stinkers, huh? They've been really bad. You know, I wonder. So I did a little bit of math, figured out when the writer's strike started, figured out, you know, how long ago that was. And I noticed that it lined up with the episodes being written by scabs. So I can't confirm that they were. I can't confirm that they were. But what I can confirm is that a couple weeks after the time that I predicted the scab-written episodes would stop, the show's quality in writing noticeably improved. Just a thought. Just a thought. You know, maybe writers should actually be, you know, treated right, because people will notice when, you know, people who aren't good at their job are doing things like scabs. Maybe. I don't know. And, you know, that's kind of funny. It's like, oh, yeah, the show was noticeably worse for the months that the writer's strike was going on, and then they came back. And what's funny is that the writer's strike ended before any of these episodes even aired. But I think a lot of other people knew that the writer's strike was happening. And that's because of one thing that happened that pissed everybody off. And that was when they burned down the Horton House. The oldest location in the show. They burn it down. That was not the scabs' place. They were not allowed to do that. How dare they? I was so mad because this scene happened after I figured out that these episodes were being written by scabs, allegedly. Like, I figured it out. I was like, this is terrible. This is awful. And everybody else knew. My mom was in a couple Facebook groups for Days of Our Lives, or one, I guess. And they were all mad about it. I was mad. The oldest location in the show, they burn it down. It was awful. It was this awful thing that they did. And they established something that still hasn't had a payoff. But when the house is burned down, when the house is burned down, and Julie, and Doug, and so other people, they're looking through their home. They're looking at it. They're looking through the wreckage. What can be salvaged? Julie notices something in the fireplace. And it's a time capsule to be opened in 2016. Well, hey, it's been a while, so why don't we try to open it? Well, you can only open it by solving a puzzle. And nobody knows the solution to this puzzle. Apparently, Tom and Alice took it with them. Okay, that's cool. I wonder what's in that. Nobody knows. Scabs don't know. The current writers don't know. Hasn't been paid off. That kind of ticked me off a little bit. And I'm really sad that Doug won't be there for it. But, I'm sure it'll happen. I'm sure it'll all be figured out. And I think this is really a testament to me as a fan. Because I knew when the writers changed. Because it was such a drastic change. Because all the episodes are so much worse. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of things that happen on Days of Our Lives that I hate. There's a lot of show don't tell. I think some of the characters are shirtless more times than they really need to be. I made a joke that the actor Robert Scott Wilson has like a set amount of contractually obligated scenes that he has to do shirtless. Because he is shirtless a lot. And I don't think we need that. I don't think we needed to do that. But whatever. They do it. It's fine. There are things on Days that I don't like. I have a love-hate relationship with the show. But I think it's more love than hate. I think having this show that I've tuned into for so long, for years, I've been watching this, and it's been with me. And I'm actually really glad that they moved to Peacock. It's been doing really well on Peacock. They made a couple instructional videos because a lot of the fans of Days of Our Lives are older people. There's this really funny one where Bill and Susan were their TV to watch Peacock. And a younger actor who plays Chad DiMera, Billy Flynn, love him to death. He's such a good actor. Billy Flynn comes in and he's like, "Hey, Bill, Susan, I'm here to help you set up Peacock." And they say, "Oh, well, we've already figured that out, actually. It's super easy." And throughout the course of this video, he becomes more and more useless. And he mentions, like, other actors who are also older. He's like, "Well, I guess I'll go help, I'll go help someone else." I'm like, no, they're fine. They already figured it out. They can do it on their other devices. He's like, "Do you know if John Aniston's around?" And they both kind of chuckle at him, and they're like, "John's fine. He's fine." And it was great. That was a great little moment. And I'm really glad that they moved to Peacock because I can watch it here in college without having a cable plan. The only time that I missed a significant amount of Days of Our Lives was when I was doing basic training in AIT. Because I'm in the military and we weren't allowed access to TV at that time. But my mom told me about a lot of the stuff that was happening. And, that was good. But I love watching this show. I love it so much. I try to get other people to watch it, and they don't. I tried to get my lovely fiance to watch it, and they didn't. We watched it together while I was over there. We're long distance, so we watched it together. But then when I left, they didn't really like it, and they told me that they only liked it because I liked it, and they liked watching me be excited about it. Do you believe I have 10 minutes left and I haven't even covered like a year's worth of stuff? That's insane. It's an insane thing. But of course, there's a lot on Days of Our Lives. There's so much to cover. So many things that have happened. So many crazy and insane things that have happened on Days of Our Lives. It really is a great watch. You know, and you'll get into it. You'll never, well, I won't say you'll never be bored, because I have been bored quite a few times. There are so many times where they'll juxtapose like 3 storylines that are all connected to a kidnapping, right? And then they'll have one that's like, oh, geez, where's my car? I don't care, dude. I don't care that you and like your buddies are having a little squabble, all right? Get to the kidnapping. Get to the, I want to make sure Trip and Wendy are okay. They were, by the way. They were fine. But it was, that was such a trip. And so much is happening. And they're trying. They're, you know, Days of Our Lives is trying to keep everything, you know, fresh and new. But some things, they just have something that is conceptually very uninteresting. So right now, one big plot thread that's going on is the production of their own soap opera, Body and Soul. That's right. Days of Our Lives has its own in-universe soap opera called Body and Soul, which is really funny because some people that I talked to about Days of Our Lives thought that it was an in-universe soap opera for Friends, which canonically exists in Days of Our Lives. They've mentioned it. So I don't know what that means for the universe. Matt LeBlanc was never actually on Days of Our Lives either, but that's fun. So Body and Soul was originally introduced as a plot device. See, the former mayor, Abraham Carver, he was in the hospital. He had been attacked. And then a nurse kind of became obsessed with him and then snuck him out and kidnapped him and made him her husband. She convinced him that they were married. And he was having memory problems, and she certainly didn't help with all the gaslighting she was doing. And one thing that she did, because eventually she had to go back to work, she had him watch a bunch of old taped episodes of Body and Soul. This was used as a plot device because he'd been the mayor of Salem for so long. He gave a speech. Remember how I said that because NBC is a news channel, sometimes Days of Our Lives got preempted? Well, that happened in 2008 when Mayor Carver gave a speech. And it got preempted because this Body and Soul is apparently also on the local news. And it was like, oh, shoot. He's seeing himself. He knows he was the mayor. The lies are unraveling. But, you know, this character, she's insane. She's crazy. She's trying to keep it up. Eventually, you know, he's still watching Body and Soul, but she's giving him like a drug cocktail to keep him like sedated pretty much, and so that he's not asking too many questions, especially when she hires an actor who was on Body and Soul to pretend to be Abe's son. And then he sees him on Body and Soul, and it's like, okay, well, of course. How could you forget? And it's such a wild ride. But this is ultimately used as a way to have Abe get his freedom. Because on Body and Soul, which is just kind of a parody of Days of Our Lives and soap operas in general, they're using the same actors, by the way, which itself is pretty funny. And Abe is watching Body and Soul, and things that are happening in Body and Soul relate to his current situation. And so he's figuring it out. And eventually, there's this really powerful scene in which he, you know, in the final moments, this nurse, she's eventually decided, okay, well, we're going to go out together. She's decided that she's going to have them go out together by leaving her stove on. And he's, you know, completely sedated. He's trying to get out. But eventually, he does. They're watching Body and Soul together, and he shows up on the TV screen. And this is, I interpret it as his dream, as him busting out. And it works. he's like, hey, something fishy's going on. I don't think I'm being told the truth. I'm going to leave. And his daughter shows up in the nick of time, saves his life. And Abe doesn't have his memory for a while. But his actual wife, they get reunited. And it's fine. They eventually, fall back in love with each other. He does get his memory back because his dead wife gave it to him. Oh, yeah. Sometimes people will come from the afterlife just to help people out. Remember when I said the devil came back? Well, the way that they put the devil back into hell was a guy, Trip Johnson, the son of Steve Johnson. He was like, hey, you can have my body for free if you just, let, these other people go. If you let Allie go, you can have me. And the devil's like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that. And then Trip gets possessed by the devil, but I guess he still had a little control, and he jumped out a second-story window and died. So the devil was sent back to hell. But Bo Brady, who at that time had been dead for 10 years, or presumed dead for 10 years, came back and said, hey, you're my friend's kid, so I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna give you a pass. And that worked. And then Bo did come back onto the show, but not really. He came back for Beyond Salem Season 2, where he was watching Days of Our Lives from heaven. And it was this weird thing. He did eventually come back. It was decided that he could go back to Earth because apparently he wasn't actually dead. He was being kept in a stasis by someone else who had been presumed dead since the 80s. And that led into the Marlena, Kate, and Kayla story. He was working for Megan Hathaway as a henchman. Excuse me. He was working for Megan Hathaway as a henchman because he was also brainwashed. But, then they kind of helped him and, fixed him. But then he got shot, and now he's in a coma. He's been in a coma, and he doesn't even know that Victor, his own father, has passed away. So, and also that actor has begged the writers to put him back in. And I am too, because I really want his character back. I really liked Bo Brady. I thought he was great. I thought he was a great guy. I really enjoyed his character. He was one of the power couples with hope. They had this great thing in the 80s. They're probably the most well-known couple of longtime Days of Our Lives fans. This big thing, Hope had been kidnapped, and Bo rides in on his motorcycle, and Holding Out for a Hero by Bonnie Tyler is playing. This is back when they had a bigger budget, and they could license songs like that. It was amazing. It was incredible. And they show all these flashbacks from this time in the 80s when they shot things on location. And it was so cool. And now they don't do that. They just stick to their sets, which is fine. But, sometimes I really wish that I could have these big moments back. Sometimes I envy my mother, who's able to see these things happen. I love her. I hope that she was in the chat for at least a little bit. I sent the link to the live, so maybe she watched it. But yeah, Days of Our Lives, super fun time. Definitely watch it if you can. It's on Peacock, which the one with ads is fairly cheap, but also if you don't want to, that's fine. But it's pretty much the only thing I use Peacock for, and I'm satisfied with it. But if it's not for you, that's fine. But I hope that my ramblings for 2 hours and 15 minutes about Days of Our Lives have made sense and have, convinced all of you to try and figure it out. And I hope that you've enjoyed it too. I'm getting time cues that this is the end of the segment. So I just wanted to say that I had a very fun time filling in this time slot. I am Dahlia Doll, and Days of Our Lives is my favorite show.
Turn it up, Sammy boy. This is your last chance, baby.
Joe.
All right. How's this dad is the best plumber in the world, all right? Yeah! Still can't fix this guy.
from the top, don't slip. Drip, drip from the top, don't slip. Thank you so much. See you later. Sweet dreams.
See you next time,
We did
Chicago.
it.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. What a fucking sick 3 days. Thanks for coming to anything and everything.
Thanks for toughing it out in the rain.
Everyone go home, have a hot shower.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Sounds kinky.
Holy.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, another Cults and Crafts
Ah!
on my Cult of Media Twitch and YouTube.
Whoa. Finally back.
Wow.
Back again.
Yeah. Ex-producer Rachel Burke.
I'm back.
And
Temporarily.
I am Sloan Quickdraw Jessamine McCraw.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Rachel, what are you doing today?
What are we doing today?
What are we doing today?
I think we're building some houses.
Building houses.
Oh yeah, we're constructing.
I'm no carpenter.
Carpenter? I hardly know her.
Guys, we're building gingerbread houses.
Yeah.
It is the season. They are officially in stock at your local store. I bought these from Walmart. Yeah.
Yeah. You're welcome.
All right. Let's crack into these babies.
Oh,
We got an
gosh.
hour.
Oh gosh.
An hour to build some
Oh
gingerbread.
gosh. Oh golly gee. Ah.
Oh. Oh.
What?
Oh, it's so gingerbread. Oh. Oh.
Jeez Louise.
I opened it. I really got ambushed.
You were telling me a gingerbread this minute.
You're telling me a gingerbread this house?
Toss it. Beautiful.
Easy build roof holder instructions.
Whoa. Instructions.
Ha! Whatever.
Sounds like something I'll read. Oh god. Oh god.
I don't know what this thing is. This looks like something to make it easier.
Yeah.
Easy build tray.
Oh god.
I've never taken one easy thing in my life, and I am not starting now.
Okay. Okay. I see.
My figuring is that this comes off.
Oh, do you say? Sweet, smooth, and velvety ice cream. Dang.
Other one.
Other one? Which?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, not there. Yeah.
Table cam?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Am I supposed to cut this thing off?
Maybe. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can I get some scissors? Oh, yeah.
Knife.
Oh.
Will a knife work?
I have knife. I always have knife.
Already have knife.
I need scissors to cut the lid off of this thing.
Gun.
Wee! Wee! Oh, dear. Okay. I'ma just, there she goes. Uh-huh. You got, it's gonna, nope, you keep going. Uh-huh.
Can I get some scissors though, for real? The bit can
Oh.
only go so far.
Oh my god. Should not handle the knife that way.
Oh, knife you got.
It's from it's from Walmart.
Oh. Ha ha.
Of course.
Yay.
Of course.
Oh. I scissored. Anyway.
There we go. Oh, yep.
Guys, Rachel's beating me.
Good. Ah.
I think it's poles.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it does.
Oh yeah, it does. Oh, gingerbread.
Road work ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Dear God. Okay.
This is why I love doing this show with you, Rachel.
Oh, it's been too long. It's been too long.
It's been about the same amount of time since it is always. It's actually been less time than normal.
So we're not doing it at the very end.
You might want these to open your icing.
Oh, I already got it. I used the knife.
Oh.
I went dink, and it was good.
All right.
Okay. We got
So
sprinkles. Sprinkles.
Or
Gumdrops.
is it like this?
Oh, trees.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. I see. I'm gonna open my little my little thing here.
Okay. I'm a little.
I think. I don't know what I'm doing.
Uh.
I'm sure gonna figure it out though.
I'm gonna try to. No, that's not not enough.
I assume
That's
this
not
is like
enough.
glue. Guys, I
You don't
built
say.
I built a gingerbread house once. It was the Peanuts themed. My dad made it with me, and we did it so bad that my dad turned it into a Snoopy murder scene.
That sounds incredible. Okay. Okay.
It was a time.
I'm going
Whoa.
to. I'm gonna put this here as a foundation.
Why did it do that? Hello? Isaac is gonna hate this because he's a
God.
cake decorator. He's gonna see me
Oh,
do this. So
no.
why are you holding it like that?
Okay.
I hope it
Yeah.
does.
Not on the RE20s. Okay.
It's like a special kind of icing. It feels thicker.
Probably. Okay.
Come
I'm
back
just
when
gonna
you're a little
repeat the same thing over and
richer.
over again. Okay. I need to find something else to say that isn't the word okay.
Okay.
I had to fireproof them,
Oh
Blade.
no. You did. Golly gee. Okay. Why I do this? Okay.
You want it, but don't use
That may have been my fault.
Oh!
I'm sorry. It was a personal attack. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Uh-huh.
Careful, SpongeBob.
Careful, SpongeBob.
Careful, SpongeBob.
Oh god. I need to find different words. My vocabulary is very limited right now.
Haha, yes. All right. I may have made an error.
What'd you do?
I need to remove one of these walls to get the other side of the house on.
What? How?
Because it's supposed to like fit inward, but I
Oh,
can't.
it is?
I think I'm doing it this way. It's actually definitely supposed to go the other way. Oh! Well, it was a good time to fix it. Anyway.
Don't go dying over there.
Too late.
Fuck. Okay. Oh no, those are the wrong ones. Those are the roof tiles.
Oh yeah, I'm icing it.
Ice baby.
Ice baby.
God. Look, wait.
What are the lyrics that he says after Ice Baby?
That's a great
Also,
question.
Ice Baby, I believe.
I think he says it again.
Well, yeah, but like, what's the following part after the multiple Ice Babies?
Stop, communicate, and listen.
All the verses, I guess.
What comes after that? I don't know, the whole fucking
whole
song.
song. Oh gosh. Oh golly.
Who invented gingerbread houses?
That's a
Why are they evil?
Me.
I did it.
What? The devil?
This is an invention by the devil from the Bible.
I forgot how bad these kits are. Oh gosh, I need more. I need more glue. I need. I need more dad.
Use
dad. There's so much brain rot here. Okay.
I heart my brain rot.
I love brain rot, Charlie. I love brain rot.
Babe, I don't think you should be saying that.
Okay.
It's like a zombie episode. I respect that they didn't reuse any jokes in Smiling Friends Season 2. Like, there are callbacks for sure, but nothing is the same.
Oh, God.
Because they really could have gotten away with it, because it's got such a short-term nostalgia factor already. How the...
This is probably my face get all tensed up because I'm concentrating. I'm like, ah, God. So, what are your goals for your house, Sloan?
Build.
Mike Webb.
I'm definitely the type of person that you'll see in Minecraft that's like, oh, what house did you make? And it's just like a hut. Yeah. I'm the dirt hut meister.
Okay.
I've got a close-up, Rachel. The pressure's on.
Oh golly. Golly gosh. Okay.
We're getting somewhere here. Methinks.
I maybe shouldn't have put that line on before. Okay.
I'm rubber and you're glue.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Whoa. That's an interesting fact. I didn't know that.
I can't concentrate if I'm laughing. This is warfare.
Yeah, is there a winner in this?
This is warfare.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm
My war is
shaking.
speed.
Oh gosh. Oh no, I didn't make sure that. Oh no. Ah. Okay. I think I just need to chill here for a second.
You could always put it in the mold.
Oh god.
There's a mold?
Oh god.
Not for you.
I chose my path. Okay. We're getting there.
I'm just shaking so much.
Tense icing is really funny.
Nothing.
I would entirely stick my hand in like Rachel's icing that they have, but I think she would have a meltdown.
Yeah.
You simply respect your friendship.
Yes. I respect mine and Rachel's friendship too much to ruin it for a show.
Oh gosh.
Guys, am I good at making gingerbread houses? It's sliding off.
Okay.
Why is it doing that?
Oh, maybe I just need to push this in a little more. So
Why
it
are the
has
trees
some-
talking?
Okay. I think I need some let's chill for a bit.
I genuinely have no idea how that kit thing works.
The tray?
Yeah.
It's just like little divots to put the thing in.
Really?
Yeah. And then it has like a little brick path on the front. Yeah. Did I do this sideways? Wait. Is one of these longer than the what? Illegal. One of these is longer than the other one. Is it, or did I just place it poorly? Yeah, I might have just placed this poorly. Who knows? Oh gosh. Oh golly. Gee.
Sloan is caulking the roof right now.
Yeah. She tends to do that. Okay. We're trying this again.
Maybe I am good at building things. Holy shit. This is the thing on Cults and Crafts that I do correctly? Plot twist. What time is it?
6.
6.
You got like 40 minutes still.
40 minutes?
It's time to decorate.
That's enough time to eat this whole house.
That's true.
Destroy it.
I'm gonna eat this house.
Let's make this house a tummy. That was a terrible.
Make this house a meal.
Thank you for being fucking smart and funny.
Doofus. Shut up. Oh, look at that happy guy. Happy guy. Wow.
Oh no.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
There are more. What?
Yeah, it's got two little heads.
What?
Did you not get one of them?
What? My whole life is a lie.
So heads?
Heads. Okay. Well, that one's more for decoration.
See
This
if
one.
you're positioning your little guy so it's looking directly at
Always staring directly into the camera.
Okay. Oh, you know, it would probably help if I.
Damn it.
Oh. Dear God.
Damn it.
Uh,
Damn it.
You good over there?
No. No.
Okay. I'm scared. Okay.
Why does he have 2 trees up his ass?
He's got to stand somewhere. He's leaning.
Support.
Yeah. He's got to catch his breath. His friend isn't too great right now.
He's being held between 2 ferns.
Okay. Okay, with the
Oh.
icing drying, it feels much sturdier. You eating balls over there?
Yummer.
Can we get a big crunch right in the mic?
Oh, do it.
Oh, but of course.
Everyone quiet.
I'm turning you up, so be aware.
Visceral.
Nice stuff.
That was
Okay.
excellent mastication.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm quite the masticator.
Let's see.
I'm quite the masticist.
Yeah, we know. Okay.
Guys, I mosh for fun and purely just that.
God, my hand is tensing too much. I should have cut this open earlier. Okay. I'm a little scared for these roofs. These giant single. I think. Okay.
What's he looking at?
God, what's going on over there?
Thoughts going through his head.
Oh no! What am I missing?
That dude peeped to the horror.
Oh no! Poor guy.
He's learning how to fly.
Okay.
No! Oh God! Oh my God!
Oh no.
Wait, what?
Oh dang it! Oh! Once you get it off, it's hard to get back on.
This is hard work. Let me view this real quick. Okay.
Tried to make him look concerned, but his smile is too big.
Too happy. Wait. What is going on? Oh gosh. Okay. I've got a foundation going here.
Ah, there we go.
Should I do both sides at once? Okay.
Alright.
One more time, Sonny. Oh no, save it. Save the reveal.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Okay. I don't know how to not look angry when I'm concentrating. What are they making me do? Gah! In my head, do 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 do.
Alright, buddy, I think you're ready for business.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I forgot I need to do. Oh gosh. Why is there a safety pin on the table? Did it come from you?
I don't know how. I often have safety pins on me, but I don't just spawn them. I don't have my jacket on.
I was gonna say.
There we go. I just realized part of my roof has been sliding off this whole time. it's just so far.
Slowly dividing right now.
I'm getting a freaking arm workout from this.
All right.
Okay, that needs to chill.
Can I do cartoonishly grotesque things on Twitch and YouTube?
It's candy, man.
Okay.
Candy. It's candy. It's candy. Oh goodness. What is she doing over there? Oh gosh. She's doing her secret stuff. Adding the Sloan touch. I don't know if I want to know what that is. The Sloan touch. Better cross my fingers and... The sludge. Oh gosh, she's up to shenanigans over there. Okay. I'm scared. Okay, well this
I shouldn't be in college.
Okay.
Hey Riley, can I get this camera real quick?
Okay, bud.
You go, girl.
A huge gumdrop fan.
Oh no. Oh no, it's not even. Oh man. Oh man. It's not even. Ugh. 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 Wow, that works so well.
How do you do that?
Flex the Easy Build roof holder above the house by gently pulling one side forward and the other back.
Huh?
Put the other side of the holder under the other roof panel and between the two windows. Easy Build roof holder will hold the panels for you while the icing sets. Start decorating the four walls of the house. Once completed, remove the Easy Builder roof holder to decorate the roof. If you like, you can add the Easy Builder roof holder back on the house when you are finished decorating as an added decoration. Personalize your Easy Build roof holder by coloring and adding your name. Wow, cool.
Oh, wait, there's one.
This isn't doing too much. I'll pretend. I'm just gonna hold it here for a second. Oh, scissors. They've been stolen. Oh gosh. Do I have a Wait. 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 I don't think I'm gonna get it. Oh my gosh, you can eat sprinkles again, just like last time.
So true.
I can't believe Sloan's posting gore.
Okay,
Oh, that's gore. That's gore of my comfort character. That's gore of my comfort character on my main.
Okay, oh gosh. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to get this icing into the corners.
Oh God. The mound.
It's moving. It's moving. Ah, I drop icing. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. No, my roof. No, please. No. No. Everything's falling apart. Oh god.
We do have plastic cutlery.
No.
Oh yeah.
Sloan had to bring it over if you want an actual utensil.
Heartboard.
Phone.
Your front is dripping.
Got a little G-string.
It's falling. Cardboard.
This guy has a tear in his eye.
I'm going to crush this on accident. Okay, I need some.
He's so sad, but he cries snowflakes. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Okay.
Time's up.
13.
13.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start decorating.
Yes,
Ah!
what's your decor skills?
Sloan's already been doing that.
I don't know if I can beat Sloan over there. It's. Ah! Come on, you little. Okay. Yeah, you got a little something on your face there. Oh, that's not enough icing. Oh my gosh, growing up at my church, we did this giant gingerbread house every year. It was so cool. That was all I liked about church. Whee! Okay, and now
I gotta wash my hands before this show.
Yeah. No, I haven't done purple yet. Okay. Oh man. Oh wait. Oh no, it's perfect.
I think sing the other side.
I'm
Honey, we have a garage now.
What? Oh my gosh.
Honey, we have a garage now. Oh my god! Merry Christmas.
Happy Chrysler.
Our house.
Gingerbread.
Come on.
Oh wait a minute. Wait. Eh?
Patio.
Floor. Floor. Interior crocodile alligator.
Why is my face so angry? Jeez. Ah. Okay.
I think my best bet is actually get this on here.
Okay.
That way I can slide it around and not have to move the whole thing.
Okay, now, it's open. Oh, no.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Hi.
Hi. I'm Deku.
Oh, God. No.
Hey, I got
I
a
missed the
bucket of
color.
chicken. Want a bone?
Want to do it?
Want to do it? Okay.
Okay. It's a little doorknob.
Going in blind here. Wait. I have a better idea of that. Aha. Set up the floor. Oh God. What happened? He's blind.
Gosh.
Oh my God.
Okay. I don't. What ad?
What ad?
What ad? I don't know where to put the peppermints though. That's the like. Okay, let me.
Think we need a good base icing for this one? Oh, there's a cap stuck to this.
I cannot relax my face. Jesus, I just look like I'm trying to murder a gingerbread house very carefully.
You're not? Oh.
Oh, wait. One, two. No, it's not supposed to be sliding down.
I think my roof is sliding off again.
I don't have enough. Okay.
And then they can join. Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Okay. Here, need a little bit more icing. Need to base ice a little bit more. Okay.
Oh, I got too much icing. Oh, no.
I think the market that people
Don't you
miss
dare.
in gingerbread houses is interior decorating. So I'm going to show the world today the power of gingerbread interior decorating.
Incredible.
lemon juice here. Oh yeah.
Oh
Now I can secure him by patting the sides of the icing into the feet.
God, my face. I can't. I feel like it gets angrier and angrier. Okay.
Alright. Now we're gonna needle the tree. Because of course, every cute little house needs some little decorating done. Yeah.
Oh, cute. Ugh.
Oh no! Don't fall over, buddy. You've got work to do.
I don't know where to put the peppermints.
Oh no, my tree. I think we need more icing. Oh, I'm just gonna use the rest of the bag.
Okay. Where do I incorporate these peppermints? I've got it. Oh, wait. This thing is fucking sagging. No!
Our gingerbread house, it's broken.
Oh, the heartbreak.
I went so hard on it.
My guy's having a very Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh dear God. Get up there. Come on.
Oh wait, he doesn't fit in the house. Now I've gotta reach in here and add him in myself. Oh wait, he would have fit. The roof was just sliding off again.
I don't know if mine's gonna stay up.
Oh god. I think his eye fell off.
God, I'm shaking so much.
You know? Oh.
No.
What time is it? 23. How much longer we got?
Till 40.
17. Oh gosh. Oh no, everything's falling apart. Screw the back of the house. It's time for lawn work. Oh, this is not gonna work. No, but I want it. No, we're doing this. No! No! My life is falling apart! Oh god, I'm breathing too hard. I'm getting lightheaded. Where are the trees? Give me the... Get out of there!
How is that phone?
Dry.
Yeah.
Is it drier than a Popeye's biscuit, though?
Is it drier than a Popeye's
Why is there
biscuit?
so much...
Yes.
I'm not too sure. Let me go again.
Tree must decorate. Must work. Must.
Oh.
Is it dry?
Uh-huh.
My house.
Oh.
It's supposed to be your home. No, let me. I'll do it. I used to love doing the frickin' icicles, but this
Yeah, it was
icing's
just
not
the
gonna
roof.
be good for it. Oh no.
It's very gingery.
This icing's not built for oh. It's not built for icicles.
Do people eat gingerbread houses even?
The good ones.
They do?
Oh wait. When we did the giant
gingerbread
one,
houses.
we wouldn't we'd use glue.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you do that?
It was just so pretty. My icicles aren't going too well. Oh gosh. I haven't even gotten the gingerbread people.
It's okay, Rachel. Things could be worse.
It's just gonna take a nap. Ooh, wait. What if I give him a little hat? Can I give him a little hat? It's like a little nightcap. Wee, or a Santa hat, you know. 'Tis the season. And of course that's horizontal. Okay. No. Oh my god. No. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Get this shit out of here. Oh no, I'm getting covered in where's the other tip? There it is.
Me talking to a shark.
Uh-huh. Okay. Gotta do the... Oh, what kind of star tip is this? Oh, no, it's just I'm bad. I'm just failing. Okay. Okay. No, don't do this. No. It's falling. Oh god. It's slow. It could be worse. Dear God. Oh.
No. The crumbling.
Crumbling. No, we're doing this. I squeezed the tip off. I squeezed the tip off.
God damn.
I am become Sloane. Oh god.
Detroit becomes Sloan. How much time we got?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes? You see, Rachel? No one can be me.
Yay!
Oh wait, it needs nose.
Show the camera. Now give him a kiss.
Oh god. Oh god, I'm genuinely getting lightheaded from how hard I'm breathing.
Yeah, still not a big gumdrop fan. Yeah. Also hurt my hand doing that. Oh, there's a piece left.
It's in your hair.
Is it?
Yeah.
Got a little something there.
What?
Dripping off your nose.
This-
Your schnoz. Oh.
Son, would I be able to partake in one of the pieces?
No. Yeah.
Now smile at the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Yummy.
Rachel. May I do the honors? Yeah, I think I need some extra time to go get cleaned up. So I think that's about it. My name is Sloan Quickdraw Jessamine McCraw.
I'm Rachel.
This has been Cults and Crafts.
Uh-huh.
Join us again in a few months, hopefully.
Alright, everyone. Turn it up, Sammy boy. This is your last chance, baby. Oi. Get this young man over here. He's going to say a few words. What's up, dog? Say your name. Seb. Seb. Give it up for Seb. Seb the ledge. Alright, what are you going to say? Nuclear fusion. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Seb.
Nice one, G.
Oh, it's a wet mic now. Sweet baby, Seb.
Turn it up, Sammy boy. This is your last chance, baby.
All right. Have his dad is the best plumber in the world, all right? Still can't fix this guy.
think we're here. Are we live?
It's a question.
Oh, I'll get chat up.
Oh, did you check our mics pretty?
Yeah.
Do we sound good?
I don't know.
Do we sound great?
I think we sound great. Excellent. The Riley Eating Oats live stream?
Yeah, we're going to do that next April.
Oh. I see.
What input is this one on?
Should be on 3?
Should be on 3.
With Phantom?
No.
No. It doesn't need Phantom. The Phantom's for...
Yeah, but the Phantom runs 1 through 4.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
In RE20, it'd be just fine.
Oh, okay.
It's a dynamic. It don't matter.
Okay.
If it was made after 1940, it's fine.
It should be, at least.
Yes.
Can you hear me in here? Yeah. So if you wait, go to ASIO.
We're working on some technical difficulties because this is going to hurt us.
These are technical excellencies.
Yes.
This is the first time we've had 3 mics on all day, so.
I'll go on stream and verify if they can hear me.
Yeah, just keep beeping.
Hello, my name is Sloan Quickdraw Jasmine McCoy.
Now hold that up to the mic.
And I am
No.
talking. No? Hello?
We only hear you from the distance of our mics. I truly, dude, it's fucking OBS doesn't like to pipe it right. It just don't. Nuclear fusion.
Yeah, so it's a routing problem.
We haven't even eaten anything yet, and I already feel gassy. We're off to a great start.
I believe in you.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can eat oats for 9 hours.
I don't care. You're doing it now.
Man, fuck. Like listen.
Not even overnight oats, just straight.
Well, yeah, like straight raw cut
You're
oats.
Straight sucking
Just
and
from
fucking on oats
getting
for
like
9 hours.
I'll have a throne of Quaker oat bottles, just sitting there, just like shoveling them in my mouth.
Yeah, and
it's like.
We're still gonna have the Moog like doing generative.
Yeah, the beep boops, but it'll be
horrifying generative ambience.
Yeah, it'll be me choking.
Yeah, you going on camera 9 hours.
Yeah.
Uncut.
Hi there, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far.
Yeah, isn't this fun? My phone just went off.
Oh, Critter Perchance is here. Hello.
Uh-oh, I know Critter Perchance.
Yeah, I feel like this is we'll wait for Sloan to be able to introduce this bit.
All right, hello. Can you hear me on stream now?
Let's see.
Hello.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I had to add another ASIO input capture.
Nice. It's Sloan from the corner with a steel chair.
Yeah, the steel chair is actually that thing on the plate in front of you.
Yeah. Very exciting.
This is a concoction that I think Riley and Adam both made that I have hopped on as the horrific overlord of spice.
It was ultimately Maddie's idea because she wants me to suffer.
Oh, that's also true.
And I'm built diff, so I'm excited.
I'm built stupid.
So true.
Care to explain the bit?
So guys, I'm going to ask them questions. There'll be a few other special rounds as well. And if they choose to answer, then they get to pick from the plate on the right-hand side of the camera, which is the nice plate. It's a lot less hot. And then if they choose not to answer, they have to pick from the other plate, which is far more evil. I went out and bought these sauces myself. So we shall see how they handle.
It's very exciting.
I'm scared.
I'm excited.
The nice plate's also a bit extra mean because there was sauce spillage.
Yeah.
When I'm thirsty.
Yeah, rules of the milk is just if you drink it all, there's no helping you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that I have a limited quantity.
Yeah, we chose the small containers.
We also have backup water, just in case.
Yeah, water doesn't help spice though.
No, but it makes me feel better.
Yeah.
I don't have any water.
All right.
It's sure.
Oh. Fellas, are you ready to enter the altar hour?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
As a simple first question to the both of you, how do you handle spicy food?
Very well.
Much better than I used to. I used to do a terrible job, but I'm improving. This is very difficult.
What do you think you got, Riley?
Something very like sweet. It's tangy.
That would probably be the red hot sweet chili.
Yeah, it doesn't really taste like a hot sauce to me.
No, yeah, no, it's not very spicy.
It's
at all.
very yum. It's like it's got a little like kick to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I got, but it's really makes its way up in a really pleasant way.
Incredible.
Yeah. Wow.
Pretty yummers.
All right. Another question for the both of you, getting into the more broader section. How often do you wash your sheets?
You know, about once a month.
I should more frequently. I have once since moving into that new apartment, but it's because we have a bed scrunchie, and taking that bitch off is the worst.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna run out of these nuggets real fast.
Yeah, we're gonna need more.
We've got the nugget crew
We gotta
on.
prepare for round 2.
Maddie, you can grab another plate and then also sauce them to your pleasure. Because I have to ask questions.
That one was actually delicious.
I got a good like spicy little barbecue. That was cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got one of
okay.
the ones with like the pepper flakes in it.
Yeah,
mixed with something else.
The
'cause of
good
the
plate
spillage.
is a good plate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bad plate is pretty bad.
Right now we're
All right. Here, can I introduce a new rule?
Why?
If we run out of good plate nuggets, we gotta go to bad plate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Works for me.
The show's gonna end a lot faster.
So I should ask you guys questions really quickly then. What is the biggest secret you're hiding from your mother?
Oh, let's see. Is she in the chat? No. I don't have one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ah. Fair enough.
What nugget does that quantify for?
Bad.
I guess so.
Everyone's got secrets.
I do. I just can't I literally can't think of it.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just like a buffalo.
Probably, yeah.
It was like a little it's got a little creep in there. It's got a little ooh.
Oh, I think I know the one you got.
Ooh, it's pretty delicious.
This is starting easy, so I'm getting scared.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh. All right.
That'd be really funny because I was told you guys would find, or at least Adam would die.
Yeah.
It's not
I want-
necessarily.
Oh, I'm getting the mucus.
Creeping death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
This
going.
is nice.
It's not necessarily that the spice will kill me. It's that I'm going to shit abhorrently the next morning.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that one creeps.
All right. All
A
right.
little bit of Mawadi.
For the both of you, what is the most expensive non-gear item that you have bought?
Non-gear.
Yeah. So gear would include anything for general production, but
For music.
yeah,
Like anything
Music,
like
audio,
that.
etc. None of that
yeah,
shit.
because we all know that stuff is gonna be obviously the biggest bill.
I don't know,
man.
probably like rent.
Well,
Like
Groceries?
oh, what is the biggest
In this
thing that
account?
what is the biggest stupid thing that I bought?
yeah. What is more? What is the biggest stupid thing you've bought?
Yeah.
Like most expensive stupid thing.
What's the
Yeah.
most expensive Batman book I own? That's.
Count if you got it on sale.
Should we go by? I can go by original price.
Yeah.
I don't know.
God damn, that one's still creeping.
There you go.
God, I don't know. I'm trying to think of all the stupid shit that's in my house.
Yeah,
right
most
now.
of my stupid shit is based upon interests.
If you had to take a wild guess.
Yeah.
If I can go by recent stuff, one of those Batman books was probably $150 without a sale.
Damn.
Damn.
Which is average for Omnis because they're fucking stupid and rights.
Yeah.
Are, you know.
There you go. I don't know. Probably like any D&D 5th edition book. that's an alt art that I've purchased. That's not very expensive though.
Both of ours are books.
Yeah, the only thing I like really splurge on is like gear.
Yeah. What are we,
You know?
fucking
What about your
nerds?
figures?
My figures? Oh.
Come on, Riley.
Yeah. Okay. So it's probably the twin pair of Hatsune Mikus I bought at Anime Central, where one's an angle and one's a double,
Yeah.
and they're definitely I paid like $300 for the both of them, which isn't bad. That's $150 a figure. In retail, they're like $130. So
Yeah.
like not too bad of a con price.
I'm trying to think in terms of figures because I got my stupid bitch Transformers. I think the most I've
Oh.
spent on one is $100.
Richard, that is a good call. Sword. No, my fuck ass wizard hat that cost $300. Oh, my tattoos. No, that's based. I don't regret that a single bit.
Maddie, what else have I bought? Oh, I already said that. $100 for the most expensive one.
Yeah. No, so my stupid ass wizard hat that was like $300 2 years ago. Cause I'll take a sauce.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Those are real saucy.
I'm really afraid of the fact that this is getting low and that's not.
Hey, Richard, I started storing it properly. Fuck you.
There's improper.
I listened to the guy.
Swords?
No, well, yeah.
Okay.
All right,
But
fellas.
for the hat.
Oh.
What's next?
Great.
What
Why?
is
Uh-huh.
what is your worst habit?
Probably picking my skin.
Mm.
Or popping pimples.
Probably that.
Spending too much money all the time forever.
Yeah, poor spending choices. Interrupting
worst
people when I
habit?
think I'm correct.
Yeah. Yeah, being right and sexy and cool all the time.
Bitches hate it when I'm right.
Yeah.
They cannot take it.
Yeah. Damn.
Damn.
All
No
right.
matter what, I gave several answers. So.
Give me that one.
I want this one. This one's yummers.
Oh. Ooh. Mmm. Mmm.
God, that one's. That's just delicious.
That's
All
okay.
right. What is your biggest production horror story?
So back when I was, I'll steal this floor.
I think I know which one too.
So back when I was running like big jazz fests in Chicago.
Never mind.
Which one did you think I was going to talk about? The which one?
The one after the first Streamathon that you ran like the next day. You ran it in here for something. I don't remember.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
No, that wasn't bad. That was just bad.
Yeah.
No, the worst time was when I was running like a big jazz performance, like 32 channel mixer. Every channel was taken up. And I was the only person in the booth who was TDing, directing, and running audio. And then, like, 5 minutes before intermission, the audio cut. And so I was freaking the fuck out. Like, directing the show, because it's also, like, live TV, right? Like, full-on production live TV. And so, like, I'm also 17, 18 at this point.
Sorry, I'm looking at the chat.
Yeah. 17, 18 at this point, and so I'm like
Baby Schneedem.
little baby boy trying to make my way through this production of like very important stuff. And so like just right as intermission hits, I cut stream, I restart every piece of gear in the correct order in a line. It takes a full 10 minutes for everything to boot back up correctly. And right as the curtain goes back up is when the audio comes back and we can do the rest of the show. And it like stressed me out so much, and it was it's wonderful.
Does it count if mine was technically a rehearsal?
Yeah, that's production.
Because that is production. It was
Sauce in
this semester's first rehearsal for Haikyuu. Fucking miserable. Like DeAndre, you were there for that one, weren't you? I don't remember if you were or not. But it was our first one running. I was director as per usual because I'm a big bully now, and everything was just incorrect. Our camera feeds weren't necessarily working right. Whenever we have our top camera and our bottom camera, usually 3's on top, 2's on bottom. Thank you, Daryl. We fucking swapped it by accident, so every single one of my calls was incorrect because I want to go for the top shot. It's like camera 3, no, 2, and it's hitting it incorrect every time. We were having audio issues with the mics because they just weren't fucking piped correctly. It's nothing that even that exciting. It's just that every little minute detail that could go wrong did. Literally the saving grace is that none of this was actual produced work. It was just practice.
Yeah.
But it was fucking frustrating because everything just went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But the next rehearsal went great, and I was like, oh, the show will run this semester.
There's only one good one left, Adam.
Rochambeau.
No, whoever answers the question first gets it.
Mm.
Or whoever answers the question.
I didn't eat one for mine.
Oh.
So this is it. This is mine, and we're fucked.
Uh-huh.
That's the last good nug.
In that case, I
Yeah.
can ask y'all some funny questions.
Some funny questions?
This
you
one's for
said?
Riley.
Oh, just for me?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What is the worst date you have ever been on?
Oh, God.
It's good.
Oh, this is just a sad story. Because I was very, I'm still very unconfident in my, like, I'm fresh, you know? I haven't done a lot of it.
Yeah.
But in high school, there's this girl that I had a crush on for, like, years, and she had a boyfriend for, like, years. And then they finally, like, broke up my, like, junior year. And I was like, I really don't want to waste this opportunity. Do you want to come hang out with me? Blah, 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 whatever. And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, can I take you out to dinner? And she said, yes. And I was like, fuck yeah, thank God. Let's go. And so, like, we went out to, like, not fancy dinner, but, like, not, Like not bougie,
Not
but like nice sit down, like local restaurant, like whole like good vibes, candles, the whole thing.
Just boo noji.
Just like nice enough where it like makes sense for a high schooler to be there, you know. And it's like this wonderful Asian fusion place. And so like we're hanging out, we're eating. I pay for dinner. I'm like, oh my god, thanks so much for coming out with me, blah blah blah, whatever. And she's like, yeah, great. Can you drop me off? I'm gonna hang out with this guy. And I went, yeah, okay.
Sure.
Because I think I hit the like, oh, you want to grab some ice cream or something?
Yeah.
She was like, no, can you drop me off? I gotta get home because I'm gonna hang out with this guy. I was like, oh, damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
you have a tissue
Just got
supply?
used for dinner. No.
No.
Fuck you.
Okay, my nose is just gonna run then.
All right.
You got it, baby boy.
Choose
Don't take that
wisely.
pretty one or I'm slapping you.
Which one? This one? This one?
No, don't take
This one?
Sure.
Which one do you not want me to take?
I don't want you to take the pretty one in the middle.
What? This one?
Yeah. So that's the one you're gonna eat.
No. I'm gonna take this.
I'm
one.
real.
Chat. That's a nice like vinegary barbecue sauce. There's the spice. There it is.
There it goes.
That's fine. It's fine.
You say.
It's fine.
What color was that one?
Like brownish.
Okay.
All of them are brown on the scary one.
Well, yeah.
No, but there's like brown, and then there's like orangish brown, and there's like transparent brown. It was like the matte brown.
He said brown every time.
Yeah. It's all about the adjectives. Dickass.
Fuck your adjectives. I haven't taken English class since high school.
All right. Adam.
Me.
Special question for you. Who is your favorite sibling?
That's a fucking nefarious
That's so
question.
mean.
That's
It's because
so
he's
fu-
an only child. You can't even pull that on him.
If you choose not to answer it, I will choose the nugget for you. Because there's only the one plate left.
There's only one plate left.
Hot boys
eat nuggets.
I'm not answering that.
Okay.
That's so cruel.
Sloan picks the nugget. Sloan picks the nugget. Don't pick the spiciest one for him.
Do it.
No, we gotta let him simmer.
I can't remember what this one was.
There you go. Let's see it. Here, wait. I'm gonna move this out of the way so that we can get a better view.
Bottoms up.
How's it taste, buddy?
Flavor's good.
The flavor's good.
Mhm.
Is it hitting you yet?
Not yet. I'm real scared.
Why are you scared?
Because it's starting to hit.
Well, it's starting, is it? That's cute.
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what that one was.
I don't know, but I'm drinking.
Is it hot?
It started creeping and then didn't.
Hey, there you go.
For the first round, I snuck some mild ones into the hot ones.
How wonderful.
The creep was there, and then it just kind of halted.
Yeah.
What's next?
It's all here, though. Odd placement. Don't giggle. Uh-oh.
They're still making the nugs. I'll wait for the special rounds until they have the more nugs.
Yeah,
out.
we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 2, 3 more questions in us if it's both of us.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, that's a good call.
That'd be cute.
That would be cute.
Split the
Do you wanna-
nuggets
do you
would make
wanna-
it last longer.
Yeah, let's Lady and the Tramp each of them.
All right, guys. Do you have any strange emotions of the TF2 cast?
I like them. They're funny.
Strange.
You know where I'm getting at,
I
guys.
think I know where you're getting at.
Do you have
No,
feelings?
not really. I don't really get that for fictional characters a whole
That's
lot.
fair. It's more
know?
of it's more of the silly, big heavy buff guy.
Yeah, like hear me out.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Some
Medic?
of them are conventionally
Medic?
attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy who outbid Satan.
Yeah, he's my connect, you know.
I trust that guy.
Enji's a cute little guy, but I don't
Yeah.
know. They're all just kind of little dudes.
Yeah.
All right.
Soldier's literally me.
All right, which one are we splitting?
Pick for me.
All right. I'm picking the sauciest one.
Oh
yay.
Sauce.
Boink.
Yeah. Oh.
Mm. Oh.
Don't say that.
Whoo! Whoo! That one's got some zazz.
It doesn't wait.
That one's got some zazz.
I feel like my chin is trembling now. It's like, that's not good. Am I going to tear up on
Do you
camera?
like it?
The flavor wasn't even that appealing.
I kind of like the flavor. I thought it was fun. It was cute.
It's sitting on the end of the tongue.
It was cute.
All right, fellas.
What's next?
What was your first impression of each other?
That guy looks like Nirvana.
Thanks.
Nirvana.
That guy looks slightly annoyed at all times.
It's because I got RBF. It's because if I'm not actively smiling, my face is.
Yeah, so I looked at you for the first time and I was like, yeah.
Yeah. All right. You pick it now.
I really want this guy. I like that guy. Let's
All
do
right,
that
then
guy.
split it.
Okay.
Fuck boy. That was cute.
Nice.
Wasn't it? That was pretty sick.
Oh.
Who needs it?
The can on the right side.
The nug cam.
I do not like how cleanly these cut.
Were the
shit
batteries
is
ever plugged
artif-
back in for the
That is
cannon?
wild.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, that happened during last. I just wiggled it and it came back on.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's...
Is it on?
That's one of the ones for the first round. That's easy peasy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's not some easy ones.
It wasn't much of a sneak when they looked like that.
Oh, thank you.
Still?
Oh, they are nice to me.
Okay. Do we need nug cam?
Not really.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just keep it ripping.
Oh, we got it back.
Hey.
Look at that, it's back.
Unplugged it and plugged it back in.
The thing that got me is we're getting to the point where they start stacking.
Thank you, Richard. I love you.
What did he say?
He said I have resting beautiful face.
That is what the B stands for. I feel.
All right, guys.
I
There's
feel
some more
great.
nuggies coming in.
There
What's
is
next?
bubbling in my stomach. It's not good.
We got emergency nuggets.
I'm scared.
Make sure to place the good plate on the right-hand side.
I'm eating lunch with my parents tomorrow.
It'll be a
Have
great
fun.
tale to tell your dad.
All right,
Oh,
good
boy.
plate in the same place as usual.
Look at all that.
I'm like pulling water in my mouth and wiggling my tongue around like it'll make a difference.
All right.
All right.
What's next? I need a challenge, Sloan.
You need a challenge?
I need a challenge.
You need a challenge?
I need to be
She
challenged.
hate me?
Guys.
Yes, ma'am.
First person to answer this
Okay.
gets it. We're playing a little Guess the Media. I stole an idea from our show Media Scramble.
Wait, hold on.
Media's cramble.
Get
You
your
right there,
brains
buddy?
ready.
No, it's just talking back. I'm fine.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right. Guess the Media. Things are getting serious with your boyfriend, though eventually spirals, and as he goes on a crazed rant with his conspirator, injects with imminent warnings. Your boyfriend seems to be accusing you of stealing from his conspirator that results in him being shot. You join forces to fight, win, and make a swift escape. Only you know that you are a spy the whole time.
Fuck.
What?
So, boyfriend?
You cackling fucking goobers are gonna make me feel real stupid when they tell me.
There's three big guys in this story. There's big girlfriend, man, and conspirator.
There's a spy involved.
There's the spy.
It's just Cars 2.
No.
Damn it!
That would be fucking
That
funny.
would be the funniest option.
Um,
There was no mention of a funny hick that gets
who
up the
has a-
shenanigans.
Who has a co-conspirator? Most protagonists, probably. Are we vis-a-vis Media Scramble? Are we doing the perspective switch, or
Yes.
is it okay? So girlfriend is not the main character.
No.
It's not done.
Dan.
Yeah.
He. I don't know. Shit.
Quit laughing. This is at my expense. I do not appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Shut up.
No, you. Oh fuck! Can we get a format?
Only this eye is water.
Is it a movie?
It is a movie.
Okay. It's a movie. It's about there's a girlfriend. Is it The Shining?
No.
How many Batman movies do I list off until I get it correct?
It won't work.
Fuck.
I don't know. Should we call it?
I'm really.
I think we call it, man.
I think it's Up.
You guys have definitely both seen this movie.
Of course I have. I just feel stupid.
It's fucking Eagles. It's Eagles returning people indoors of the movie, the greatest movie of all time. Of course.
It is Eagles
Son of a
returning
bitch,
people to horses.
I was thinking longer format.
No, fool.
That's what fucked me.
Fool.
No.
Eat 2.
Yeah, you know. All right, that's actually fair. Eat 2.
Attaboy. Shoo.
Yeah, it was so funny hearing them break down from it.
Yeah.
I thought the point that would really sell it is your boyfriend seems to be accusing you of stealing his from his conspirator that results
The
in him
ginger ale.
being shot.
The ginger ale.
Ah!
Did you?
Did you take my ginger ale?
I took a little sipski.
I haven't even opened mine.
Yeah. All right, what's next?
Would you guys like to do another truth question or another little game?
Let's do another truth.
Another truth?
Let's do double or nothing because we got to eliminate these cold ass, old ass nugs.
All right.
Creeping death.
Who
Evil
in Cult?
nugget.
Who in Cult, past or present, would you want to swap lives with for the week?
I feel like I would see life through a new eyes if I swapped eyes with Mark. Yeah, like I feel like I would gain a greater appreciation for existence.
Yeah. Go watch some trains.
Yeah, dude, like fully.
He's very based for that.
Yeah. Or Adam Kiefer.
I think the funniest option is if I swap lives with Maddie to see how tolerable I truly am. I want to see if I would beat my own ass. I'll see how sick I'd get of myself.
All right, big boy, which one you want?
Go ahead. You pick for yourself. I won't even look.
Boy.
I'll take the
what's up.
saucy one.
Really?
Yeah.
You're too kind.
Yummers.
The other answer would be Ben Seltzer because I want to know what it's like to be right.
Damn, that's so real. Oh, that one's got some. Oh,
I think the battery just launched the SD card.
You both hit some funny ones.
Yeah. Yours was bigger though.
Yeah. That's nice. These are some good sauces, Sloan.
Thank you.
Yeah, they taste great, but goddamn.
Have you figured out which one's the red blood sauce yet?
Honestly, no. Though I think if it was any of them, it was the one that probably gave me the. Because that's just St. Louis style.
All right. Real quick. Have you regifted a present ever? If yes, what?
Yeah, for sure. I don't remember what though.
No.
No, don't remember.
It's the thing that my mom did.
Oh.
You know, where it's
I don't
like we'd get something and be like, "We are not gonna use this."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't answer. Should I go for a spicy one?
I mean, that's a fair answer.
I half answered.
Yeah.
I come from a family where we pick from Christmas lists and they stick to it, and it's of my design because I'm a little spoiled baby. The most that, I don't know. The most I can think of in terms of having something sent back is when I was like 3 and I had like a Thomas the Tank Engine fire station. Oh, my ears starting to rumble. It's doing that thing where if you can rumble your ears, sometimes they do it on their own if shit's too spicy. That's what's smoke coming out. Oh my god. I ate that nugget 4 minutes ago, and now I'm tearing up. Oh my god.
Take one.
The closest I can think of is I had a Thomas the Tank Engine fire station set that had to be sent back, and I had to get a replacement one because the original was made with lead paint.
Oh my god.
Which I don't see what the difference is. My water was full of it, so who gave a fuck?
Yummers. Eat a nugget.
I'm working on it.
I only answered half the question.
Am I correct enough?
Yeah,
Am I saying
fine.
fucking
Yeah.
no.
Marinated.
Yeah, these are juiced up.
That's immediate.
Are you crying? You okay?
I'm not trying to.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
We're breaking into it. Oh my god.
What's up next, Shlony Baloney?
What fashion trend are you embarrassed to have taken part of?
This is targeted. This is fucking targeted.
Wait, is that both of us or just him?
I have no clue, Riley.
Was that just for him?
For both of
It's
you.
For both,
for
of us.
both of me?
I was a hype beast in high school.
I forgot about that.
Like fully, I had the full I wore tracksuits to school. I had the $600 sneakers. That's another stupid fucking purchase I made.
Yeah, put that on the list. That shit sucks.
Yeah.
I was the king of cargo shorts until I was 7, but that was
That's
mom's
base.
decision, not mine.
That's based.
I think it's fun. But then I got cargo shorts back again when I started working at Ed Morse because I need all my pockets to keep all my tickets in to forget about.
Jenna, the hair is coming back. Look.
It's just this eye. The other one's not. It's just one eye is crying.
Oh, I'm just sweating.
And it's only this ear. I'm only feeling spice in the right side of my head. I think the left side has gone numb. Is it a stroke?
I was gonna say.
I'll be fine.
All right.
All right.
Oh yeah. Wait, did I eat one already?
No.
Okay. See, now I get what they're talking about on Hot Ones where they start forgetting what's happening. That's wild.
Oh, it was pleasant.
No, it wasn't.
I think that was a mango habanero.
Oh, there's more of those. Fuck me, dude.
I also tried to pick a few sauces that look very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Like the hottest one looks very similar to the more mild ones.
Yeah.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
No, we didn't grab forks, Jenna. We just have knives. Our assorted cutlery.
Or spoons.
Yeah, we could have used spoons.
Check.
Oh, okay. I was like, is there someone I'm not hearing? Right
Ah!
Who's there?
Chat.
Chat?
Chat, is there
clip
somebody
that, clip that?
He's right behind me, isn't he?
When was the last time that you lied?
Today. I don't know.
What, do I write it down?
Let's say last, not white lie, but more meaningful lie.
I can't remember.
I'm an innocent little boy. I don't know what you want from me. Oh, you're right. That means the worst one.
Uh-huh.
Hold on, for dramatic effect.
Oh.
I think my stomach hurts from the sheer amount of water. This is my second bottle.
Come on, big boy. Take it. Take it. Yeah.
The flavors on that one's pretty good.
Yeah. What's next?
All right.
Call this a challenge.
Little challenge. Little challenge.
I'll join you in a little milk sippy.
Let's test your. Holy.
This
Adam.
ear's not rumbling, but it did just start ringing.
Your eyes are turning red.
I know.
You're turning red.
I have no skin to. I am see-through.
All right, fellas.
Anytime blood flows, you will see it.
You
What
guys
you
are
got?
both Dropout fans.
Generally.
Casually.
Yeah. Here is a question that I wrote up in the format of actually.
Okay.
Oh fuck! I don't even remember what that format is.
You have to hear the prompt and then correct me. First one to correct me doesn't have to eat the nug.
Good fucking lord! I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you have to preface. You have to first say actually before you answer.
Uh-huh.
It's like Jeopardy.
Yeah.
All right.
My stomach hurts.
Bananas are berries, much like strawberries. Bananas are classified as berries because they stem from one flower with one ovary and typically several seeds.
I know that's wrong, but I don't know why. What would be right?
Oh shit, man.
Shut up.
Fuck.
I swear to God, if it's actually they're really nuts, I'm gonna be pissed.
Actually, they're.
If it's like strawberries all
plantains.
over again, I'm gonna be. My stomach hurts.
Get better tummy, bro.
I'm trying. That's why I went to a doctor.
I don't know. Can you read it again?
Yeah. Bananas are berries, much like strawberries. Bananas are classified as berries because they stem from one flower with one ovary. and
Actually, strawberries aren't berries.
That's
They're-
right.
Is that
God
it?
damn
They're
it!
not
Because
berries.
I literally already said it. I said they were nuts. I just forgot the actually.
They're not fucking nuts.
They argue with the goddamn agriculture person. I'm not going to because I'm scared of it.
That is, in fact, correct.
Yes, they're not berries.
Strawberries
Nice.
are not berries. Riley,
Yeah.
eat that nug.
Do I still have to eat one?
Oh, I'll rub it in the sauce.
Like at
not,
all?
Not for that round.
I'll extra sauce it up.
Yes.
We're running a bit closer to the clock here. Should I hit y'all with another silly challenge?
Oh.
Sure.
Oh.
All right, you guys
Oh,
have
that was-
been. You
yeah.
guys have been tainted with the spice enough.
I love taint.
As a chronic masticator,
All right.
absolutely.
Guys,
Yark.
going back and forth, starting with Adam.
Oh, no.
What? Name as many celebrities with names that start with this letter, the letter O. And go, Adam.
Oh, Obama.
Owen Wilson.
5, 4, 3.
This is embarrassing for
2,
me.
1.
Eat up, fuck nuts.
I cannot begin to describe the way the brain stops functioning when this stuff is involved.
That is absolutely incredible. We got Obama and Owen Wilson.
What more do you need?
I could have done more.
Oprah.
No.
I don't know who people are.
That's why I thought.
They're
Oh,
not
wait.
a person.
They're celebrities.
It's Noel and Liam Gallagher, and then all the other fuckers.
Their last name's Gallagher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the guys from Shameless?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like lip.
Anyway.
What's next?
Number 3.
You slut.
Can someone get more water?
Someone fly me a wobber bubble.
Throw it across the room.
Toss it directly at my noggin. Don't.
We have cold ones in the fridge if you want.
Yes,
I
please.
have. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cold is preferable because it's yummy.
All right.
Fellers.
Yes.
My
What
stomach.
is something that you pretend to like but actually hate?
Oh.
I tell a bitch when I don't like something. I don't know. What?
What do I like but actually hate? I don't actually hate. Yeah, I'm very open about myself.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't partake or even pretend to partake in things that I don't care for.
That's fair.
So I don't got a good answer. What are you looking at me for?
I feel like Maddie has an answer for you.
No, you don't. I bitch more than anybody else in this room.
That's false.
It is not.
No, you're right, actually.
What are you creeping over for? My belly hurt. Like a lot.
Is it eating spicy food, Adam? Are you doing it just because you're a man and you gotta assert your manhood?
No, I like spicy food. It's just that I'm still trying to get better at it. And this is trial by fucking capsaicin.
It's not that bad. No, you should have gotten spicier stuff, Sloan.
I found what I could find.
I believe in you.
Carbondale.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll dip it in. I'll rub it in there.
I can make you some nightmare wings real
I
quick.
technically told the truth. Do I still gotta really? Can I baby wing it?
Yeah.
Technically, I gave you an answer.
Yeah.
Okay. He's just evil.
Should I nightmare wing the bad plate?
No.
No.
We'll save that for the end.
Why do your votes matter?
Saving for the end. We do end in 20 minutes.
That's okay.
By who?
by my good friend Richard.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
All right.
I appreciate it though.
What was your most recent age-restricted purchase?
I don't know. Age restricted as in I have to be a certain age to buy it?
Yeah.
Alcohol?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, alcohol.
I think
like a six pack.
I think a pack of fucking Caymans.
Yeah. Entirely fair.
Yeah.
I knew what mine was.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is dinner.
Eat it.
Dinner and a show.
Jenny, you're right. It was Roblox.
Fellers,
What?
shall we go for the last challenge?
Sure.
Yeah. Double or nothing.
Double or nothing?
Double or nothing.
Shut up.
No.
We're getting pretty close to the line, so.
Uh-huh.
All right. What's the anagram? You have 3 minutes whenever I say start.
I'm going to get it in 10 seconds.
I'm not. I'm stupid.
All right, all right.
Aren't you fucking dyslexic?
This will make a single word. The phrase for the anagram is no more stars. And go.
Can I have a pen and paper?
No. Wait, so no more stars,
Yeah.
but it is one word.
Makes one word.
Nostromo?
No.
That was a good one, though. But there's no A in that.
Yeah.
You're right.
I do love a good alien reference, though.
This shit almost hurts more than the fucking... Maybe I am lactose intolerant.
It's just pain immediately.
My stomach is full of nasty things.
Oh, shit. Ian is right. We should triple or nothing.
Why?
Yeah, triple or nothing, guys.
No more stars.
No more stars.
I'm going to lose. This is right. That's not actually going to...
No, bring it. But yeah, let's speed this up so we're not doing dead content.
Yeah, guys.
You put it in the sauce!
The paper's spicy.
It's under the sauce.
You have 2 minutes.
Oh my god.
That hurt. Do you have any idea how often I would get stuck on wordscapes?
Adam, if you lose this, you'd eat 3 wings.
I know. I'm figuring out which 3 I want.
Minute and a half.
Richard says it's penance for Absoluki.
I use that all the time. It makes me laugh.
If you both fail, you just split 3 wings.
No, we have. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that'd be a lot of wings to go through.
Yeah.
Please lose. My stomach hurts.
No.
I've had a single tear like stuck right here for like the last 10 minutes. It just
Touch
stopped
it with your
moving.
finger.
I haven't touched any sauce. I've been
1 minute.
knifing it.
No more stars.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you phoning a friend?
You know, it's fine.
I'm dripping.
Is it Graham?
What is it? What is it?
Astronomers.
Ah! Thank you. Love you. Astronomers.
He has to eat them for cheating.
Yeah, you bastards.
I think both of them should eat it.
I think I should only eat 3 mild ones and he gets to split.
Split those 3 wings.
Why?
Actually, you know what?
Mhm.
Instead of eat all of them right now.
Mhm.
Or we could ask more questions.
Yeah, I like Rachel's answer. If you get 2, I get 1.
Okay. 1.
Ooh, skewer.
2.
3.
Extra sauce. Oh. I thought you were going to go for a pussy one.
Look at me go. I gotta commit.
All right, fellers.
Wait. I'm making space. Hold on.
Good Lord, man.
I'm fine.
It don't sound like it.
Shush.
You don't have to do this.
Why not?
You all right?
Yeah.
You sure?
We are officially in the last 15.
All right.
You're welcome, DeAndre.
What's next?
All right.
Huh? I thought it was. Oh, ha!
I could not make it in the sauce.
It's under the sauce.
I
He
may have
missed the
asked this already.
sauce.
I've been doing the questions out of order.
Uh-huh.
What is your biggest red flag?
Being evil.
Musician.
I think my answer's pretty good.
Musician.
That's a huge red flag.
It depends on who you're talking to.
No.
No.
Kill them all.
Isaac likes the fact that I'm a musician.
It doesn't mean it's not a red flag.
No, that's fair.
You can be into red flags.
People can wear pink glasses.
Yeah.
I would never date an anti-Semite. That's evil.
Where do you think you'll be in 5 years?
Wisconsin.
Toilet. I'll be fine.
This is gonna affect Adam for 5 years.
Honestly,
have horrible indigestion. For the
But it's
next
yum, or
5 years.
I have horrible indigestion just from waking up. I'm not okay.
This guy's the big shitter.
I am. I'm Mr. Shitter.
He is the shitter.
All right.
I
Wait,
didn't.
did you guys eat the wing?
No. Hold on.
Did I eat one?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Who knows anymore?
More sauce.
All right. Riley, got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
What is your hottest TTRPG hot take?
It shouldn't be a hot take, but 5e is bad. It's a bad game.
It is.
They shouldn't have made 5.5. They should have made 6.
I think that might be
and
cold.
it would still be a bad game.
I think that might be cold from how much I've heard it fucking said.
That's
I'm
fair.
not
It's
even
pretty
in
cold.
tabletop.
Yeah, but you're like near me. Yeah, I don't know. Hottest take. Games that are meant to be story driven and are so simple that it is basically down to you roll 1 dice every time something kind of important happens is a bad game design, and it's lazy.
It's boring.
Yeah.
Because then why are you even playing a game? You can just play make believe.
I don't feel good.
And the best part about that is that's why Shadowrun is the best game ever, because you don't roll 1 dice, you roll 20.
That's a lot. I can't count.
I don't know about that.
Oh.
No, Shadowrun's a bad game, poorly optimized.
Boink.
I love it though.
Give me that sauce.
All right, fellers.
All evil.
How many are left on the other plate?
6.
6? Should we move to the nightmare round for the last thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I'm gonna throw up tonight.
But only feel like nothing will. But
Alright,
if you
fellas.
close your eyes.
What? My eyes are closed. I couldn't hear you.
Pull it a little bit closer to the camera.
If you brought more nuggets, I'm throwing them at you.
I think this is the entire bag. I'm pretty sure.
Shut. It hurts.
All right, fellers.
What?
Open your ganders.
Ah!
That's a lot of sauce.
It's sauce.
Is that the spiciest one?
Yes.
Nice.
It's so Jover.
Yeah, this is a bottle that I would probably not run through in a while.
Oh, is it a Melinda's
This is
sauce?
Melinda's.
Yeah,
It
Melinda's
is.
sauce are great. They are so fucking spicy.
Uh-huh.
Mom, why?
Hello, mother.
Hello, father.
All right, Sloan.
Oh my God.
Do it to us.
All right, fellers.
I want it.
I don't.
Who do you despise most in the media world?
Elongated,
Musk.
muscrated.
What a non-answer.
Is he even in the media world?
If
Yes.
he's on fucking
Yeah.
Twitter and keeps
He
showing up on
owns a
TV,
social media
That's
site.
fair. I was thinking like film
If
production.
I have to keep seeing his stupid fuck-ass face, he counts.
Weinstein?
Yeah.
Fair, yeah.
Like
Spacey?
the
I don't know.
Yeah, the terrible pedophiles that run Hollywood. All right, howsies?
Why that one?
This is the funniest one. Here, I'll take the small one for you. All right, buddy. You ready?
No.
Eat it, bitch.
You gotta touch. You gotta touch the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clink them.
It's cold.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Don't say that.
I'm telling the truth. Oh, it's a creeper.
Shut!
Woo, woo. There she is. Hello, Melinda. Oh, I just touched my eyeball.
Oh.
It was very exciting. I'm like full. We've had a lot of nuggets.
I'm running out of room.
And you've been drinking like half a thing of milk.
3 waters.
Not that far ahead. Well, I guess I am.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mom.
All right, what's next?
Your birthday and everything.
We got 6 more questions in this.
All right, fellers.
Yar.
I'm stealing a question from him actually because I didn't make many challenge rounds, but I feel like it's very fitting at this point to also do a challenge round.
Uh-huh.
Fellers.
Double or nothing?
Double or nothing.
So 1 whole 1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Should I make this fair at Adam and try to find a Batman one?
No, because I'll win.
Fair enough. All right, I'll do the one I was gonna do.
My man.
All right.
The milk is officially lukewarm now.
It's been lukewarm.
All right. So this is actually questions, same format as last time.
Fuck.
In Star Wars, the band Figrin Dan and the Modal Nodes plays a genre of music known as jizz, which we first hear them play on Jabba's barge.
False. We heard.
False.
First,
Actually, we heard it first in Mos Eisley Cantina. I got it first.
Adam got it first.
Fuck yeah! I said it louder, so everybody laughs at my joke.
All right, let me get this real sauced up.
Why?
Because I love myself.
Sure sounds like it. I was like hung up. I was like, is that the band name?
Was that 1 or 2?
That's 1. We're doing halves.
Oh, doing halves? Okay.
It's like not that spicy. It's the texture's awful because the nuggets are cold because the sauce was
My
cold.
stomach is so full.
Jenna says yogurt might help reduce tummy issues later.
I feel like that would exacerbate it.
Why are you exacerbating, bro? Get your milk out of the nug frame. The people need to see the nuggets.
Sponsored by.
No, we're
But
not.
not actually, because I can't make that joke because Twitch doesn't let me be funny.
Yeah. Thank
I
you,
do
Jenna.
like Prairie Farms though. Good shit.
Can you fellers guess what the this sauce is? Like what pepper's in this?
Probably ghost pepper.
It is ghost pepper.
Yeah.
In fact, true. We're down to 5 minutes, however.
All right.
So do I eat a whole nugget or is that a half? Is that a whole or a half nugget I gotta eat?
We got 5
That was
minutes.
just a general, if you guys could figure.
Well,
there are only 3 nuggets left.
4.
So
4 big nuggets.
Man.
Unless you want me to, unless you want me to steal another
Every
actually
time
question.
that happens, I feel better.
That's good.
The challenging ones.
That's not. You sit your ass in this. See how it goes. DeAndre wants in. You want to tag out?
We can do a model of the celebrities one where you name as many fictional characters as you can with a random letter.
Okay.
Damn it!
All right.
It's because my brain hurts from all the spicy.
All right. I will say the letter and then I will give you guys 10 seconds to think of a few and then be ready.
Oh fuck.
No, don't give us 5 seconds.
5 seconds?
Yeah.
Fuck. I breathe that in.
All right, guys. Going back and forth, this time starting with Riley. Fictional characters whose name begins with G. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Gorthalax the Insatiable from Fantasy High.
Sure, Ghost Rider.
4.
Gone from Hunter x Hunter.
5, 4.
Oh, it's so Jover.
3, 2.
Glup Shitto.
Oh!
Does that count?
Glup Shitto is a fictional character. Even fictional to Star Wars.
That's true, we made it up.
Well,
As
he's
a
canon
general
to
culture.
Wizard.
That's true!
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's true, Glaparion Shatharzar.
Glup Shitto is also just a famous Star Wars meme character.
Yes, I think that counts.
Grogu.
Grogu.
That fuck ass baby.
5.
Yeah.
4.
Uh-huh.
3. 2. 1.
Gordon, the one blue train from Thomas.
Okay.
I want to say Gordon Ramsay now, but that's no.
That's a real guy.
That's a man.
4. 3. 2. 1. Done.
Gordon, comma Jim from the
Oh
Batman.
God, Mr. Man.
Motherfucker, that's such an actually good answer.
Gandalf would be a really good one.
Richard, who the fuck is Gonan the Barbarian?
Gonad the Barbarian.
Oh my gosh.
Greg Heffley.
Greg Heffley would have been a
Shit.
good one.
All right. Germa. Germa 985 here.
I'm also gonna steal a
My stomach.
I'm gonna steal a movie perspective one as well.
Oh, shut up.
Uh-huh.
How much time do we have left?
You have 3 minutes.
That's too many.
That's a minute and ugh.
Gotta be quick in there.
It's Riley whenever he's in the desert and he run out of his water in his flask.
All right. All right.
Scene from Rango.
So guess the movie.
Damn it.
I won't say the name because that'd be cheating.
That would straight up tell us.
Yeah. They're watching him. They're looking. He isn't alone. Nor was he ever alone. This is the tale of a boy
Truman Show.
Who loses his mind at the thought that he has never been alone for his entire life, and that the friends he made growing up may be a little too real than he first thought. A little too real.
What?
Though I must say he never really realizes, truthfully.
It's not.
That was such a swirly goddamn. It just like went in circles. That was. Quick, Glenn. Quiet in the classroom.
Gonad the Barbarian.
I can say the character's name.
No, that'll be too easy.
That would make it way too easy.
That helped. Actually.
It's not the Truman Show.
Not the Truman Show.
So everyone's watching him.
So is this a boy or a man?
Boy.
It sounded boy. See that? Can't be Truman Show. 'Cause that's a man.
Would you like to know what type of movie?
Yes.
This is a children's film.
He's not alone.
Nemo after they found him.
No.
Shit. All right. Wally.
They're watching him.
Truman babies.
No.
Shit.
We are in the last minute. So how many nugs nugs are there? 3?
3.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, we can go over.
No, we can't.
Just means I gotta rap faster.
My stomach hurts.
So is mine, buddy.
It's fine.
Mine is because I'm just full of nugget.
Yes, it's honestly because I'm full.
I don't know.
Hold on, I'm thinking. Don't you say that every fucking time?
It is an animated movie.
I know it's animated, just from yeah.
Is it The Lion King?
No.
Is it The Jungle Book?
That's
No.
what I was gonna say. Is it the?
Can I have a company? Robots.
No.
Damn it.
I don't know.
Can I have a company? Please.
Company? Pixar.
Okay, I was thinking. Okay.
Oh, it's Toy Story.
Toy Story, yes.
I get it. Okay. Oh.
The
Drink,
boy's name
bitch.
was Andy in the reading.
It's true. He's not alone. He had a mother.
Yeah, that one's not very great.
Though no father.
No. He's just like me for real.
I'm so sorry.
Eat the nugget. It'll help me. I promise.
Anything for you.
Riley.
My jaw's giving out. You want to help? Shows you how much she cares.
All right,
This was
what's
your
next,
idea.
Saloni Baloney?
What is next?
These taste like shit.
It's been that kind of stream the whole time, Jenna.
Like, this chicken sits out for 15 minutes and it's fucking awful.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is bad.
I'm sure.
It tastes like plastic.
Yummers.
I'm gonna throw up.
I can
when
give you
go
guys a movie plot explained badly.
Okay.
Yeah, those are fun.
So full of beans.
I have to pee.
There's a guy and he does a thing, and then he goes and another thing happens, and he does another thing.
The hero's journey.
That's a bad one.
It was excellent. What are you talking about?
Man, these are stupid.
Did you go to top of all time?
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah, do that.
All right.
Riley, be a deer and just eat both of these.
Why?
Top
I
of
don't
all
have to drink
time.
anymore. He thought about
That's
it.
a bad one.
He thought about it. I drank so much, I'm gonna piss my fucking pants right now.
On stream. Live.
All right. A man is forced
Face forward.
to participate in the rescue of a hostage by the government that has turned his residence into a refugee camp.
What?
Oh, it's Shrek.
It's Shrek.
I mean, I guess so. Sure fucking
That
sounds
was
like.
fast.
Excuse you. Yeah? Is this hard for you?
You guys finishing them? Lady in the Trampet.
Ugh. It's vile.
It's not even spicy. The nugget is disgusting. Have a lick.
Here, hold up. Let me figure
DeAndre, get on camera.
Let me finger the sauce real quick. Alright.
Stick your tongue on that fucking plate.
Fine, you know what?
About
Fine.
that time.
It's not that bad.
It's not a pleasant taste, though.
Are we on this camera?
Let me go.
We're on middle.
Hi, Mom.
Hello.
Blech.
This is a fine way to outro this. Can I get a little bit more mic?
Have some mic.
Hello. Hello. It's Streamathon again.
It's a Friday once again. It's Saturday.
I'm probably being doubled a little bit.
Yeah, it's funny. That's why I did it.
That's fair. Hi. So, we made it.
Mm-hmm.
Third Streamathon. All right, can I see that real quick?
There's soybeans in it.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, I don't know what you all were expecting her to
Did
do.
you just take a hit?
Ugh.
That's what I was planning on doing.
Tastes like shit, don't it?
Oh yeah.
It's
Is it
just.
It's actually pretty good.
You gave it a
Oh
real
my
squeeze
gosh. Okay, I'm over the hill.
Attaboy.
Oh.
Attaboy.
Ah. It's not so bad after you get over it the first time. Guys.
Yeah.
Thank you both for being here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For the Anthem Altar Hour.
Yeah.
It's incredible. What time is it?
50.
7:50. We got about 10 minutes.
Fuck it.
I love Cult of Media. I love being here. I love these goobers. I love the people in the crew.
You know that
have
crusty
joined
shit
us.
you get around the rim? It's like all over my hand.
Oh.
I do know about that crusty shit you get around the rim. I'm well aware.
That sounds like a you problem.
Ain't a problem if you like it.
Okay.
Lord.
Been here a minute.
That actually dissipates pretty well. I should have gotten a hotter
If
ghost
it was the
pepper
first
sauce.
fucking one, yeah.
Slow, you should have licked the plate.
No.
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
You don't want to share a licking spot with DeAndre?
Like I said, it's not that bad.
DeAndre and I have shared a kiss before.
We have?
Have you straight tongued it like that?
Who knows?
Apparently not.
She's lost track.
How could I keep track?
Yeah.
So full of liquid chicken.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm so.
Oh, liquid chicken. I was like, milk? Is that liquid chicken to you?
No, the stuff they put into nuggets from the Walmart.
The pink paste.
Oh.
Gamers.
Yes?
We've done it again.
Yeah.
A whole 9 hours of content for the viewing appreciation.
Solid.
Adam's almost done with the milk.
And I've been through 3 waters. I'm full. I'm going to piss for 5 minutes.
Can we capture that live?
No. That's how we get banned.
That's TOS.
All right.
There's other streaming platforms that's allowed on.
Yeah.
They're talking about that in chat right now.
Thanks, guys, for discussing it.
Yeah.
Who's in chat?
My lovely friends.
Oh, it's that kind of stream. Is that Jenna?
Yes, that's Jenna, and then there's Richard,
Oh, hi Richard.
and then there's Ian.
I am begging to rap. I'm dying.
Yeah, you look like you're pissing over there.
I'm gonna be soon.
All right.
We have about 8 minutes left on the clock, but
Sloan can have my chair.
okay. Oh, the table was tilt.
All right.
Fair enough. How you feel, Riley?
I'm like so full of nugget. We just ate like 60 nuggets between the two of us.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
a lot of nugget. He just ran off and screamed. We love you too. Why you keep doing it, man?
I like hot sauce.
Yeah, me too. I have spicier Melinda's at my house. I could have just grabbed that.
You do?
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't remember. I have a Melinda's that I like don't use very often because I need like 3 drops and I'm done.
Oh, this is actually pretty tasty. I might use this more. Yeah, the mango habanero is just the Buffalo Wild Wings one, and I bought that
It's
because I know I'll
good.
use it.
Yeah.
There's also the thing, since it was a part of my budget to do it, then I was like, I'll just buy some sauce that I will also use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks so much for coming around, guys.
Yeah.
I love all my lovely friends who are both here and elsewhere.
Yeah.
God, I'm so full of nugget. Oh my god! Like I can feel it touching the table.
That's why I chose to break the gingerbread house and actually like eat all of it.
Oh, for sure, dude. Like this is, it's not even the spice anymore. It's just like I need water to lube my stomach up. You know.
Fair. Yeah, this sauce doesn't really sit long.
No, it's a ghostly pepper. It hits you and then it runs away.
Yeah.
This is our chalice. It's just drinking milk and slugging sauce.
Slugging
Setting it
sauce.
off.
Swoush.
Swouse indeed. Oh, got one coming. That was weak. There's one percolating though. I can feel it. I'm remembering why I stopped eating these nuggets. It's because they're bad.
That's fair. They're just cheap though. That's why I bought them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like 100% the correct choice for Creamathon, but
For general consumption, don't get Walmart nuggets. The tenders are all right.
they're within acceptable range.
Yeah. I've told you this, Riley. You know I can't burp.
Yeah.
I've tried. Can never manage it.
I don't believe you.
Like I can't like belch, you know?
You can't let one rip.
Yeah, no.
God, I hope Adam's okay.
Yeah, he seemed like he was struggling.
He's zoomed out of here.
We've just got the bit of calm before the end of Streamathon.
Yeah.
Showing our thanks to the people out there who show support to us.
So full of nugget.
He dropped his milk. Bro might be puking.
I might be. It's like, ooh, yeah. It's not even the nugget. Like, it's just the nuggets. The sauce isn't bad.
Damn.
Yeah.
This was the oversight of the hour. I guess that's why Hot Ones does like 6 wings.
Yeah, or like 10, and they don't have to finish them.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
they just
know?
take a bite of them.
Yeah. He's alive. I'm gonna like. Oh boy. Is he all right back there? All right. Oh, that's fine. Let's cut this off a little 5 minutes early, and we can get to wrapping because I think I need to like walk around a little bit.
That's fair. But guys, thank you so much for joining for Streamathon, however long you may have stopped by. And from everyone here,
we love you.
We mean it.
Bye.
Did you end both streams? There's one on the top left. It's the YouTube stream.